Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the July the 16th, 2025 Orange County Board of County Commission Budget Workshop. As we begin this morning, we're going to start with an invocation, and then following the invocation, I'm going to ask Commissioner Gomez-Cordero if she would not mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So as we begin this morning, from the Office of Budget and Management, we're going to have Ms. Tanika Wright, who is going to come forward and provide us with the invocation. With that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator for the opportunity to present today's invocation. At this time, please join in a moment of prayer. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts. Thank you for allowing us to gather here as we open this year's budget work session. We're thankful for the many blessings you've given us, the successes behind us, and the continued opportunity, knowledge, and courage to do even more with our residents and visitors. As we begin, we ask for your guidance and wisdom. Help us to steward the resources entrusted to us with integrity, compassion, and vision. Lord, fill this room with kindness and peace. Help us extend forgiveness and grace to one another, stay unified in purpose, and encouraged today and in days ahead. Please bless who worked so diligently to prepare these budgets and presentations. Give our presenters confidence and clarity, and open the hearts and minds of everyone listening so the meaningful discussions and thoughtful decisions may follow. I pray for guidance and wisdom for the board and all who will make financial decisions that impact Orange County. Grant us strength to face challenges, grace to navigate obstacles, and faith to step forward into a brighter future together. May we show patience and compassion, especially in these uncertain and changing times. Finally, Lord, we uplift the victims and loved ones affected by the catastrophic flooding in Central Texas and all places struck by disaster. Bring comfort, relief, and provision, and strengthen the teams deployed to help. We also ask your hand over us during this hurricane season. Prepare us, provide for us, and keep us safe. We place all of this in your hands, trusting your guidance as we continue to serve this community with dedication and care. In your holy name, I pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Picture, right.
Commissioner Moore.
Come.
All right. With that, we're going to move to the public comment portion of today's meeting. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I think we do have. We're trying to see if we can get the speaker card.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if you are here for public comment, why don't we just ask you in the interim while we figure out what's going on with the cars, if you will line up on the wall over there. And as you come forward, we will give each person a couple of minutes by which to speak. And if you would be so kind as to give us your name and your address as you come forward, we would appreciate it. So if you don't mind coming forward to the mic, sir. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is John Jennings. I'm chairman of the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board since 1996. I've been up here many times in the past 30 years and thousands of hours, I guess, for better or for worse, as we all know. I'm here to ask for some support on a pump station we'd like to do, and you should have got one of these, okay, which further explains it, because I'm going to try and cut myself speech down to a minute, because I know you've got better things to do. But we've got 9 lakes that flow into Big Sand Lake. It's the lowest pothole of all the lakes. And as the basin developed in the past 30 years, we've had to take a lot more water than we've ever taken before. And as a report in the past 30 years, you know, we've had dams break. We've actually had pools on the lake actually crack and slide into the lake. We've had environmental swells, which the county makes you put on your property to, when you build your house. Those have been underwater for most all the time, okay? We've got septic tank drain fields that don't work as well as they should. There's about 200 docks, and as recently as last year, 90% of them, almost all of them are underwater. So the permits that Orange County gave for these docks, they should have been higher because they've been underwater all this time. We've had, and recently in the past 6 months, we've had an algae bloom, which we've never had before, and they tell us we can't swim in the lake. So all these things keep stacking up. And as we evolve, we have pumped the lake. We set pumps up 3 times, 1998, 2004, and 2022. We have to do drawings, get permits for South Florida Water Management, Valencia. The red tape's pretty long. In fact, last time it took us 2 years to get this all done. We put an need for emergency pumping, and what I'm asking, we used over $1 million worth of diesel fuel to fuel these pumps. We're asking for funding for a permanent pump station. We're asking for $1 million, which Geosyntec has told us it's going to cost.
You are out of time.
And so we're asking for $1 million from Orange County, and the MSTU will supply any extra money after that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Richard Rampy, 8511 Sand Lake Shores Drive, and John and I are neighbors. We live 5 houses apart, and we both lived on the lake for more than 30 years. I'm not a member of the advisory board, but I've been trying to advocate on behalf of the lake. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Chairman Jennings. As John just stated, Big Sand Lake has had a propensity for flooding. The Big Sand Lake Advisory Board has concluded a pump station, as John was saying, to mitigate the potential for catastrophic event. We who live along Big Sand Lake have been very appreciative of Commissioner Wilson's support, so thank you, and that of your aid, so we appreciate what you've done. And in the report, I think you'll see that in the report there is a reason why this should be a county-wide concern and not just limited to District 1. Dr. Phillips is located in southwest Orange County, as most of you know, and but you might not know it's located mostly in a basin. It's a 5,000 square foot basin. Imagine a bathroom sink. And in that basin, as John was saying, there are at least 8 lakes in the atlas of the reports. Those lakes drain into our lake. So all the stormwater that goes into their lake goes into our lake. And so basically we're like the drain to the kitchen sink. The concern for flooding has also been recently compromised with the revision of the outflow because there's a gate that allows the water to leave our lake that can be closed per the order of Osceola County. And so that leaves us in a precarious situation. We're getting water from Dr. Phillips and we're getting less opportunity to remove water. Okay, the location of Big Sand Lake makes it strategic for the prosperity of the county. And the reason why, if you don't mind taking a look up at the screen there, is we have 3 main theme parks that surround Dr. Phillips. And Big Sand Lake is in the middle along those 8 other lakes. And if we have a catastrophic event, that would not bode well if national media picks up on that. So we're hoping to avoid that. The pump station is part of the solution. So if you could review the grant proposal, I'd appreciate it, and thank you all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. I live in Ocoee. Professionally, I've been an accountant almost all my life. Political accountant, as well as a state government accountant and a nonprofit accountant, the Salvation Army, for 23 years. I'm retired now. There is no more cost-beneficial manner to support the agricultural industry in Florida than the soil and water conservation districts. If you were to Google right now special sessions, it would come up that part of the reason Florida had their special session was agricultural relief. We're talking money. Now, as an accountant, I know, generally speaking, 30 to 50% of every budget, every organization, is salaries and benefits. We're volunteers. You can't get any less expensive than supporting us. So I'm just respectfully asking that Orange County consider supporting us as much as possible so we can support the Orange County agricultural industry. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all that you do, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moyer. And we'll move to, I think we have the list now. Do we have any others?
Those were the only three.
Okay. All right, if there are no others who wish to be heard at this time, then we'll move forward on our agenda, and we'll move to the countywide budget overview. It's Kurt Peterson.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, it's that time again where we have put together the tentative budget for the fiscal year 2026 fiscal year. There's a lot of work in putting this together. Thank the board for your support and the staff. We have a great fiscal staff throughout the county that really monitor the budget throughout the year in order to put together a quality financials for you all to look at. So what I would like to do, just give you a quick county-wide budget overview, and then I'll go through some revenue forecasts, and then expenditure. We'll go through expenditure budget overview, and then just talk briefly about scheduled timeline and summary. So the good news, starting off overall, the county is in good financial condition, and there's a lot of reasons why that is, but I do want to highlight the major factors that contribute to the county's long-term financial success. And one of those is we do 5-year revenue expenditure modeling. So we don't just look at it year to year and figure out what we can fund. We look at it long term. What is coming up on the horizons? We do lots of projections on revenues and expenses, and then we monitor those throughout the year, monthly. I would even say daily sometimes. And then the comptroller, with their support, they monitor a lot of revenues, and then they would of course alert us if they see any trends that are unhealthy. They provide revenue reports monthly that we receive and look at. So there's a lot of work going into projecting and revenue monitoring. And then, we wanted to also mention our strong credit ratings. So the credit agencies meet with us, or they review our financials every year. They get information from the comptroller's annual financial report. They get it from our budget book. And then they ask for other data. They ask for our emergency preparations, so through Office of Emergency Management. They ask about our cybersecurity. What do we have in place to prevent that? And so they get information from our ISS department. And then our debt ratios, how does our debt look compared to our cash? And then healthy reserves, they look at our healthy reserves. How is our reserves doing? Is it going up or going down? They ask us all those questions every year, and Stephanie Taub, I know, is in the audience. She's the lead on that, and she works with them and provides all this information to them. Tourism metrics, economy, they look at all that, and that's why we have AAA ratings, because we're able to provide good financial information and we set up our budget and our financials to meet those metrics. And then one other thing that is also looked at is continuous efficiencies through artificial intelligence. Now, moving into the budget, our current year adopted budget was $7.2 billion. And then after rollovers, grant adjustments, and mid-year adjustments, it increased to $8.5 billion. The proposed budget is $8.2 billion for fiscal year 2026. Now, what makes up that budget? There are several factors that kind of contribute to some of these increases every year. It's not all revenue expense growth. That is a portion of the increase. But in the budget, there are interfund transfers. So we transfer money from one fund to another fund for various reasons. And I have an example up there. The sheriff, they have their MSTU. But to pay them, there's other sources that go in to fund the sheriff, the public service tax, communication service tax, and the general fund. So we transfer that funding into the general fund to make the payment to the sheriff on a draw schedule. Well, that's kind of double counting. So there is double counting in the budget. That's just how the budgets are structured. So there's about almost $800 million worth of interfund transfers in the budget. So that will kind of inflates the total number. Also, there is, from year to year, there's cash brought forward. As the budget grows, there is a need for cash brought forward as reserves, and there's capital expenses. So if capital expenses grow in any one year, that budget's going to go up for that project for that particular year. We have a couple big ones that I'll just highlight, like the convention center expansion and the animal services. Those are going into construction anticipated the next 2 years. So those is going to inflate the budget. And then there's some accounting recognition, and then pass-through dollars. This is a big one that is actually hitting our budget for this next fiscal year. It's the Hospital Local Provider Participation Fund. The board just heard from John Goodrich about that. That budget is increasing over $200 million, but it's really a pass-through. It's for the hospital, so it's not really part of our operating expenses. So I just want to kind of provide that overall picture, and I'll kind of go through some of our revenues and expenses in just a minute. So looking at the funding sources breakdown, we have special revenue funds. Those are the funds like the fire MSTU, the sheriff, the building fund, transportation trust funds, federal and state grants, parks, and many others, like 300 special revenue funds. That's about 31% of the budget. Now, that's been these percentages have been fairly consistent from year to year. I've shown this chart, year after year. And then the general fund is $1.7 billion. The enterprise funds, convention center utilities, $1.8 billion. And then we have the debt service funds of $0.9, almost $1 billion. That's state shared sales tax and public service tax. And then we have the capital construction funds, which is mainly impact fees, but also includes the ad valorem construction fund. And then we have the internal service funds, which is risk, medical benefits, and fleet management. Looking at the expenses overall, as you'll see by this chart, 25% reserves, that's contingency reserve, that's restricted reserves for bonds, and other restricted reserves that we have in there for like landfill closures and things like that. So it's 25% of the budget. That's pretty typical for a healthy organization to have approximately that amount of reserves. Other big areas, just to point out, 15% of the overall budget goes to public safety. If you look at physical environment, 10%, that's mainly utilities. But there's, others in there. And then also I wanted to point out economic environment, that's mainly convention center when you look at what falls into that category. Looking at it another way, as far as the budget categories, personal operating, capital outlay, capital improvements, and debt, and grants and reserves, the majority of the budget is in operating and personnel, and then capital, and that capital is quite high for the next couple years. Now look at the general fund revenue breakdown. So 91% of the general fund is ad valorem. There are some service charges and fees, and then interest and other. There are non-ad valorem or what we call non-revenues, meaning they're coming from another internal source. They're not a new revenue within the general fund. That is, as I mentioned before, the sheriff transfer, sales tax money we're transferring in, and then some other minor sources that we're transferring in. And then we also have constitutional excess fees. So at the end of the year, constitutional officers, they remit their excess fees to us. The largest one is tax collector. That makes up a majority at 35.9 because they get their funding based on a formula, not necessarily on their actual budget. And then cash on hand, fund balance, and then 5% statutory deduction. And it's important to have a healthy fund balance because for one of the reasons is when you start the fiscal year, the tax revenue isn't in on October 1. It comes in November, December, and throughout the year. So you have to have cash on hand to start your operations. So looking at the expenses of the general fund, you'll see 40% is sheriff and corrections. The remaining 40, or the next 40% is links, health services, community and family, constitutional offices, and planning and environmental service. So majority of the general fund budget is sheriff and corrections. Now you notice fire is not up there because they're not in the general fund. And I have a chart later, when you add in fire, it jumps up to taxes like 52% of the property kind of tax budget. Now I want to get in a little more detail of where what the budgets are proposed under the general fund, the actual numbers. So you'll see I've arrowed a couple of the larger increases. The first one is constitutional offices. That's mainly the sheriff in there. That's $423 million. That's in the budget. The sheriff consists of a $40 million proposed increase. So that, as you can see, is one of the largest increases that the county has in the general fund budget. Also corrections, as a result of the union contracts and the salaries, that's going up 21%, or 21 million, or 11.4%. And then links and Sunrail, or links is going up, and that's mainly, as you'll hear from links on the last day, their actual overall budget's only going up 5.5%. But because of some of the federal funding that they're utilized over the years, and now they've running out of that federal funding, that actually increase to the funding partners is higher. So that's why that higher percentage is there for links. But overall, the general fund budget is going up some 7.6%. This next chart just shows, illustrates the funding gap that we're starting to see occur in the general fund to meet all the expenditure needs in the county. So if you look at that light blue line, that's where we started the fiscal year, what we were projecting at our models. The mayor challenged us to see where we could find efficiencies and minimize expenditure increases, which we did. So there's a funding gap you'll see of about $41 million. So we're having to use sales tax to fill that gap, the state sales tax. It was 115 million projected when we started the year, so we were able to bridge that gap significantly. But what this chart shows is based off our models on what we think revenues and expenses are, that gap is growing over time, where then by the time we get to 2030, we have a serious funding issue that we feel like we would not have the funding. Now, that's a long way out. There's a lot of changes that occur with the revenue expenses, but that's currently what our model is showing. The general fund reserves is currently at 7.3% proposed for 2026, in that 7% range that we have historically funded general fund reserves. I did want to briefly touch on Public Works, how they're funded, and because they are not funded out of the general fund. So if you look at the green bar there, that is their cash and kind of reserves that they have, and then any rollover cash. Then if you look at the yellowish orangish little bar, that is their transportation revenue, which includes gas taxes, fees and permits, red light running fees, and interest. It does exclude impact fees and developer funding, which is used for capital. But the majority of their funding is that blue bar, which is the state shared sales tax. So as you can see, the general fund needed sales tax, but so it kind of takes away from the transportation funding needs. Well, the 298 million bar on the 2026, that black bar, that's their actual expenses. So it balances, but there's a gap in funding just for the Vision Zero projects and resurfacing gap. We have money in there for resurfacing, but it's not enough. We're falling behind due to the cost increases. And Joe Kunkel will talk about that when he goes through Public Works. But we're seeing just on those two areas over a $70 million gap in funding that we're not able to include in the budget because we just don't have the funding to cover those areas. Now that excludes, again, all the outstanding billions of dollars in capital transportation needs that we have. So moving on to CIP, capital improvement projects, 26 and 27, you'll see is got a very robust amount of funding in there, over $1 billion for both those years. It does drop off 28, 29, and 30. And some of that has to do with, in the outer years, some of those projects are not programmed and fleshed out of how much is exactly needed for those projects. There potentially is funding availability in 29 and 30 in capital funding, but we do know we have some big needs that are out there. We know we have some court facility needs and some other county facility needs that are not programmed in yet. So if you look at the 2026 capital program, some of the larger areas, the convention center for the expansion, Public Works for their roadway projects, and utilities for a lot of their projects. But we also have a good number in admin services for county projects. And then under health services, I think there's $45 million in there to start the construction for the animal services facility. Looking at grants, federal and state grants, so we have been fortunate over the last several years to get a significant increase in federal funding. I do anticipate this to drop off over the next few years. We are spending a lot of that down right now. The American Rescue Plan funding is going to be exhausted by the end of next year, required by Florida statute, and all of that is obligated and being used. And actually, I'll switch over to the next slide. And housing, a lot of that CDBG-DR funding that housing is using, that'll be scaled out. That's one-time funding. Now they get ongoing funding, but that's one time. So that housing and that other is the one-time, some of the one-time funding that will most likely go away. If you look at our continuous grants that we typically get every year, It's close to $100 million. This changes, these are just estimates that we budget, but this comes to the board throughout the year on the actual awards that we receive. And these are some of the examples of some of the larger ones. I did want to mention, I know some commissioners have asked in the past, we have to supplement some of these grants through our general fund. Head Start is one. We don't anticipate to get a cost of living increase for Head Start for next year, so the general fund is going to have to bridge that gap. And same with CINFIN's grant. That's the Children in Needs of Service Families in Needs. And so we provide about $1 million there and $150,000 to the DJJ Oaks. This is in addition to our in-kind, contributions. So now moving on to revenues. So this has been fairly consistent compared to last year. The real property tax value in Orange County is $221 billion, 63% residential and 37% commercial. New construction was about $4.6 billion in new taxable value on the rolls for 2025 that the property appraiser identified. The total taxable value, including tangible, in addition to the real, is $235 billion. I did want to point out that I know there's been some talk about what is the value of the homestead properties. That's $61 billion. That's about 26% of taxable value. So looking at some of our major revenues, the countywide ad valorem is going at 7.6%, fire and sheriff 7.4% in the unincorporated areas. State shared half-cent sales tax, that is actually we're projecting to go down. This year it's tracking right as the prior year, but the state had, starting October 1 through their budget, they have cut the business rent sales tax, and that estimate is estimated to impact us by about $7 million. So we're actually decreasing the budget by about $10 million in total. So we will be anticipating to get less half-cent sales tax to support our operations. And then public service tax, we are seeing some growth in public service tax. That's the 10% tax on utilities. And then gas taxes, that's flat. You'll see in a minute that chart is flat. Right now it's not even quite tracking $49 million overall. And then tourist development tax, so a little bit of bright news, and I'll show you the chart in a minute. That is actually, we budgeted 360, but it's been coming in over 360 million. So I real quickly wanted to historically look at our county taxable value proceeds. So going back to 2008, there was a time where there was a recession, but also during that time, there was the homestead exemption was increased by $25,000. The state in 2008 did what they call property tax reform, where they did a required rollback rate. So during that time, there was a combination of things that occurred where then revenues ad valorem went down. It took us about 9 years to get back to where we were in 2007. So just wanted to show this historical perspective. Growth since then has been fairly strong in values, but we are starting to see it kind of drop off. We still have strong growth for 25, but the housing market has slowed. So it's a little bit unknown how much growth will be over the next few years. This is just the millage rate that we have not, the county or the board has not changed in 19 years. It's been steady. And looking at the chart, just looking at the operating countywide millage, Orange County is the 11th lowest county operating millage out of 67 counties. Now, just a full disclosure, that counties fund various things out of their operating millage. It's very different from county to county, but if you pull the chart up, that the state has of looking at the operating millage, ours is one of the lowest in the state. And as far as populations over 1 million, we are the lowest. And if you compare it to cities, we're kind of right in the middle. The cities are the municipalities in Orange County. Same chart, the sheriff MSTU compared to the countywide, just shows the historical growth rates. The sheriff funding, so about 52% of the sheriff's funding comes from unincorporated MSTU, and then 24% from the public service tax, and general fund is 20%. And communication service tax, we use to fund the sheriff about $17 million. So in the proposed budget, that's kind of the breakout. As you can see, if, depending on how much the sheriff's increases are, that has to come from other sources if it's more than the MSTU is bringing in. So. The sheriff millage rate has stayed the same, again, for about 19 years. And then looking at fire rescue, this is a historical review. The board did increase the millage this past year as when the fire chief presented needing for fire stations, apparatus, and wages. So, so there was a big, there was a larger jump this for this current year, and then the growth is 7.4% for next fiscal year. And then here's how the fire MSTU funding is, or it makes up 85% of their budget. About 10% comes from their emergency medical services, and then their matching funding, IGT matching funding, and then other revenues. So a majority of their funding is from the fire MSTU. And then this chart shows the historical millage rates for the fire MSTU. Now again, I briefly mentioned it, sales tax. We did see it was down in 24. It's actually tracking the same amount as 24, so we don't feel we're going to quite get what the budget was this year. And then next year, we feel like there's going to be about a $7 million impact, so we are lowering that forecast down for 2026. And then public service tax, that is coming in a little higher, more utility usage there, so we are bumping that budget up. The good news there is that does help our parks and sheriff funding that utilize this revenue source, but it's not significant to really change the needle too much. And then fuel tax, I mentioned, that's fairly flat. We don't expect much more than $49 million. And then the tourist development tax, again, we've budgeted $360 million, but right now it's coming in closer to $375 million, may even get a little more than that. The comptroller releases that monthly. He tracks that closely. So, we may adjust this as time goes on, but we like to be conservative because the next year could be a different story, so we just monitor that and adjust it as needed. And then the last revenue source I just wanted to mention is recording fees. This helps fund the comptroller's office. They've been fairly flat, but I wanted to show this because this as budgets grow, this revenue source is flat. The more the general fund's going to have to pick up to help fund the comptroller's office as this revenue source is flat. And this is a lot has to do with housing, how well the housing market is doing. Now, looking at overall expenditures, when we put together this budget, limited new positions, you'll see factored in proposed salary increases, both Florida retirement rates. The Florida retirement rates did increase about 2% for special risk and about 0.4% for regular class, and not two significant regular class, special risk, 2%, was a fairly big increase. And then health insurance, we're trying to hold the line on that budget and not going up on that for 26. And then we budget for overtime and taxes and other items and personnel. On the expense side, we're just trying to be as efficient and save money and as much as possible use process improvements and technology innovation through artificial intelligence. And I know our ISS department is working with all the departments on trying to figure out where they can help with technology to save in funding. And then looking at new positions, there are 48 net new positions under the board. 47 of those for enterprise and special revenue, and only one from the general fund. The constitutional officers, you'll see 74. Now, I will say there was a change as yesterday. There's a request up there for 28 property appraiser positions. The state, which approves the property appraiser budget, only approved 5. So that's an adjustment that we will make there. That we were just notified yesterday afternoon that they're only going to approve 5 for the property appraiser. And then 41 for the sheriff is being requested, and 6 for the supervisor of elections. So here's kind of a overall summary of where those positions are, at least on the board side. 36 are for fire rescue, commit to Senator 7, PDS 1, and then utilities 4, and they'll discuss those positions when they present. And then the constitutional, which is now 51 rather than 74, so a total 99 new positions are being requested. So this is, as I mentioned earlier, public safety. If you add in fire and you look at those property tax related funded services, now there are other revenues that go into some of this that are, so it's a combination, but 52% is public safety and non-public safety is 48%. This includes no CIP or reserves in that number. And this chart doesn't include like convention center or utilities or like public works, which are not funded using property tax dollars. So if you look at public safety, that total is a little over $1 billion. Well, those 3 budgets there are going up as a total of 10.7% increase. So the public safety is one of the larger drivers in increases for our tax funding. If you look at the rest, the non-public safety, that's about that total is $994 million, but the actual overall increase is 5.6%. So those increases are much lower for the what I call the non-public safety areas. And so real quickly, just I want to go through a few that are not presenting the next 2 days. Admin and fiscal services, that is going up 8.2%, but most of that is in the IT area. And that's because there's about $1.9 million in existing software licenses increases. There's also some renewal costs for some of the cybersecurity technology we have that we were using some of the federal funding for that's no longer it's already been used. So there's an increase there. And then we also have some money in there for artificial intelligence to help us with some efficiencies throughout the county. And then one new position under Orange TV for a producer position. So a quick highlight of the constitutional offices. I'll just highlight a few of them. The comptroller, and I want to point this out in particular because it seems a little higher at 8.4% in total, but one thing we did is the value adjustment board was in the county budget, but we have shifted that because the comptroller receives the value adjustment board. That is now in the comptroller budget. So in reality, the comptroller their budget is only going up 6%, which is mostly salaries and benefits for their staffing. But the 16.8%, that's the general fund contribution. As I mentioned earlier, the general fund has to pay a majority of their costs. They do get the recording fees and some other fees, but that's the general fund cost that goes up to make up that difference. And then the property appraiser, as I mentioned earlier, that is now 5 positions rather than 28. So that dropped that budget down to 6.28% increase. And then the sheriff's request of $423.3 million. That's a 41 new positions, and that's a 10.5% increase. And then the supervisor of elections, which will also be here tomorrow to discuss her budget, she's requesting 6 positions, and a lot of that has to do with increasing the number of voter precincts and early voting sites. So she will be here to kind of explain more about that information, or what she's doing at the supervisor of elections. And then the tax collector, that's based strictly off a formula, and they return excess fees of what they don't spend of the amount that we provide them. And then the last item I'll mention, just the courts. We do fund some of the courts. Most of we do provide some funding for court. Most of their operations is funded by the state, but the clerk of courts, court administration, public defender, and state attorney, this is just their general fund contribution that we have to do for their communications expenses, their courier security and technology, and a few of the court local programs. I did want to mention, though, their technology expenses, as with any, even our own technology, are going up. And now the general fund is having to pay about $9 million. It's increasing about $3 million just for technology this next year. And their revenue source, or the revenue source we use as a recording fee, it's only $3 million, so that difference comes from the general fund. So more and more of these technology, facility, and local program costs are having to be increased, or we're using our general fund to cover that. So again, today you'll hear from most of our internal departments that are listed here. And then tomorrow, you'll hear from Constitutional Office Supervisor, Elections, and Sheriff. The Public Defender also notifies she's going to come by and just say a few words to the board. And then Links will be here, the library, to talk about the library budget. And then we have the 2 CRAs, the Orange County CRA and iDrive CRA. And then we'll have Convention Center and Tourist Development Tax presentation. And then we'll ask the board to approve the tentative millage and budget, and then the budget consent agenda. So here's kind of the timeline. So I did want to point out, so when the board approves the tentative millage, just to keep this in mind, that you cannot increase the millage rate in September. You can only lower it. So if the board wants to change any millage rates, they need to approve that higher rate now, and then you could always lower it in September. Because what happens is the property appraiser has to send out the trim notice to all the taxpayers, and that will have the rate that the board tentatively sets, and then it will finally get approved in September by this board. So just keep that in mind as when we get to the last day. And then the property appraiser, as I mentioned, will, in mid-August, they send out those trim notices. We actually have to, they've already told us the deadline by August 1st, by noon, we have to provide them what this board approves as far as the millage rates. And then we have our 2 public hearings, September 4th and September 8th at 5:01 p.m., which is required by Florida statute. And then the 2 library hearings, which are September 16th and September 30th. So to end, we have a balanced budget. we're in a good, solid financial foundation at this time. There are long-term funding challenges and uncertainties, federal and state funding and potential legislative impacts, economic unknowns, and then there are inflationary factors that continue to impact various county expenses. And then we are looking for efficiencies as much as we can to limit costs to run the county operations. So, Mayor, that is my detailed overview.
All right. Kurt always does a good job with this. He's been working on our budgets now for probably 3 decades, and so he knows it very well. But some of the guiding principles that I directed to staff as we move forward in preparation for this budget work session is in looking at new positions, looking at increases in budgets, looking at the government efficiency directives that have come from the state, federal government, et cetera. We know that we are in some critical times where our budget and our expenses will certainly be under review by those who are here within our local community as well as those at other levels of government. So what I've said to staff is I wanted them to look at the criticality of need, available funding, equity, and efficiency as we move forward in preparing this budget. I am obligated to submit to the board a balanced budget, and through a negotiated process with constitutional officers, looking at our own internal departments and operations, we have a responsibility to balance this budget. Unlike the federal government, we cannot run deficits. Our budget must balance. So I want you to keep in mind, commissioners, that if you want increases in any particular area, that means we have to decrease in another area. And taking in consideration the big picture view of those things that I just mentioned in terms of the criticality of need, we have submitted this budget with a lot of forethought in mind, looking retrospectively and looking prospectively with the challenges that are ahead of us. We have considered the fact that the state does have some aspirational goals of reducing taxation in Florida, or whether that's property taxes or other taxes. Those conversations are well underway. We expect that. We have received recently our government efficiency letter asking for information. I've said to our staff, shame on us if we have to have someone else identify where we are wasting money or spending the taxpayer dollars needlessly. That is our collective responsibility. Every manager within the county has a responsibility to look within his or her respective areas to make sure that we're not wasting money, that we are spending the taxpayer dollars most efficiently. After that process that has been entrusted to the county administrator, Mr. Brooks, and the deputy county administrators and the other senior leadership team here within the county, we have come to the resolution with this budget at this time. And so as we go forward, changing it, remember what I said, that means we have to cut somewhere else in order to make that happen, or we certainly can do some realignments, but that affects something else. It affects the overall county when you do that. And so with that, as we move forward, we'll open it up for any questions or comments at this time by members of the board. And we'll start with Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Kurt, your team. You always feel so comfortable being able to reach out with questions about these things throughout the year. So I know that this is the time of year that we kind of get to see you face to face for a little bit, but I want to tell you that every day my gratitude is overwhelming for the amount of information that you provide. And I know this year it has been a much more glamorous role. And, you know, as far as really scrutinizing what has been stable, not regressive tax forms in Florida have now all of a sudden become, you know, up in play, right up in Tallahassee. So thank you for continuing to discuss it with me along the way. My question is about the recording fees, which we see that, you know, obviously have been stagnant. Is that set by the state? Is there an opportunity for us to lobby for higher, looking for these revenue sources that may have just been stuck in time, that were never necessarily in play until we, you know, are now seeing some of these federal dollars dry up? Is there a place where we can take a run at that?
Recording fees, I do not know. I don't know if the comptroller knows, because they get those directly. I don't know.
That is set by the state. It's set based on the number of pages that someone records when they're buying a house, refinancing a mortgage. But that's strictly set by statute. It has not increased in many, many years. I believe it's $10 for the first page and $8 for any additional pages. So it hasn't gone up with inflation. It hasn't gone up with all the costs in the real estate market. And so, as Kurt indicated, when the real estate market's hot, we're going to get more recording fees. Or when interest rates are low and people are refinancing mortgages, we'll get more recording fees. But right now, I think, as everybody knows, interest rates are high, so people just aren't refinancing mortgages.
Right. Well, and honestly, that is a regressive form. If everybody who's paying for anything gets the same rate, it's a shame that that's not somehow scalable also. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe there's an opportunity at some point to have those discussions at FAC or with our legislative delegation, understanding that these revenue sources can become even more critically important should that housing market slow anymore. So it was a thought. My second question was about the slide that indicated some of the things that we wouldn't be able to kind of flesh out here, knowing that we're looking at really sort of more detail than ever. And we've always been very detail-oriented, I know that, but the economic trade and tourism portion of our operations, why wouldn't we be getting more information about their budget and operating budget?
Are you talking about the office?
Yeah.
Well, it's in the budget book of what we're funding. We just due to time, we just haven't. If you have questions on it, we can certainly provide information on that.
Yeah, I think that's a critical one, especially when we look at sort of where we know money's coming in without fail. It's those TDT dollars, and we have a certain amount of funds that are going into operating for economic development and tourism. We should probably be talking about that. So, I would defer to my colleagues about the way that should look. I think the other one is I would refer back to every other budget session that we've had that I've requested more information about communications. I think when hearing your presentation, all I could think the whole time is we should have been highlighting each of these slides in a communications push. There's so much misinformation being thrown around out there. But quite frankly, the commissioners don't have as much interaction with our communications division as the mayor's team, and that's based on the org chart. But it's really important during these budget conversations. So I would also like to sort of plant the idea of having some more in-depth conversations about their role in this overall conversation, budget conversation, and how we are able to interact with them to make sure our communication dollars are being spent at their best.
Oh, okay. One thing, Commissioner, I did want to follow up on your first question that I was thinking about it, is one thing there is a fees like with the courts for our court technology fee and our local program fee, that's static too, like you mentioned, and those costs have really gone up, and we're using the general fund now to fund those programs because they're static, a $65 court fee, and that fee is actually coming in even lower because of some legislative changes.
And set by the state also.
And all set by the state, and we can't
And it's
change it,
static.
we have them at the max.
Okay.
So there are fees that we can look at, but a lot of them are set by state statute, and we can't change them, you know, except for some of our local fees, which we do look at, and we have a couple coming to the board.
It's good information, thank you.
Yeah.
And to your question, a lot of that will become clearer through these various presentations that you're going to hear the remainder of today and tomorrow, where you will get a lot of granular information when the various departments and divisions and subunits report out. So today, during Kurt's presentation, he can't answer every question because that's part of the entire presentation process. All right, Commissioner Moore.
Kurt, it's a lot of information, and you meet with us all year, and I want to first say the data and the way you present it is very easy for us to understand, and you're a treasure to Orange County, having you for 30 years, and we really appreciate you and your staff.
Thank you.
And so, jump in here, I'm going to tell you the way I'm digesting all this material, and tell me if I've got it. It seems to me that pretty much everyone who's sitting in this room was really held to some efficiencies and kept their budgets, as close as possible. But where I'm concerned is what we were just talking about, the state's not doing rate studies, and then more and more of these constitutional officer budgets are being borne by our general fund. And when it comes out of our general fund, then to county needs, I'm a big advocate for public works, and then you tell us our public works budget is suffering. So it feels to me like we're doing our part. Is there anything else we can do, even if it's our fire, our police budgets, is there anything we can do with all these others to help hold them in, lobby for more money from the state, so that it's not our departments that are suffering these cost increases, because we're preparing. I hear you telling them you may have to put this off, you got to find efficiencies. Are the constitutional officers being encouraged to use AI? So that's my perception of this. If we're going to hold the line and we're going into tougher budget years, we have to encourage everyone to be doing what has been instructed to our own department heads.
No, you're right, Commissioner. That's it. We've had those conversations, with constitutional officers and obviously internally about the tight funding situation we're in, and we need to look for as many efficiencies as we can, because there's a lot of talk about wanting to cut taxes. So if we start cutting taxes, we're not going to be able to continue to fund. As the mayor mentioned, we have to balance our budget. So we have to. It's either cut or increase, revenue. So that communication needs to spread across all the people that we fund. That they need to look and figure out where they can be as efficient as possible, so to limit the number of increases that we have.
And so so how do those conversations take place? Because what I see in our staff is, exemplary. And so how do we help them? And then am I seeing lobbying, on their behalf to say my court fees are not high enough? And maybe they are, and I just don't know it. But it just doesn't seem, again, we had this conversation all day yesterday, that the state is not keeping up with the expenses, and then that is being borne by our taxpayers off the back of our own departments. Is that a correct perception?
Yeah. And I know I've met with the representatives from the state and, expressed that. And some of them truly understand, the situation that we're in, as far as we're dependent on, property tax to fund a lot of our services. And if you take that away or reduce it, there's going to have to be consequences for that. So we've had some of those conversations, and anything you all can do to talk to your counterparts would be really helpful to let them know exactly how we're funded, especially like public safety. That majority of that is property tax funded, as the charts show. so they know, that's where that's funded, but a lot of our other operations are also funded using tax
And we
dollars.
do have those extensive conversations, negotiations almost, if you will, with the constitutional officers. We also, like in the example of the property appraiser, and that's middle, and even though the state set the budget, that was one in which we also expressed some concern. In this case, we expressed that to them directly, but also sent a letter to the Department of Revenue expressing our concerns, so they have it as they look at it. So just want to let you know that, yes, that same message, the same message that the mayor sent, he sent that same message to the constitutionals. We have follow-up conversations from OMB, from administrator's office, and in some cases, they hear directly from the mayor as well. So those conversations, I just want to let you know, it's not that there's an awareness of the circumstances and the situation, as well as in the case of some of those in the, I believe, clerk's office and court admin, we also did have some conversations about their fees. We recognize what's happening with respect to the fees and the limitation, and suggest that may be a good opportunity as a joint legislative pitch, at least. We know there normally is not a good appetite for increasing fees, taxes in Tallahassee, but at least raising that, for them also to help in raising that possibility.
Well, I think, again, that's my takeaway, that we're bearing the brunt of rate studies not being done at the state level, and constitutional officers expecting us to meet all of their needs, and it comes off the back of our departments. And so hopefully, if we're going into lean budget years, we have to really keep a lid on those increases, because I can tell you, my people in District 2, their main thing is transportation and infrastructure, and they don't like it coming out of that public works budget at all. So thank you.
Well, and Commissioner, I think that the general belief by the members of the public is that government sometimes wastes money. And so there's some distrust by the public. Then there's Tallahassee. Tallahassee believes that local governments are inefficient and waste money. So we're going through this process now of, I think, fact-finding. I believe the letter that we received where the state asked for some efficiency numbers is due the 21st? Is that something? Monday. I think the 21st, Kurt is preparing that response. So until the state receives and goes through their processes, they're not looking to increase any kind of taxation or really increase budgets significantly. So they're going through that process, and that's going to take a while. I don't think that it'll be completed in time for this budget cycle. I believe this conversation is probably likely for the succeeding fiscal year, both for the state and for those of us at the local level. At this late date, as we have to kind of conclude our budget by the September public hearing dates and finalize our budget, I don't believe the state is going to make any decisions about the future. There's a task force that's been set up. I'm participating in that, where they have asked for small rural counties, medium-sized counties, and large counties to participate in the process. And a week or so ago, I participated in that process as a representative of the large urban counties to respond to some questions by the statewide task force about the implications of property tax reductions, sales tax reductions, et cetera, and what that would mean to us at the local level. And we gave anecdotal commentary about specifically how either or both would impact us, just to give them feedback and preparation for their pre-legislative session, and then, of course, the session. So there's a lot of conversation that is happening. but we are being forced to look for inefficiencies in our budget, and that's kind of, you're going to hear that throughout the remaining days. Commissioner Simrad and then Commissioner Uribe.
Good morning, Kurt. Thank you. This is my first budgeting session, so I wanted to look at the graph where you had the red square, and it's the county general fund revenue versus expenses. I think it's slide 13. Mm-hmm. And then I understand why the lines are deviating from each other. We're obviously pulling out of one account, and it's not replenishing quick enough. So my question, with that anticipated gap by 2030, and this is where I get there's a gap that's there, and then we have a really big capital improvement budget. I think it's the largest in the history of Orange County so far, so it's a really big one. And there's that gap, but I'm not sure what that gap would fund, because what I'm concerned about is, and first we'll just assume like a stagnant market, which it's not, because we'll talk about the volatility after this, but assume just stagnation, that market shocks don't exist, that tariffs aren't happening, and that the budget, as budget is, everything comes in at cost of what was expected. If we have a large amount of projects that are going on, then it produces a product at the end that has to be maintained, sustained. And I'm wondering, what does that gap cover and pay for to ensure that we have the money to sustain the new infrastructure that comes out of it? Does my question make sense?
Yeah. I think what you're saying is basically we're building all these projects, and then we're going to have to operate them. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there is going to be funding challenges for that, like animal services. I'll just use that one as an example. That's going to be a new facility. Now we have existing staff, but there could be some additional costs there that we're going to have to identify how we're going to fund that if that comes to fruition, that we are going to need some additional resources. But that gap there, what I'm showing on that screen is we don't have the funding. If we get there, the models show on the revenues and expenses, we get to that point and nothing has changed, that's exactly how it happens. We will not have enough money. The board will have to either say we're going to have to cut expenses, or we're going to have to increase revenues in some way.
And I want to point out, that's the operative word, the purpose of this modeling. It is based upon if nothing else changes. So yeah. If you recall, Kurt mentioned when we started this exercise for this year's budget, had we not made changes, had we not looked at some of those efficiencies, we actually would have had a $115 million gap. So each year, the intent would be we look at those numbers, we load up in the model what some of those anticipated expenses, and that begins to form the basis of what adjustments need to be made as we then develop each budget. So it informs us as we develop and work on the budget for each year to lower that gap.
Understood. Thanks, Byron. So then in the model, if we just assume all market conditions just remain, right, just stagnation, just like what you just said, like we're just assuming static going across. So we get to the challenge of, potential funding gap, assuming nothing changes. But at that point in time, because we still have to fund what we built. So my question is that if we look ahead, what bucket funds that gap? Like, how are we going to replenish that without increasing millet? How does that happen, that increase?
It means further reduction in costs. It means we continue to, for example, the Public Works example.
But wait, that's not my question, because I want to know, instead of how can we cut, I want to know how we can make money back. How can we fill the gap? I don't want to cut later. Sure. I want to find forecast a solution where we can fill it instead.
So the revenue choices are fairly, yeah, Kurt went through
Well-
what revenue options are available for the board, if it's a revenue question that you're asking. And so then we have to look at those revenues. That becomes a discussion. The board looks at the available revenue sources that you can select from or decide if you want to pursue.
So, with the state legislation and the messages that come out of Tallahassee and the things that we hear, kind of in that gap, because I'm assuming we're not the only county that this is happening for. I'm sure that it's a trend that's emerging. So, and I heard the governor did say something where basically when everybody was like, well, how are we going to pay for everything? And he kind of gave a response that alluded to, we got all these tourists coming here, find a way to tax them to get additional revenue, like find innovative ways to get them. I know that takes legislative change, but is that a solution, that potentially we could go to where we look at creative means and methods, like maybe on car rentals and things like that, to generate an extra pot of money that can be used to help fill this gap? Instead of talking about cutting, talk about increasing.
Sure. So once again, you go back to what are the allowable revenue sources available to you. So if you mentioned car rental, that's not available to you right now. But if you want to identify what are those possibilities, that becomes an effort discussion with the state versus those that you have available to you now by statute or that allow that the state has allowed counties, local governments to pursue. You have that array of revenue sources that are now legally available to you, and then for those like car rental, that may be a discussion that you'd have to pursue at the state level.
So, I understand, all of these ideas would actually have to be pursued at a state level for legislation, some type of either change or some type of new legislation. So I understand that. I hope that, the board has a discussion in the future of those creative sources to include it as potential ads for our legislative delegation, agenda that we would like to see. Because we gotta fix that, and I know that so many of the departments are operating with less than what they need, so to cut more impacts the availability of our quality of services we can give to people. So I really want to try to find ways to increase instead of cut. I had Kurt, I wanted to go into the model and talk about the capital improvements, because that is assuming stagnation, but now we have a lot of market shocks that are going on, and tariffs that are constantly being threatened and things. So I wanted to hear have we done any forecasting to anticipate those impacts and how it would then impact our CIP?
Well, yeah, that's a great question, and it's hard. It is difficult to see how, because we bid out all our major construction projects, and some of those come in over, and then we have to come back and figure out how we're going to fund those. When we put together projects, we do try to forecast what those costs would be at a higher level. It is very difficult to figure out in the next couple of years what construction prices are going to be and what it's going to cost for some of these with the tariff impact and all. We do know construction costs have gone up, and some of our projects are coming in higher and some are coming in lower. I know we've come to the board on several different times when projects have come in higher than anticipated. So that's a tough question to answer. We do try to model that in to answer your question. That's in our plan, and hoping when we forecast those that we have the funding to build out those projects that we budgeted for.
And then if that were to, let's say that there are increases that make more projects than we would like unaffordable at this time, and they sit on a shelf as unfunded, does that in any way impact our rating of any kind, because we've got all these projects unfunded sitting on shelves, or is that's not a metric that's considered?
No, I don't. It shouldn't impact our rating, because the rating agencies know if we have to scale back in order to continue to have a financial, a good financial, in good financial condition, they're going to take that into account. But they understand if there are impacts that we have to put projects, if we were to have to put a project on hold, it's because we want to maintain a good financial condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then let me ask it in this way. So does our rating ever get impacted by like what I would look at as like a government asset? So it's like, for example, you have like what the figure that we heard before with Public Works, that they don't have the funding for all the miles that they need in the road. Is that ratio deficit ever considered in terms of how we shake out with ratings or anything?
Well, I would say it could, yeah. So if the county's not able to keep up on its basic maintenance, and then they know there's like long-term liabilities out there that we're going to have to fund, they could see that as an issue with the county. We haven't seen that, like, we're not to that point, even close to that point in Orange County yet. But if something were to be in disrepair that could cause a future board to have to come in and do a major projects, it could come into play. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me use one more thing. Sorry, the convention center. I'm just saying that if we don't maintain the convention center and people aren't coming here, yes, the rating agencies are going to take note.
Got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I do think that we have to look to public-private partnerships in order for us to sustain the quality of life that we have here. If our community solely depended upon the government, the public sector, to solve all a myriad of challenges that we'll have as a growing community, we'll fail. We have to look to those business investors who are investing to help us improve the infrastructure that is needed here. And I think that when we look at tourism, when we have conversations with our colleagues all over the country, you talked about tourists, having the tourists pay more. The tourists pay significantly because they pay sales tax. They pay the hotel fees, and some of the hotels even have resort fees. They are paying the ones who drive automobiles gas taxes. They are paying keeping our employees working here, and so that's an industry that the other communities would love to have. But it is also an industry that requires us to kind of look outside of the industry to keep the costs down for those of us who live here. And so our budget kind of contemplates the competitive nature of what our community is in. And you kind of alluded to some things that's out of our control: travel bans, tariffs. Visit Orlando and the other experts in that area believe that it could have an impact on our visitation numbers. And, with the different nations around the world who we're in somewhat conflict with over some of these geopolitical issues, it could have an impact on us. So when we do our budgets, I do think that we normalize the budgets based upon what we believe our revenue projections are going to be in the here and now and in the immediate foreseeable future. And then we use economists to help us look more at a long-term aspect. And so when the raters give us our financial ratings, they're looking down the road as well. They're looking at some of our ability to bond with visitation and everything else that comes in. And so when we get a high rating, in some ways, that's affirmation from the bonding agencies that work in the financial markets, that they still believe that we are a good investment and that we will be able to sustain ourselves into the future. But I think that future boards are going to have to look when people say we want to bring Major League Baseball example to the area. We have to make sure that those wealthy investors are going to help address some of our local needs in the process. And so that should be a negotiated process where they're not just coming in to take the money out, but what are they going to do to help us enrich our community? That's a balanced conversation that we have to have if they want to get our support in various ways. And so that's the long-term, I think, response to what you're doing. So the work that we're doing here is to look down the road. And so this model where Kurt is telling you by 2030, it seems like that's a long time away, but that's 5 years or less away from now, that he's telling you if we do not make good fiscal decisions now, it is going to have a major negative implications for us. And for those of you who may still be on the board in 5 years, you're going to have to wrestle with those issues. And I guess because I've been around a long time, I've lived through this for the last 4.5 decades of where you did have to make a paradigm shift. You have to adjust. You have to reduce budgets. You have to do layoffs, and you have to do other things in order to survive. And so what we're trying to do is avoid those type of calamities in the future by being comprehensive. So just to add to what Kurt is saying. I know we got to get back.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with everything you said, and you sparked an idea in my head. I think, like, when you say the tourists are paying a lot, but I know we have an inelastic product here, and I think that at some point this board, like, we should commission a willingness to pay survey to actually find out if we're leaving any money on the table with our tourists. And then once we understand that, position some legislation at the state to be able to collect those funds. Because I do believe that we have a very unique tourism destination. It's the best in the world. And, just to find out, where's your wiggle room? Just a little bit,
Yeah, we're one of the few states now that doesn't charge a user fee, for example, for electric vehicles riding on our roadways. They're not going to the gas pumps for the most part. And that's why he indicated that our gas tax revenues are static. They've stayed around that $49 million now for several years. Our legislature has not saw fit to tax those who are driving electric vehicles. Other states are doing that now because they do impact the roadways and the longevity, the useful life of roadways. So we'll see. That's a larger conversation, but we better get back on task. Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Kurt, I do want to thank you for your very, very intuitive and your details on this. We had a conversation with Nanette, and I personally feel that we keep looking at this the same way, the budget, and I worry because the next session could come legislative-wise, and it would be quite chaotic for you all to figure this out. And so my question is just going to be really simple because there's been a lot of dialogue, and I know we have to move on. One of the things that concerns me is we have a hefty reserve, right? And it's volatile because you say if we, spend too much. But is there anything that we have ordinance or statutorily within the county that says we cannot add more to it or that we have to maintain it? And the reason why I ask is usually about half year through our fiscal year, you end up saying our reserves are higher, and it was, I think, $12 million. And the first thing we did was we gave it all away, right? We gave to Career Source, we gave to this. And that bothers me because I'm just going to talk as economics in my family. When we have extra money, we save it because we can't anticipate, me, who's had multiple flat tires this year, that's going to happen. And I'm going to have these incurred costs. Do we have to continue to spend anything over reserve, or does that take this legislative body to raise that cap? Because it really, we consistently, And it's a good thing, because like you say, when you look at everything, it means more money came in. But it worries me because we're like a kid with $5 in our pocket. We give it away, and I don't think that we should be.
Right. So there is on property tax, there is on the ad valorem, there is a 10 in the general fund, a 10% cap in the statute. Now, that is one thing the rating agencies do say, they would love us to have more reserves. Just because you just don't know what's going to come up. And obviously, it's up to this, board and what we do, but we could increase, if you're asking, could we increase reserves? Yeah, we could increase reserves a little higher. But in the particular, like, general fund, that would have to be, my understanding per statute is that's capped. We can't do more than 10%.
Okay.
In some of the other funds, we can, though. Like our sales tax, we could have much higher percent reserves in some of the other funds, but that one is a cap at 10. And I know in the past they've talked about we should build up even more than the 7%. I mean, technically, we would never want to go below 5%.
Right.
We've kind of targeted 7%. It's not a policy, Commissioner. We could go higher than that. We would just have to then figure out.
I think it should be something we should look at, because next year, I mean, and personally, I think that it should be invested internally. I don't believe that we should be giving it away. That's just my opinion. That would have to be the board. But I think, just like Comptroller did with the TDT reserve, heaven forbid anything happen, and I'm sure we're going to see a point, and I always gauge it when it comes to tourism. When theme parks and hotels suddenly become cheaper during the peak time, which is the summer, that gives you, they know what's going on economically, and they're very worried because they're not getting the numbers that they want to have. And I just think that we really need to look at it, because if my thoughts, and Byron, for the future, is I would actually like to see that investment internally than externally if we do. But I would love to see it put into a higher reserve, also knowing how volatile the legislature is. But thank you. Great work, both of you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I had two questions, and one was already answered with my colleagues, but I have one here. Kirk, beside the changes removing the business rent tax, why has sale tax revenue been dropping, given how tourism and visitors seems to be increasing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's kind of baffled us a little bit. So obviously, in our community, tourism's a big one. But what that kind of seems to tell me is that overall consumer, the inflation's come down some. It was up a lot for a few years when inflation was higher. Inflation's come down some. It may be ticking back up, but it kind of shows maybe consumers have kind of leveled off on their spending and not spent as much. Maybe even tourism, they're not spending in quite as much. We'll have to see with the opening of, Epic Universal, but that's just one piece of the puzzle if that increases it some. We don't have the data yet because that just opened in May to see if that's going to bump it up at all. The other thing was, I did mention they eliminated the business rent tax. They also cut it back this last year. So there was an impact there that we don't, not a large impact, but it's been fairly flat. So we monitor that monthly. I can't say specifically why that is, but it has kind of leveled off.
And then we have sales tax holidays.
Yes.
The state has increased the number of sales tax holidays. And so whenever they do that, that's going to be translated into a reduction in revenues.
Yes, that's
okay.
a good point, Mayor, yes.
Okay. All right. So, Kurt, thank you. Well, we fell a little behind, a lot behind, so we got to catch up. We got Ann Kulikowski next is coming up from Administrative Services.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. Thank you for having us here today. I'm going to kick it off, the department budget, proposed budgets. I'm going to kick it off with the Administrative Services Department. So we'll get going here on our presentation outline. You're going to be seeing this several times today. I'll go through our org chart, our proposed 25-26 budget, our operating budget efficiencies, capital improvement program, and then I'll do a brief summary. So looking at our organizational chart, we have 7 divisions that report up through our department office. We're headed up by Sheena Ferguson, who you heard from yesterday. She heads up our business development division, which is all of our small business resources. Sarah Flynn Kramer is manager over capital projects, and she's over all facility planning and construction. Rich Steiger is over facilities management, all of the maintenance and repairs to county buildings. In our fiscal and operational support division, Reed Knowlton does an excellent job keeping us on track with our budgets and procurement for the department, and he also did a great job helping me out develop this presentation. For fleet management, Brian Lucas does all of the maintenance and repairs to the county's fleet and heavy equipment. In procurement, Carrie Mathis oversees the purchasing and contracts for all of our departments. And we have a vacancy in real estate management, but that's our division that does all the appraisal, acquisition, and leasing of property for the county. So moving on to our proposed budget. Our proposed budget includes a $2 million increase in personal services. We're going from $35.3 million up to $37.3 million. This does include a 5% increase in salaries for our employees. And in operating, we have a $1 million increase going from $72.4 to $73.4 million. And I'll provide some details on where these increases are when I get into the presentation. So this brings our total proposed operating budget to $110.7 million, or a 2.8% increase. We are not requesting any new positions for next fiscal year, so we are staying at 355 positions from this year into next year. Let me provide you with a brief staffing update for our department. Admin services vacancy rate is at 7%, with 24 vacant positions out of 355 FTEs. So this actually is in the range of a typical vacancy rate that we see for our department throughout the year. It does continue to be challenging to hire fleet mechanics as well as facilities technical trades employees due to not only the shortage in the industry, but also the private sector salaries that we have to compete with. We have, however, implemented recruitment and retention strategies to compete with the private sector. We've had several job fairs with both fleet and facilities, and fleet also attends job fairs at local trade schools. In addition, fleet and facilities utilize interns from trade schools in the hopes of hiring them full-time. We have had continued success with this. Signage on our county vehicles and at our county facilities works very well attracting candidates. Facilities management has magnet signs on all of their county vehicles stating now hiring, and fleet management, as you can see in the picture above, has 2 large 4-foot by 8-foot signs advertising that they are hiring at their facility. The salary adjustment budget that you all approve each year for the last several years has really helped our employees as we try to bring those employees, especially in that bottom quadrant 1 range, up into the pay plan. All of our divisions continue to encourage internal promotion and utilize that salary adjustment to promote retention with our employees. Moving on to operating budget efficiencies, Mayor and Board, we heard the budgeting message and we took to task of brainstorming any efficiencies we could for our divisions. We sharpened our pencils and we made cuts, not settling on budgeting any expense as status quo. Here, I will show you that I've outlined some of the cost increases that we did budget for. However, I will also detail some of the decreases we implemented in order to help offset those contractual and price increase obligations that we are dealing with. Our facilities management division maintains 535 buildings across the county. Our building maintenance and repair budget did increase next fiscal year, proposed at a $614,000 increase, which would bring it up to $15.1 million in total. We have budget rate increases for our 40-plus term contracts, annual term contracts, with our vendors that average about 4% increase in this fiscal year. These contracts are for things like HVAC, plumbing, elevators, electrical, roofs, just to name a few. We are, in turn, however, reducing our facilities management software budget by $443,000, bringing that down to a $306,000 total as we canceled both ARC and Maximo Predict software. ARC was a mobile CAD software that we actually discontinued use of because we instead use a CAD app on our tablets and our laptops that ISS provided at no cost. Maximo Predict is a software that helps to predict building equipment replacements. However, when we really budgeted and looked into using this software, we had to change gears as it became extremely expensive to use this software on the number of buildings that we have across the county. So we instead use an existing software called Cost Lab that still allows us to forecast repairs and replacements of equipment based on sets of data. In fleet management, Fleet maintains over 4,000 vehicles and heavy equipment pieces. Sublet services and parts did have a $733,000 increase, and these are outsourced type services that include oil changes, transmission services, and towing. Fleet uses 15 contracts for sublet services that have seen a 17 to 25% increase into next year. We also look and see that the cost of parts that we have at Fleet continues to increase each year due to our vendor costs. We are, however, decreasing our unleaded and our diesel fuel budgets by $735,000 next year, and this is based on total calculated usage in our departments. We will be budgeting $3.35 a gallon for both unleaded and diesel versus $3.50 a gallon that we budgeted this year. And in real estate management, real estate oversees 23 leases, which equates to about 770,000 square feet of space throughout the county. These are leases that include office and warehouse space for not only our county departments, but for our constitutional officers. Our lease account budget is increasing by $2.1 million next fiscal year, and these are increases for lease pass-throughs, taxes, property management costs, all associated with our current county leases. We did, however, see a $1.2 million decrease in tenant improvements. This was due to one-time tenant improvements that we were able to do this year, as well as some lease negotiations into the future. Moving on to some highlights in Fleet. This chart gives you a visual of the volatility that Fleet deals with when they look at budgeting fuel. Orange County purchases approximately 2 million gallons of fuel each year for our customers. Shown in this chart is the average cost paid per gallon. We date back to 2016, and we go into what we budgeted for next fiscal year. So as you can see, back in 2016, on average, we were paying about $1.69 a gallon for unleaded and $1.44 a gallon for diesel. Going through some volatility over those next years, next fiscal year, as I had mentioned, we're going to be budgeting $3.35 a gallon for both unleaded and diesel. Admin Services is continuing with implementation of technology enhancements for the department. These software programs increase efficiencies in our divisions while providing enhanced coordination and communications with our customers and our employees. Arrigo project tracking software in real estate management assists with workflow distribution and tracking, automated form generation, and GIS integration, which are all critical tools for the mass amount of work that real estate processes. Implementation of the Arrigo project software is scheduled to be complete in spring of 2026. The vehicle telematics solution for fleet management is a device that's installed in a vehicle and allows remote diagnostic and vehicle health data for quicker response to vehicle issues before they can become more serious. Telematics will allow accurate meter reading to capture with no human interaction. Fleet does expect limited testing to start by the end of this year with rollout into next fiscal year. In procurement, our financial system will be enhanced with robotic process automation. We look to modernize change order workflows in construction and professional services, electronic contract management, with advancements leveraging AI. These phases are targeted for completion in early 2026 and are designed to further streamline operations and leverage technology to make internal coordination more transparent and efficient. Ultimately, this positively impacts the business community through clear processes, increased accountability, and faster outputs. Our B2G Now software in our Business Development Division is leading industry software for certification management and contract compliance. For fiscal year 2026, we'll be focusing on implementation of a small business enterprise module with a goal-setting module, and as we develop this, we'll develop our small business enterprise program. Our department continues to implement the county's sustainability and resilience initiatives with several areas. In facilities, they continue to work with the Office of Sustainability to complete 4 energy audits implementing recommendations to reduce energy consumption at our buildings. The first 4 buildings that have been identified are the IOC2 building, Renaissance Senior Center, Barnett Park Main Building, and the Thomas S. Kirk Justice Center. Some energy efficiency recommendations will include conversion of LED lighting to reduce energy consumption, installation of variable frequency drives to reduce energy in our HVAC systems, installation of window film for cooling and heating load reductions, and installation of water-saving valves for domestic water load reduction. Fleet management continues to work with the Office of Sustainability to educate county departments on benefits of electric and hybrid vehicles and assist with the selection and deployment of those vehicles and the charging infrastructure. Brian and his team attend industry events to stay updated on electric and hybrid vehicle technology and trends. There are 19 EV hybrid vehicles currently approved by VRUC for next fiscal year. And to date, we have 19 electric vehicles in the light-duty fleet, which are deployed in utilities, EPD, 311, fleet management, and Parks and Rec. We also have 94 hybrid gasoline electric vehicles in the light-duty fleet, 58 of which were also added since 2023. We continue to keep an eye on the development of medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles and their charging infrastructure requirements, as more than half the county fleet falls into this category. Now, moving on to our capital improvement program, our capital projects division manages over 298 projects with project budgets totaling just under $1 billion at $979 million for our county departments and agencies. Our department's CIP proposed budget is $83.8 million for next fiscal year. This is strictly administrative services portion of the county CIP and does not include projects that we manage for all of the county departments, such as corrections, parks and rec, and fire. Our CIP includes facilities management's improvements to facilities projects, roof replacements, HVAC repair and replacement, energy conservation retrofits, and fleet management's 2 ongoing CIPs, as well as independent multi-year budgeting improvement CIP projects. There are a total of 43 active independent projects in the Admin Services CIP budget. Here is a list of the major multi-year funded projects with their total project costs. As you can see, most of the large projects we have are for the corrections campus as well as the main courthouse. There are several other projects that address HVAC repairs and replacements, lighting retrofits, and life safety improvements. Now I'll go over some of the large-scale projects we're managing for the departments. Construction has just started on Fire Station 48. The image is up in the upper left-hand corner. This is a new $12 million three-bay prototype fire station located in District 1 in southwest Orange County and is projected to be complete in the fall of '26. Design is wrapping up on Fire Station 31 down on the lower part of the page, which is a 2-story, 3-bay fire station located in District 1 in the Dr. Phillips area. The $750,000 design budget includes $650,000 in ARPA funding. Design is also underway on Fire Station 78 in the upper right-hand corner. This is a new $12 million three-bay prototype fire station located in District 4 in South Orange County in the Wyndham Lakes area and is projected to be under construction by 2026. The first phase of the Horizon West Regional Park, located in District 1, is opening this summer. The $5 million Phase 1B project also includes additional amenities to the park, including a splash pad, kayak launch, large open spaces for play, and a paved area for farmers markets and other community events. Construction on the second phase is projected to start before the end of the year. Construction is underway on the new $8.7 million Tangelo Park Community Center in District 6, comprising of a renovated gymnasium connected to a new community center with the pool. This project includes a roof-mounted solar array, and the covered pavilions also have solar panels on their roofs. This center is anticipated to be open in early 2026. Construction will begin in early 2026 on the new $2.9 million John Bridges Community Center E-Building located in District 2. This new 3,400 square foot building replaces an existing modular building and will provide much-needed modular modern classrooms and space for services to be provided to the surrounding community. Since the Multicultural Center in District 6 opened in the fall of 2023, the next two phases of the project have gone into construction. The $11 million Innovation Center includes $9 million in ARPA funding and is designed to be a hub of transformative innovation, fostering collaboration and providing a space for community members and employees to develop sustainable human-centered solutions. The Idea Lab is pictured there on the left. The $6 million Senior Center includes a $1 million grant and is designed to foster social interaction, physical activity, mental stimulation, and relaxation. The Gathering Room is pictured there on the right. Both of these projects are projected to be open in early 2026. Construction will begin in the fall on the new $95 million Animal Services Facility located in District 6. This is a state-of-the-art 123,000 square foot facility with 265 total dog kennels and housing for 194 cats. The facility is completely air-conditioned with fear-free design elements. The new two-story open lobby is designed to be bright and welcoming, as well as efficient and safe. This project will take approximately 2 years to complete and is projected to be open in the fall of 2027. Design is underway on the new $28 million medical examiner expansion project located in District 3. Osceola County has contributed $4 million to this joint use facility. This project is projected to be complete in early 2028. Design is wrapping up on two amenities for Downey Park located in District 4. The $485,000 equipment replacement project is planned for the existing splash pad, and a $760,000 skate park project is planned to provide new features including bowls, as illustrated here. Both projects are planned to be in construction in early 2026. Design is at 30% for the new $17.4 million Barber Park Rec Center in District 3. This 28,000 square foot facility will include 2 basketball courts with activity rooms, a large workout room with equipment, and changing areas with lockers. This rec center will also include space for some much-needed community center services. Design is also almost complete for a new $1.4 million Timber Bridge Preserve Park located along the Little Econ River in District 5. Adding to the existing bridge shown here will be walking trails and a low-impact parking area for people to enjoy with the existing beauty of this area. This passive park is anticipated to be open in late 2026. In summary, we enhanced our operating efficiencies in order to trim budgets, yet continue to prioritize facilities management and capital improvements to keep county facilities operational and safe for our employees and our citizens, We're implementing technology enhancements with new innovative software to improve collaboration between staff and user agencies while increasing efficiencies and accountability. And finally, we continue to implement short and long-term sustainability projects and initiatives for both our county facilities and fleet. Do you have any questions?
We'll start with Commissioner Moore.
Good morning. This is the fun budget of the day. We get to see all these new projects, so. So 2 quick questions. With our aging buildings, how do you see our maintenance budget and how do you keep up with that when you have aging buildings? And then the second question is how do you manage to stay with that small increase and yet give us new facilities?
The first question is Rich Steiger and his district maintenance supervisors start the budget process extremely early. I mean, December, January, they're hitting it in order to get budgets in on time in March. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of review of all their term contracts, especially with all of the maintenance that we have outsourced. They do a great job in the CIP. As I went over and kind of itemized some of our bigger projects, there are just so many even small projects that we have in our operating budget. So what they do is they really try to look at what is absolutely critical in each maintenance district, that as a team, they say, these are the ones we're going to request. And then they still show the ones that may be unfunded, that they say, we just don't quite have the budget for these. Let's try and put these in our model for next year. So it's a real balance of what absolutely needs to be maintained and repaired. Of course, we're going to maintain and repair what we own and have, but some of those types of things that might be nice to haves, like we should really pave a parking lot. Well, you know what, let's just put that on hold because it's more critical to repair a roof here. So it's just a balancing act, Commissioner, that again, I really credit he and his team working with our fiscal team and then ultimately OMB to prioritize how we get everything done.
Well, thank you for your leadership, and we see in so many, county municipal governments that they're not keeping up with maintenance, and we appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. My screen disappeared. All right. Commissioner Uribe.
I do, and I appreciate the information and everything you've done to keep us up, but I do have 2 concerns. One, we learned the hard way with the YMCA in Tangelo Park how our lack of keeping track of property that we allow others to use really ended up costing us millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. What internally has now happened to make sure that doesn't happen anymore? Mm-hmm. And then a follow-up, you didn't quite get to it with Commissioner Moore, is buildings we own. When this whole shelter on Cayley came up, I actually went and toured the facility, and it was very disappointing to see that building be at the level of needing repair if it were to be used again. So I really like to know, because I'm a firm believer that if we stay on top of this, it won't get this bad. And if we stay on top of what others use our buildings and facilities for, it won't get this bad. I mean, and I appreciate your budget that you have managed to somehow keep, but it really worries me because that building on Cayley, they were talking about $15 million to use it again. And I forgot what we ended up spending at Tangelo Park to get that even viable again. And that's just not resourceful and good ways for taxpayer dollars to be spent. So I'd really like to know what your comprehensive plan is, and have we gone and now looked at all of our properties and said, well, not usable, 10 million, 5 million, whatever, because, what good is real estate if it's not in good shape? So I would like to ask you that.
Those are great questions, Commissioner, and we have actually tackled those. When we really, a few years back, we were commissioned, Byron was integral, and just really working with us to say, let's do an inventory of every single one of our properties and go out and do a visual inspection of everything we have, but but to then look at it from the perspective of what agencies do we perhaps have in our properties? Similar to like you stated, sometimes we have leases with agencies that these agencies come in and then they don't necessarily adhere to what their side of the lease agreement is, with either maintaining the building, and then in the case of the YMCA, while they were supposed to be, maintaining that as they were in there, it wasn't maintained, and then it turns into a catastrophic thing where now it gets handed over to us and we either have to work with risk management or we have to decide how are we going to go forward with this. So what we did is, after we looked at every one of our buildings, we reported back to everybody, even to like the Orange County National Golf Course. I mean, anything that had a building that said, if you're using Orange County property or buildings, we need to take a look. We've identified some areas that might need some, whether it was a sprinkler system, or we looked at the air conditioning unit and there was some open electrical, anything, and I'm not naming names of anybody. We went through and worked with all of those agencies, and sure enough, many of them, if not all, came back. It took them some time, but they reported back, and we stayed on it to say, thank you, now we've addressed these issues, and then each year we'll be going out and making sure that those are the buildings that we don't want to find out, oh no, the roof is now not, it is moldy or something because you all didn't, maintain it with your own contract. So we feel very good right now about who's in our buildings and what these buildings look like. But the other thing we decided to do from a real estate...
by the way, you said many of them, but you never finished your sentence.
Many of the buildings?
No, of the people who were contracted. You said many of them, and then you didn't finish your
Oh, I'm
sentence.
sorry. Well, many of our buildings and many of the people in our buildings, the agencies, that's where that occurs in. Those people have been identified. Many of them came right back to us and said, we understand that. Can you just give us some time to be able to repair those things? And they were able to do that. But what I'd also like to mention, Commissioner, is we got these agencies to get some skin in the game. When we renew these leases, if they are occupying our space, we have in our real estate lease agreements or our MOUs have told them, you now need to be paying in for like a facility use thing, where if we have our facilities management team going out there and making sure that our buildings are in good shape, they're now, even if it's not a large amount of money, we itemize out what facilities anticipates to spend, and they're contributing some dollars in order for them to be in that building. It's not just a, gee, can we use your building, and we're just not going to pay or maintain it. So we really went through those buildings so that we can really try to avoid that from happening again, as I understand
So
it.
as a follow-up, what about our buildings? Because we know Kaylee's unusable. It's a storage building. I went and toured it. They said they just put product in there, and they said it's not usable.
Okay,
But, so like our own property, where are we at on that? Because,
okay, so just to make sure, when you say the Kaylee shelter, you're referring to the work release building,
correct.
right?
That's
Okay.
just one that I went to see. I don't
Yeah.
go around looking at property. I just happen to do a tour because of that topic. And then, of course, we, went over the tragedy of the YMCA, which we know
Sure.
the Y uses us in other places. So are we keeping them to task, or the Boys and Girls Club, or anybody that uses
Yes.
any of our facilities,
The
but ours?
I will answer for sure your answer on the Kaylee shelter or the work release building. We have basically identified with county administration for years that we really don't have any tenants in that building. And that was a building that, based on the fact that corrections officially moved out years ago, they did not have a work release program that they used that building for. The only thing we've really pretty much used that building for was when Diane Arnold was in the COVID era and she had her call center in there. Facilities did a great job making sure the air conditioning worked, the water was working, and they had a section that was safe that they could work in because we were just so tight on space and we needed that in that block of time. However, for years, Rich Steiger in his CIP has always said, look, this building needs an absolute overhaul or it is a tear down. And if we want to overhaul it, these are the areas, whether it was the entire plumbing system, it was the HVAC system. Absolutely every system in that building needs to be replaced, which then starts, when those dollars add up, you end up just saying, this is a tear down. And we worked with county administration and for years have said, look, we have it in future years if we ever want to use this building, but Rich and his team in that district will go in there every month or so just to make sure we don't have a water leak. We don't have something that's caused extreme damage and deterioration in that building. But Commissioner, we have not put really any maintenance dollars in there because we haven't used it and we are not certain of the directional use of that
Correct. And
building.
I just wanted to echo, that's not an example of just neglect or anything. That was a conscious understanding of there needs to be a future decision about making investment in that building or tearing it down. And quite frankly, through some assessments.
Byron, I'm not worried about the building. I'm worried about real estate that we own and not being kept up.
But I'm saying that is the
Yeah.
one that we knew the situation. That is not reflective at all of our countywide assets, our real estate building. Workley Center was a very unique and specific set of circumstances that, quite frankly, I think even before for years, kind of on the brink of making a decision of, quite frankly, a tear down.
I understand. No, because I read
But that
Mayor
is the
Jacobs'
one
report from
isolated
2015,
situation.
and it was quite expensive 10 years ago. And it was interesting because the city of Orlando was saying it was a $2 million fix. And you all, 10 years ago, had a much more comprehensive report. So it's just, to me, it's not about a certain building. Those are just the only circumstances that I have interacted with.
Sure.
And I just think it's very important, when we talk about dollars, when we talk about the future, if we have to sell off our property or anything because we have to overcome financial issues, is that we have a prime property to sell off or to lease out, or, if a constitutional officer wants to move in there to save money and, and so forth. So it's just about real estate is only as good as well as you keep it, and so that was where I was heading on that. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, do we have any other commissioners, any questions on this item? Commissioner Scott?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have, I guess, an ETA and an overall goal of the space utilization? Like, I know that you all have been working on that for several months, over a year, and you've had multiple revisions to that agreement. And a lot of that is like, hey, do we need to pay for this lease building or not? Should we bring this in-house or even build a tower out here? I know that's prior to this current board. And so I'm just, my question would be, when can we expect to get a more comprehensive update on that and where are we going with that?
Certainly, Commissioner. We had worked on that, and as you even identified, we went through several iterations on the space study with the consultant, and ultimately we're tasked with working with our fiscal group. That would include not only OMB, but Stephanie Taub of the overseeing all the bonding and financial services in the county. And when we really looked at the countywide space study, many of the options were, there was a lot of capital input that were needed, no matter what option we looked at. And so last fall, county administration ultimately said, let's put a pause on this for right now. We're dealing with just several different types of capital projects. Let's see how, as we work into the budget process, what our funding model looks like. But ultimately, Commissioner, we did kind of pause on it overall based on just the funding that would be involved with the step process of potentially doing anything with some of those options.
When did the pause occur? Pause it so that we're not moving forward with the space? It's on hold?
It was about November that we talked about that.
The deal is the pause, the work was done. It's the financial piece. And so what we try to look for is where's that break-even point when you took all the lease space and what's being spent on the lease space, did it cover the cost of building new? And as we were going through it and also now facing the financial uncertainties and challenges, it just became more so a matter of It's a financial decision, but we had to do it kind of that early in the conversation, kind of the prioritization of it. But the bulk of the work has been done. There are some great options for consideration. It really is going to be based upon kind of that cash flow. And that was the purpose of actually engaging financial advisors and others as we were looking at all possible options for covering the cost of building versus in owning our space versus the lease space.
What, did you brief me on that and I forgot it, or?
Sorry?
So she said that you guys stopped in November. Was that brief to us? And I forgot.
I mean, that had been, that from beginning, that been, if Ann had been keeping you all aware of it, but that has not been something we brought to the board. We never brought that to the board. That's just been an analysis, the type of space analysis that we do in real estate analysis, but certainly, and more than happy to come and let you know where we are,
I would appreciate that. Just along this same line, but just kind of from a operational awareness perspective, you have the mayor and the county administration that lead the day-to-day operations, and then we come in with policy and budget. But policy and budget is informed by those operations, and a lot of times, at least for me, I'll be in a meeting, community meeting, something will have occurred that wasn't brought to me, and then I'm having to come back and find that information. The Capital Projects Division does a great job with the green sheets and kind of, giving a highlight of a project, and then you can ask for different questions. I'm working with PEDS for a monthly dashboard, and Children and Family Services, they do a spreadsheet. And so and when we talk about efficiencies, I would love to see not just your department, but all departments provide monthly updates to some degree so that we're not off guard, but it saves us from having to go and track down information that might be germane to something we're trying to do or germane to an inquiry by a community organization or an HOA. And it saves people's time, because sometimes with CFS, they'll send me, let's say they send me 3 different spreadsheets. None of them I need a meeting because I've read it, I've done my own, as opposed to a 30-minute, 40-minute, hour briefing. And so that would be an opportunity, I think, that would make it easier for us. And so we're not sending emails to you or calls to you because you've proactively provided that information to me. And given the amount of money that has been spent and the changes to that particular project, I would think that it would have been an intentional effort to let each commissioner know, hey, we're pausing this is why, we'll circle back second, third quarter, whatever. The other thing is, so with the contract management software, you said I think it was RPA, are you gonna do like an RFP specifically? Is there a specific software that could incorporate the contract management piece and the financial piece? Because I think we have our Advantage system, right? But I know there are other technologies like Workday. And so when you talk about using technology to do different efficiencies, are you able to have you been able to maybe pilot little programs, so that let you test something out for a project, for a task? Has that ever been something that you looked at?
Well, I think overall, when you're talking about contract management software, procurement has their e-procurement software, and that's what I was talking about. And just like most softwares, they have different modules that slowly but surely, you kind of want to take your time and install one thing and see how it goes. And can it work with Advantage? Because of course that financial piece is always important to be linked. So I wouldn't say we technically test a lot of things. There are some small things, as I mentioned in fleet management, the vehicle telematics solution, that's like the little thing that we're installing. There's things like that we'll give a good run at that, because that doesn't have a lot of large capital. Like, we can just do that on a little pilot program to see if it really does work, the vehicle telematics, so that we're not checking meter readings, or it really actually does help work with the engine because it's installed in the car to give us any data on any issues with a vehicle, so that it just is like, gee, let's check that. We've got a little red mark from vehicle telematics. But overall, the software that we do use, in whether it's eBuilder in capital projects, the e-procurement, of course, Faster, many of the things that we've procured, those are things that we either use through state contract if we don't have to go through the RFP process, But they're usually things that are large capital type items, especially like Origo, that takes several years to try and implement, and that wouldn't be something that we would technically want to pilot. We would really want to get something moving so that we can work with ISS and get it installed.
Okay. So I have two things, quick things, a final thought and a request. The final thought, and I'm trying to phrase this in a way that doesn't like throw someone under the bus, kind of like what Commissioner Uribe was talking about when we talk about like the maintenance of buildings and how we look at buildings. Eyes up and down, and I'm just saying from my experience, like if you go into the lobby and you look around, you'll see something that we can do different and better. And so I would say that with, because I don't want, again, I'm not trying to be critical of someone, but if we're investing either through staff or through a contract, we should also be making sure that we're holding folks accountable to the things that we're paying them to do. And so there's an example, if you go out into this atrium area and you look up and to the left and probably to the right, but I just noticed it yesterday, that would kind of underscore what Commissioner Uribe was talking about, is like, how do we maintain our buildings from the outside to the inside? And then the request, I would love to request the Fleet Management Division to check with each one of my colleagues here. I know we, from time to time, will go to different events, you know, in the city, out of the city, in Tallahassee as an example. And in that, let's just say if we are all in Tallahassee, 9 times out of 10, one or more of us are going to have to go through a rental car facility because the vehicles that we're able to use aren't available. And so I would love to talk with Fleet Management to figure out like the usage, especially now that we're going to add 2 more commissioners, knowing that there have been times where I needed a vehicle. And just as an example for me, if I go to a community meeting and they're complaining about something, and so usually signs or trash, I'm renting a truck within a week to do it myself, because I know that they're going to continue to call and text. Sometimes solid waste, just the nature of their operation being contract, they can't get it resolved enough, and it's been there for a while, and it was just brought to my attention. But that doesn't always result from a functional standpoint, knowing how Fleet Management plans out their vehicle, someone has it or whatever. So I'll rent a truck, which is fine. And so talking with each one of us to figure out our current and future needs as it relates to vehicle usage, so that if we need a truck or a van or we have an activity, that you're able to meet it where we don't necessarily have to go through the state contract, which is AVIS. But I'm good, Mayor, and thank you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any others at this point, so we'll move forward to fire rescue. All right, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor.
First time presenting as the fire chief.
This is, what a treat.
He's all decked out in his formal uniform today.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So again, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, and Administrator Brooks. It is my privilege to present to you this morning the Fire Department's fiscal year 25-26 budget. Throughout this morning's presentation, I will highlight several key topics. I will begin with an overview of the department's organizational leadership structure. Then I will briefly recap a major policy decision by this board last year that impacted the fire millage rate. Following that, I will review the proposed budget and outline my plan to implement operational efficiencies that will secure that we meet the board's expectations for fire and EMS service delivery. I will also discuss the department's capital improvement program and present the proposed adjustments to our fire inspections, EMS, and special events service fees. Finally, I will summarize the highlights of our budget proposal, which will best position our department to fulfill its commitments to this board and to this community. Currently, we provide all hazards fire department services from 45 strategically located community fire stations throughout unincorporated Orange County. Last year, your fire department responded to nearly 140,000 calls for service, which resulted in approximately 80,000 medical transports. We are proud to offer world-class emergency services through our dedicated workforce of 1,644 professionals who are committed to public safety. Our department is a multi-accredited organization holding accreditations in emergency dispatch, emergency management, and fire department operations. We have also successfully validated ourselves as an ISO Property Protection Class 1 fire department. All of these achievements ensure that we can provide a positive experience for our residents, our businesses, and visitors. Moving forward with the organizational chart. Fire Rescue consists of 6 divisions that report directly to the Office of the Fire Chief. I am fortunate to have a dedicated and capable team that assists me daily in fulfilling the responsibilities of this department. Assisting me in my office are Deputy Fire Chief Mike Vida, who oversees our operations and training branch, and John Westmoreland, who serves as my acting Deputy Fire Chief of Administration with oversight of several of our divisions. My divisional senior command staff includes Chief Martis Mack, responsible for operations, Chief Kimberly Buffkin, responsible for planning and technical services, Chief Kimberly Stewart Haran, who oversees our communications division, and although vacant at the moment, I have Battalion Chief Dupree Smith, who is currently managing our logistics division. Additionally, Chief Laura Lee Avery oversees our Office of Emergency Management, and Alex Morales is responsible for our Fiscal and Operational Support Division. I added this slide to my presentation, number one, to express my appreciation for your leadership decision regarding a significant funding adjustment made by this board for the fire department. Just last year, the fire department presented 5 longstanding funding challenges to this board that have plagued the department for many years. The outcome of that presentation led to an historic policy decision by this board to adjust the fire millage rate by 0.6, increasing it from 2.2437 to 2.8437, so that we can begin addressing some of those areas of concerns. Throughout that presentation, we also committed to being good stewards of your trust and to developing a roadmap to address those needs. Today, I am pleased to report to this board that we have a plan in place to deliver on all of those priorities. In recognition of our dedicated first responders, your approval of the millage adjustment has enabled us to offer substantial wage increases leading up to 35% to base wages and 23% increase to paramedic certification over the 3-year contract for our firefighters, our fire inspectors, as well as similar increases for our 911 dispatchers. While at the moment we are still in negotiations, I am confident that we will soon secure a well-deserved contract for the men and women of this department who serve our community with distinction. I also want to highlight that the additional funding has allowed us to move forward with our plans to construct new fire stations in areas with prolonged response times. We currently need to build at least 4 new fire stations to address growth in our county. With this funding in place, we now have a plan to gradually meet those needs. We also have planned projects to modernize or replace aging fire stations that have created challenges for our department in providing adequate accommodations for our firefighters due to station age and design. Currently, we have a multi-million-dollar need to rebuild or significantly renovate these spaces. With this funding proposal, we now have a multi-year plan to address these much-needed improvements. Another area that next year's budget will address is the continuation of a sustainable funding source to replace our aging emergency vehicles, which in turn offer greater reliability for our response fleet when responding to 911 emergencies. Finally, our proposed budget enables us to present these projects while maintaining a reliable reserve budget that can sustain the fire department operations in the event of an unexpected but highly probable expense, such as response and recovery efforts throughout a major disaster. Moving forward, we will review our proposed fiscal 25-26 budget. However, before presenting our proposed budget, I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you to this board and express my highest level of appreciation for your continued support of public safety. Your actions have made a vision of a much-needed state-of-the-art training center for our fire department a reality. Just a few weeks ago, we all celebrated the grand opening of our training center, marking a significant milestone in our department's history. Today, our firefighters are receiving top-quality training that equips them to handle the complexities that all hazardous fire departments must prepare for. In turn, we are ensuring a safer community that could trust in the capabilities of its fire department. While with the opening of this training center, we are also excited to launch our own in-house Firefighter Minimum Standards Academy this fall. This initiative, which I like to term reinvesting back in our community, will enable us to hire local residents and offer them inspiring careers in firefighting, fire inspections, as well as 911 dispatchers. This is a true measure of efficiency as we find meaningful ways to positively impact our community with both excellent public safety services as well as employment opportunities. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26 allocates $288 million for personnel services, which includes a request for 36 new positions. These positions will support initiatives in our operations division with programs like our in-house minimum fire standard program, which we just discussed, leading to a total workforce of 1,680. Our operating budget is proposed at $108.9 million, which will fund various initiatives, including the replacement of emergency vehicles, the acquisition of life safety equipment, and improvements to our fire stations. The total budget of $397.7 million represents a $39.3 million increase from the previous year. Next, I will highlight some of our staffing changes. A total of 36 new positions are being requested to enhance field operations, logistics, and administrative support positions. The first 24 positions are operational positions required to support service delivery along the I-Drive corridor. With the addition of the new Epic Universal property, we anticipate an increase in service demand throughout the I-Drive area. It is important to note that while we are adding these full-time equivalents, the Epic Universal property will help offset those costs by applying the fire department's MSTU rate to their property valuation. The next 7 positions are assigned to our logistics division. These positions will provide technicians to support the 24/7 operations of our fire stations and the new training center. Additionally, these added positions will assist the department in managing its regulatory requirements for overseeing firefighter life safety equipment. Lastly, the requested administrative positions are necessary to transition uniformed personnel back to field operations and assign civilian staff to complete those necessary and important tasks. We will now move forward to the next segment, which is the fire department's operating budget efficiencies. Next year, our operating budget will allow the department to invest in life safety equipment for all of our firefighters. Many people may not realize that our fire department is responsible for the maintenance and replacement of over 800 pieces of ballistic equipment. In fact, that number of ballistic equipment often exceeds the total inventory of most law enforcement agencies. This investment is critical as our department adopts industry best standards for responding to hostile environments. It enables our firefighters to enter and extract victims from a mass shooting incident under the protection of law enforcement, ultimately increasing the likelihood of survival for those affected. Following the recommendations of the National Institute of Justice Performance Standards, ballistic equipment is retired and replaced every 5 years. Another key area of focus for our operating budget is prioritizing the safety of our workforce by planning for the purchase and replacement of personal protective equipment, specifically structural firefighting gear. Recent research has shown that this gear contains PFAS, which is a forever chemical that is linked to cancer and other health issues. The fire industry's current recommendation is to limit the use of this equipment unless absolutely necessary, until a safer alternative is identified. In response, over the past 2 years, Orange County Fire Rescue has been working closely with its vendors to field test alternative solutions. Currently, promising advancements are emerging for next-generation protective equipment, and Orange County is prepared to lead this initiative by allocating funding for the initial purchase of this new gear as it becomes available. I am pleased to inform this board that next year's budget will also allow us to fund our replacement plan for aging emergency vehicles. This plan will enhance reliability, minimize downtime, and improve operational efficiencies, ensuring that our firefighters have the necessary equipment to serve the community safely and effectively. With next year's funding, the department will purchase 26 new replacement emergency response vehicles, ranging from fire suppression to medical transport units. We are also very excited to announce an initiative next year that reflects our commitment to innovation. We are participating and partnering with a virtual reality company. This collaboration involves a helmet-mounted system that integrates advanced thermal detection technology. This system will enhance how firefighters navigate and coordinate in challenging environments where visibility is limited. It will help our firefighters locate victims more quickly, as well as enhance firefighter safety. We are at the forefront of this technology, which has the potential to revolutionize the fire service. Over the next 3 years, we will pilot 16 units to help refine the final design and functionality of this tool for both Orange County and the global fire community. Now, this is what I call a clear example of your fire department leading from the front. Mayor and Commissioners, as you can see in the images on this slide, these events highlight some of our most impactful community-first educational moments. As a community-centric fire department, we are committed not only to responding to 911 emergencies, but also to build strong connections within our community through a range of services. These community educational services include, only to name a few, home safety visits, smoke alarm installations, business fire drills, car seat installation, early childhood and fire safety visits, senior fire safety and fall prevention, teen distracted driver, hands-only CPR, and stop the bleed. Mayor and Commissioner, we look forward to collaborating with your offices to highlight these community events. Also, please keep us updated on events that you sponsor so that we can participate in and support your initiatives as well. Moving forward, we will go over our capital improvement program proposal. For the upcoming budget year, we are proposing an additional $29.2 million to enhance the department's capital improvement projects. This funding is essential for maintaining over 50 fire facilities, primarily 24-hour emergency response centers, which require ongoing maintenance and repairs. Additionally, it would enable us to focus on initiatives such as land acquisition, station design, the construction of new fire stations, and the rebuilding of aging fire stations. A critical project that we are committed to seeing through is combating employee vehicle and property theft. Next year, we have allocated funding to help address property crimes at our fire stations. This phenomenon is not unique to Orange County. fire stations have increasingly become vulnerable targets nationwide. Firefighters are often away responding to community emergencies, which puts these stations at a higher risk for property crimes. To enhance security, our logistics division has initiated a project to install security fencing, cameras, and improved lighting at various stations. The goal is to bolster security at all of our fire stations over the next few years. Funding for next year will also support another priority of this fire department, which is improving infrastructure conditions at all of our fire stations. These improvements are necessary to create adequate work accommodations for all of our employees. In the early years, fire stations were predominantly designed for male firefighters, featuring common sleeping areas and restrooms. Today, Orange County Fire Rescue is proud to hire both men and women as we advance and lead diversity in our profession. With those efforts comes the responsibility to ensure we have adequate accommodations for our workforce. With this budget, we are focused on renovating these work areas from communal spaces to single-occupant facilities, ensuring that privacy is respected. We also are outfitting dedicated spaces to install nursing lactation pods at selected fire stations, designed to create a private space for our female firefighters. Lastly, since we operate facilities 24/7, it is essential to replace aging kitchens with more durable materials. Other necessary improvements at all of our sites will include painting, replacing roofs, upgrading HVAC systems, and installing new generators. I am pleased to confirm to this board that our CIP funding will allow us to implement a plan to address these improvements, which will directly benefit our firefighters. We are also pleased to announce the opening of Permanent Fire Station 32 in the first quarter of fiscal year 25-26 in the southwest portion of the county, District Commission 1. After nearly 20 years at a public shopping center, this new fire station will provide a permanent and proper facility along Hartzog Road. The station will be equipped with an advanced life support engine and a medical transport unit. It would also house a marine asset for quick response to water emergencies. Another project that is well on its way is new Fire Station 31. This project is set to start construction in the second quarter of next fiscal year at its new location on Dr. Phillips and Banyan Boulevard in District Commission 1. This station will replace the current Fire Station 31, which has been on leased land from Dr. Phillips Foundation for nearly 50 years. We purchased the land from the foundation last year and are eager to move forward with construction. Next year, we will invest an additional $7.5 million to support the construction of this much-needed fire station. We are equally excited to announce the upcoming groundbreaking of new Fire Station 48 at Avalon and Lake Ingram Road, expected in the second quarter of the next fiscal year. Currently, we operate out of our temporary Fire Station 48 from a double-wide manufactured unit co-located on the grounds of Orlando Health Hospital in Horizons West in District Commission 1. The new permanent station will improve firefighter accommodation and enhance service reliability throughout hurricane season for that community. Next year, we've added an additional $1 million to the existing CIP to assist with vertical construction costs for this project. I'm also pleased to announce the upcoming groundbreaking of new service Fire Station 78 in the Wyndham Lake community of Orange County in District Commission 4. That much-needed fire station will enhance response time for the southeastern part of the county. We currently are finalizing a design for a 3-bay station and plan to break ground in the third quarter of the new fiscal year. In preparation to start this project, we've secured an additional $6 million to start construction for this new service fire station. As the fire department prepares for current and future service delivery, land banking is an essential strategy for our mid to long-term planning. It ensures that our service align with community development to meet service expectations. Next year, we plan to acquire land for the future growth of Fire Station 49, which is located in the developing area of Horizons West in District Commission 1. We have allocated $2 million for the land purchase and the initiation of the design phase for a permanent fire station next year, with construction planned for the subsequent years. Mayor and Commissioners, as a general statement, building a new fire station has a significant impact on the entire network of our county fire stations. Each time that we plan a new station, it enhances our overall capacity. Ultimately, constructing a new station in one area of the county creates a positive ripple effect, benefiting all districts throughout the county by reducing overall travel time to 911 emergencies. Next fiscal year, although we are still finalizing the details, the fire department may have a unique opportunity to secure land for the future permanent building of Fire Station 57 in District Commission 6. The current fire station on International Drive has served our community well, but it has several infrastructure limitations. Over a decade ago, we leased a site from the convention center and renovated an old Bob Evans restaurant, which was initially a temporary solution. Fast forward to the present, we now have the opportunity to purchase land and develop plans for a new fire station in the near future, which will serve both the residents and the millions of tourists that visit the I-Drive area. As we all are aware, land on I-Drive is scarce and expensive. So in preparation, we have programmed up to $5 million to support this promising transaction. Fire Station 73 is our oldest fire station, predating Orange County Fire Rescue and originally serving the Taft community as one of the 14 districts that consolidated in 1981. Built when fire service delivery was different from what it is today, the station lacks the capacity needed for today's all-hazards fire department services. Although the accommodations have been less than desirable, our dedicated firefighters have never complained. And thanks to the recent millage adjustment by this board, we are now in the position to look for land and rebuild in the very near future a more modern fire station that would accommodate our firefighters and serve as a symbol of pride for the Taft community within District Commission 3. Lastly, Mayor and Commissioners, over the years, our department has faced challenges in maintaining an appropriate location for staging our reserve fleet. Historically, we have housed our spare vehicles by parking them inside of fire stations, which have affected our ability to drive through the apparatus bay safely. In some cases, we've had to leave those vehicles outside, which also raises concerns about security risk. To address this gap, several years ago, we acquired a surplus parcel from Public Works located near Narcoossee Road and Old Goldenrod Road. As we move forward next year, we will initiate funding at $1 million for a multi-year capital improvement project to support the future design and construction of a secure staging facility. Now we will move forward and discuss the fire department's fees for service adjustments. Next year's budget includes an adjustment to service fees based on the latest consumer price index. This change will impact the fire department's service fees in the areas of the Office of the Fire Marshal, special events, and EMS transport fees. These adjustments are intended to reflect current market trends to ensure that our fees are aligned with the financial sustainability of providing those services. So in summary, as we look forward to the upcoming year, as the fire chief, I remain committed to upholding the department's responsibility to this board. Our financial commitments will be guided by several key priorities. Number one, enhancing workforce wages. I recognize that our personnel are our greatest assets, and we are committed to providing competitive wages and benefits that reflect their dedication and hard work. Number two, replacing aging fire trucks. Our fleet reliability is critical for rapid response. I will focus on replacing aging vehicles, ensuring that our firefighters have the best tools available to protect our community. Number 3, modernize and rebuild fire stations. I will continue our initiative to rebuild and replace aging fire stations, creating adequate accommodations that meet the needs of all of our firefighters. Number 4, planning for future growth. I will strategically plan for the future of fire stations to ensure that we meet the service expectations of this board and community. And number 5, maintain a reserve budget. I would establish an adequate reserve budget that enables this department to scale up services throughout times of community crisis. Mayor and commissioners, through these actions, this department will keep its commitment to this board and community. So in summary, our priority will remain on enhancing operational efficiencies while also preparing for service demand by embracing innovation that adapts to our industry while providing the most reliable services to our community. Mayor and Commissioners, with that concludes my presentation. I've assembled the senior team here for any follow-up questions that the board may have. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
All right, Chief, when I look at our fire department, when I travel other places, I look at their fire departments, and I was in Philadelphia over the weekend, and they had some fire stations that was 100+ years old, and I've been in New York. They got some really old fire stations, and they have some new ones as well. But when I put it into perspective, we live in a county where we have a relatively young fire department, only been around for 44 years or so, and we're privileged. You're privileged. Your staff, the men and women who are serving with you, they're privileged to have the resources that they currently do have. And I am committed, and I know our board is committed to help take our fire department to the next level. And because of resources, we're able to do that. So you are coming in as fire chief at a good time, where some of these aspirations and goals that you have can be realized. We have the blessing of funding. Still not enough. You're correct, we took a leap of faith last year during the budget cycle to increase the fire MSTU because we realize that public safety is the core function of government. And others are watching. We have corrections here. We'll have the sheriff coming in from a public safety perspective, and we as a board have prioritized public safety, not just by words, but by our actions. We have demonstrated that we're supporting you, but we're supporting all of our county employees, and we have endeavored to make sure that the rates of pay has increased. We still have to balance the budget, and you have to balance the budget, and all of those senior staff members that I see sitting out here with you, my expectation is that you're all going to help the fire chief spend the money in the most efficient and effective way possible, and that you will indeed keep people safe, save lives in this community. So thank you for your service. All right, we'll open it up to other members of the board. Commissioner Wilson, quick draw over there, and then Commissioner Michael Scott, and then Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
I second everything he said, ditto. I love that from yesterday, ditto. And I want to especially just a little bit encourage my colleagues who haven't taken full advantage, having your team come out to do those community engagement events. Honestly, it is a steel shower every single time. So proud. Everybody who comes says, I didn't know that Orange County had that. I didn't know Orange County did that. And so it really allows us to give people an understanding of where their tax dollars go. Sure. And what we are providing for on the nights that their smoke alarm doesn't go off. It doesn't mean we don't have people working 24/7 close enough to get to them. So it's really cool that when we get to those community engagements, it's not an emergency, but we get to talk about emergency situations. So it's just a huge value. I did want to, and I know this because we've been able to work together over these last several years. And in fact, I think, I always go back to that meeting that we had out in Waterley, close to where one of these upcoming stations will be going online and is in the building phases. And I think a lot of people didn't realize the challenges that those two different stations had out there, that one is working currently in a double wide and the other one is in a strip mall, and how they operate and what it'll mean, I think, for them to see these CIP projects through.
Absolutely, and thank you for those kind words, Commissioner. We pride ourselves in being part of the fabric of the community, so we invite those opportunities. As it relates to the two stations, that is the balance. As we came forward with long-standing challenges, funding challenges, to make those projects a reality, we're in a different space today because of the actions of this board. There is a responsible way to move forward all 5 of those categories, funding categories that we just discussed. So I'm excited about the future. It looks bright.
It amazed me when I finally kind of understood a little bit about what was being done to cover all that land out there with the new development. And we hear all the time in every division, well, how could you have let people move in without contemplating, the infrastructure needs? And I point directly to the flexibility and adaptability of our fire rescue department. So I'm very proud of the work that's being done across the county. I also wanted to ask very briefly, I was glad to see the inclusion of some of the security measures. It's an unfortunate place that we are, that, our heroes are sometimes considered, vulnerable, especially when they're in a 24-hour shift, they're out in an emergency, and it leaves the station open, sometimes their own personal vehicles. And we did have an incident over a year ago now, I think, out at one of the fire stations in my district. So to see those security measures put into place, is there a possibility of actually even notifying people who come on site, like this is all being monitored, secure? Because I think, sadly, criminals see the fire trucks leaving and think, oh, perfect time to break into these cars. And so notification of, of the security measures may be a good enforcement tool, and I would be supportive, and thank you for thinking about all those levels of safety for our personnel.
That's a key priority, and we do collaborate quite a bit with public safety, with the Sheriff's Department for best practices. So we have immediate solutions and then mid to long-term solutions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Michael Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, Deputy Chiefs, Division Chiefs. I appreciate all you all for the work you've done, not only on this budget, but just in protecting folks. I think the happiest time for those in our communities when y'all show up with the fire truck and the kids get to go on and see it. Like y'all a hot commodity. It's hard to get you, but when they get you there, you guys are there, and the kids are really happy. So appreciate you for the community engagement that you do. Chief, you mentioned about the in-house fire academy, fire standards. Can you expand on that a little bit more in terms of like the timeline and maybe the size of the class?
Sure. So the training center is going to serve the purpose for our incumbent regulatory mandatory training that we have for our incumbent firefighters. But it also allows us to have a very unique opportunity, and it is to provide minimum fire standards. What that means is that we have the opportunity as we move forward to source career opportunities within our community. So we hire someone, we pay them a salary, we pay them the educational value of going through a minimum of an EMT position and then minimum fire standards, and then we onboard them as certified firefighters. We are so excited with the opening of the new training center that the first program, or the start of the first class, is projected to start in fall of this year, our first fire minimum standards class.
So in lieu of going to a Valencia College or a Mid-Florida Tech or some other place, they can get it in-house, but it doesn't necessarily end our partnership with those other providers. It just changes the dynamic where we would do it in-house and do maybe some continuing education with the other third parties.
It only bolsters it. We still have a very strong commitment with Valencia. Matter of fact, we would collab with them at our training center, so they have a presence there. Now, clearly, the opportunity for us is the market share of certified firefighters required for Central Florida wasn't sufficient. So this was a solution to address that gap. So not only will rely on Valencia to continue to produce upwards of 150 firefighters for the region, but then we also have the ability to augment those numbers to ensure that a large county like Orange County, that our needs are being met in a timely fashion.
Okay, and then I guess my last question would be, so obviously someone wanting to make a career change may have the desire and the will to do it, but not necessarily the finances. So like, has there been any thoughts about, I have my job, I don't want to leave my job, but I want to be a firefighter? Has there ever been a discussion about like a night academy?
Those are all great opportunities that present themselves. We've talked about everything from not only hiring them as a recruit, meaning that they're fully employed with us. We've even considered what the future looks like, perhaps through a scholarship opportunity, where you will pay for your education and then a commitment to come to work with us at the end. So all of those are wonderful opportunities that have been market tested. And as we now look forward to working with our own resources, those are all great opportunities as we lean into the future.
Chief, are you aware of any other fire departments in the state that have their own fire standards, or do you know? Are we the first or one of the?
I am not aware. We are trailblazers on this one. And again, this is why I like to term it reinvesting back in our community. So.
Okay. So I have a request. As you start to go down this path of running a fire standard school in-house, and you meet with individuals and you ask for funding or grants like that, do some temperature checks about corrections, because I think we would love to see a corrections in-house training facility sometime in the future. So, but thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Commissioner, just as a follow-up to that, there are some departments that working through Valencia, they have their kind of unique, so they'll send 25 students through Valencia.
Mm-hmm.
But in the composition of us, meaning Orange County providing the instructors, we're coordinating directly with the state. That relationship is the one that I mentioned, that it is new to our industry within our region.
Right. Awesome. Well,
Thank
look
you.
forward to hearing more about it. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, we got corrections coming up. They're not, hey, they've done pretty well also, with their facilities and everything. But all right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I didn't know you guys bring like a truck and everything, because what I thought you were talking about, a couple weeks ago, we did a food distribution in Bithlo, and you had a whole team of firemen that showed up just to volunteer, just to participate in a community event. And that made people really excited to have them there. So I thought you were just talking about the free volunteer hours they were giving. I didn't know about the truck. That's super exciting.
So we bring trucks out to community events at your request to be on display. Those units clearly have to remain in service. So as they get calls, they may have to depart from that event.
Nice. Yeah. That's so exciting.
Yes.
Does your, in relation to your personnel line item, did that include well, I heard you say during the presentation that you haven't reached a contract agreement yet. So that personnel number there doesn't include any of that, of the negotiated wage, the effort towards a negotiated wage increase, right?
So our budget is presented on what has been presented at the negotiation table. So it does factor in the monetary value, if that's the question.
Yeah, good.
Yes, it's factored in.
Good. And then, Mayor, not right now, but I'm hoping we can get a board update maybe on the stance of the contract and ongoing. It's been a while. I know in the very beginning when I got here, we had that opportunity to all sit down. Maybe we can soon get a meeting just to be brought up to speed, because this is now a long time, and the implications are for labor union contracts is like, and I know it was headed towards an impasse, but at some point, that's a long way out then that we're operating without that contract. So maybe it's just time for an update.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I thought the county administrator recently provided you all with a written update on the contract negotiations. And, we're still in that process, given the direction that the board gave to the chief and the negotiations team. We've stayed the course. We do believe that the wage increases that we have proposed, they're historical at this point, and well within the confines of the chief being able to balance the budget and to recruit in a competitive environment. The chief, certainly, if you want to provide any other update now
Sure.
to the
Well,
board, you can.
Mayor, because of where we are,
Yeah.
we have to be somewhat careful about what is discussed in this setting with respect to the labor negotiations.
Yes, absolutely. Clearly, we take the opportunity to connect with the commissioners and give them a briefing of where we are at with negotiations.
Byron, is it possible to get one of the group meetings that we had, like the round table?
Well, that would be, are you talking about the closed session? That's an
Yes.
executive session. That would be,
Yes,
that would be the
what-
mayor's, that would be the mayor's decision on that.
Okay.
We're close, you know. We'll take all that into consideration, what you just said, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Moore.
Hey, Chief. So, I think that everyone knows I enjoy hanging out at fire stations, and FYI, you all should just do drop-ins. They really love that. It's so funny because it's like when somebody rings the doorbell at your house and all your kids want to know who's there, they all come to the front door, which is so fun, and they're like, aren't you her? And I'm like, yeah, it's me. So it's a good time. And I did want to take this moment to commend, I know for my stations, incredible team, and I have had the pleasure of food drives to, I know it's a union when they cook food for us and things like that, but the level of service is amazing. And I think this year I'm probably, not only are the fire trucks awesome, I've got so many photos of my son driving, pretend driving.
Right. A future driver.
Yeah, I have said that. I said, I keep trying to push him that way, and I want my daughter to marry one, so we want to do something there. But I do want to go ahead and just say the open houses are great. Just the level of service and engagement that your firemen do, you have to hear the great side. When we do have events, they're all hands-on. I know we don't have the sheriff's office here, but the sheriff's office and firefighters are always hand-on. They don't stand on the side. They actually get engaged and they talk to people. And I really do. I want to echo. I really hope we can get them where they need to be because they're amazing. I shared my story at Chief Fitzgerald's retirement, and they're just phenomenal, and they always step up. And the only thing I want to say, and when we did this last year and there was that increase, I had a lot of people in my district, particularly in the municipalities that pay more because they don't have their own fire station, complain to me. And I was really, really upset because they're like, firefighters, all they do is hang out at their station and go to Publix. And there's this idea of, well, we don't have as many fires, and it was city leadership. And people don't understand the car accidents, the strokes, the this, the that. I have, because I take Orange Blossom Trail, how many times there's a fire truck off of 42nd, off of all of that, tending to a pedestrian that's been there. And while we do know you guys are amazing at fires, and I'll never forget, there was a fire in my district off of Chipola, and the guys were coming down Oak Ridge Road, and they saw it and stopped because there was a communication issue with 911, and they stopped. They could have kept going. They didn't have a call, and they stopped because they saw something. And so I really wish we would tell that story a little bit more because even when you watch kids shows, it's always like the fire, but there's so much more than the fire. The fire and the cat up the tree, and it's so much more than the cat up the tree and the fire, because anybody who's ever around, there's nothing like having an accident, and that's who you look up and you see as a fireman. And we recently had a pedestrian death last week, and it was your team. They weren't Station 51. They were the other one on the other side of I-4 that were there, full-blown at noon in the sun, geared up, trying to save someone's life, unfortunately. So I want to commend that, and I do echo, because you have some of the best men and women that serve this county, and we're lucky, and we want to keep them all.
Yes.
And we want to become the place that everybody wants to come to, because I know that this community loves their fire department. And it's so funny because Taft, they feel like they own the firemen at that fire station. They're very, very protective. And, but they're amazing, and everyone's great. And by the way, FYI, if you ever have food, they all like to eat, and they never turn down food. So, which is all amazing, too. Those guys, they keep eating and eating and eating.
Well, Commissioner, let me also echo those sentiments. I'm extremely proud of the men and women of this department. I believe we have the finest fire department throughout the nation, and dare I say the globe. I will say that, the composition of the fire department and the quality of calls that they go to has been completely, the composition looks different than what it was 100 years ago. One of the best attributes that the fire department has is that we're adaptable, and we are responding to emergencies today that were not even thought of in the fire industry, not even 10, 15 years ago. Good example would be the ballistic equipment that we issue along, in essence, we give them structural firefighting gear and ballistic equipment. So we are adaptive and we are changing in order to meet the demands of the community. I will tell you that not all fire departments are created equal. We are truly an all-hazards fire department, and we are diverse in the level of services that we provide. So,
By the way, the city claims that the city of Orlando, I was at a function recently, and they claimed their new chief, who's an awesome guy, too, so I don't want to, I'm not, pushing anyone down. But
what is the adage, words versus
actually,
actions?
Chief and I were there together, and we were like, not factual. We were both upset, but we didn't want to mess up the American Red Cross
There we go.
Gala that morning, so, because we were ready to go to fight to defend our fires.
Thank you so
our
much for your
firefighters.
support, Commissioner.
Yes.
Commissioner Uribe, we have these corrections people here, and they listen to you, so when you say, your son might want to be a firefighter, you might want to say, or corrections officer, or your daughter is going to marry a firefighter, or maybe
Actually, I went to high
corrections
school with
officer.
too many correction officers, so we're not going to have that happen.
So, okay. All right. Commissioner Moore.
Chief, you may have already thought of this, but I'm always very impressed with what utilities did with their program at University High School to create a pipeline of those high school students. And so now that you're out on that far east side with the training center, I didn't know, with Cypress Springs or Timber Creek or East River, if there might be some opportunities. You probably thought of it about trying to increase that pipeline of firefighters.
Yeah, we're taking it a step forward, Commissioner. We actually have an active program in concert with the high schools. East River is one of those schools. Freedom is the other one as well.
Freedom would be a good one.
Correct. In addition to that, we created a pipeline of career opportunities. We have EMT and paramedics single cert that becomes the pipeline to then become certified. It is a great diversity tool for us. It's one that we want to emphasize and continue. So we are very active and leaning forward in those opportunities that, again, recruit from our community and allow them a career path through within the fire service.
Well, Costco's helping you out because they had firefighter uniforms, and my grandson got one for one Halloween. So he was sleeping in it for the whole week. But anyway.
Thank
All
you.
right, well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Yeah, well, I cannot just pass and not say something.
No,
So
thank you.
I want to say thank you for the presentation and everything you all do. I mean, I am so proud of this, firefighters department, but more proud that you are Hispanic and now you are the chief. So thank you so much, and thank you, for now, for what you're going to do in the future.
Thank you for those kind
God
words
bless
and
you.
continued support, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right. With that, Chief, those are the final comments. Thank you for the presentation. We'll see you soon. So in terms of time, we're going to have corrections present, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and we're going to move health services. They'll be first up right after lunch. So if we got any team members here from health services, that's your situational awareness at this time. And Chief Quinones from Best Jail, the Best Jail, bestjail.com. All right.
All right. Well, good morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Good morning. It's good afternoon. Comptroller Diamond and County Administrator Brooks. We're here to talk about the Corrections FY26 budget. We'll start off with our organizational chart, followed by the proposed FY26 budget, operating budget efficiencies, capital improvement programs, and then the summary. So our organizational chart, as you can see, we have 7 divisions. All of them are there. I am happy to say that we now have filled all of the department division heads with permanent individuals. As you are aware, yesterday, we had Acting Major Martin, now is official. She got appointed yesterday, so congratulations to her on being part of this team. And then on the right-hand side, you see Correction Health Services. We work very close with them. I want to take this opportunity before I begin the actual presentation to say thank you to my executive team for all that you have done day in and day out to help me and as we move Orange County in the right way. So thank you guys very much. I say that publicly and from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys. The proposed FY26 budget, the corrections FY26 proposed operating budget is $217.5 million. It's broken up into 2 categories. The first one is the personnel service budget, which reflects a 21.5 increase, and that is mainly due to the union's salary increase. The union salary increased by 17% in FY25 as a mid-year adjustment and is increasing by 5% again the beginning of FY26. The proposed operating budget reflects a $1.1 million increase, and that's mainly due to the increase in miscellaneous operating supplies. This reflects a net change of $22.6 million, and our proposed FY26 budget is once again $217.5 million. This is an 11.6 increase compared to the FY25 adopted budget. We currently have 1,620 staff members. We are not seeking any additional positions. We continue to evaluate our staffing and look for areas where we could possibly do some reclassifications. We'll talk about our staffing numbers. So as of July 14th, 2025, we had 320 department vacancies, of which 213 are CO vacancies. That seems like a lot, but let me say, that is the lowest vacancy number we've had in years. And we continue to look at ways in which we could enhance our recruitment efforts. I will share with you that we recently filled a position that we had advertised numerous times, which is a social media platform, a social media coordinator. That individual has done leaps and bounds for us as we are now beginning to showcase through the social media platform what your true hidden heroes do inside the jail day in and day out. So I respectfully ask, if you are a follower of social media, please like our page, hit share, hit that like button. We need all the assistance we can possibly get to tell our story.
Chief, what is that page?
It's Orange County Corrections, sir. With that, our staffing levels still remain low, or excuse me, still remain high, and we need to look at ways on what we can do with the shift work and improving our environment. With the mandatory overtime, we've put in place a weekend overtime incentive that has helped out, and in April, the county provided a mid-cycle salary adjustment, as I mentioned earlier, of 17%. I will tell you that that has helped at the very start with the morale inside our organization. Individuals that were scheduled or looking forward to retiring, in passing, I heard them say, "Why would I leave now, Chief? Let me stay a little longer." So that's great. Our continued efforts are going to be there to fill those positions. With that, I have to say thank you to Mr. Banks, he stepped out, to Mr. Banks, to Mr. Brooks, and the mayor for providing that assistance to us to help provide our staff with a competitive wage, and to the board for approving that pay increase. So thank you guys very much. With that, our current academy class, we have 33 recruits. We started out with 33 recruits in there, and our September class, I just got informed, we're up to 32 and still have about 2 more weeks where we can fill additional individuals. That is the highest numbers that we have seen in over 6 years. So we still have a lot of work to do. We want to increase the success rate, and a couple of ways that we have done that already is instead of bringing the individuals to start the first day of the academy, we're bringing them 2 weeks in to what we call a pre-academy. And we teach them handgun techniques, study techniques, because those were the 2 areas where our success rate had fallen down. And then we continue to evaluate a future mentorship program to help increase the success of individuals passing through our academy. I will go very brief through this slide. You've seen this yesterday. It is a little different than the one you saw yesterday, only in that this goes from May 24 to May 25. What I will share with you, as I did yesterday, the immigration increase population is fluid. They're in and out within 72 hours. There are no major impacts to our operations, nor major impact to our monthly population trend. We'll now go to the operating budget efficiencies. The following slides will describe how corrections is building better through efficiency with utilizing enhanced processes and technology. So the first one you can see there is our recruitment initiative. We have got our hiring process from 4 months. We're able to do it now 4 weeks to 6 weeks. I have personally seen individuals that have started within that 4-week time frame. We're working with individuals that are already certified because we don't have to send them to the academy. So they're boots on the ground right away. We're working with them. We've been notified by some of them saying, hey, I can't make the interview this date because I'm working. What can we do? And we've made those changes, and we'll continue to make those changes because we know that there are individuals out there that are currently employed, but they're seeking to come to best jail, and that's what we're going to do to help them as much as possible. Utilizing our technology, what we're doing now is the Telestaff software, and that is an electronic staffing management tool that will help reduce the number of manual labor hours for our staff to staff the shift. That takes quite some time. We incorporate best practices so that we can provide the highest level of care, custody, and control and maintain our accreditations. This gives us the ability to operate effectively while minimizing waste and improving efficiencies. As you can see, there are many accreditations up there. The first one, the American Correctional Association. That is a national level association. And in our nation, we have approximately 3,500 jails. We are one of 102,000 jails who are accredited through the ACA. One of 9 agencies in the state that is accredited with ACA. The next one is the Florida Corrections Accreditation Commission. We hold an Excelsior status, and that means that we have completed 5 reaccreditation cycles, and we are only one of 24 county agencies that have that status in the state of Florida. We are one of only 4 counties that has that status and is also accredited by ACA. We are compliant with the Prison Rape Elimination Act and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. That is a medical component, and we have passed that as well, and we are only one of 28 county jails in the state of Florida that have that accreditation. We are not perfect, but we strive to be inspection ready every day. And for those reasons, I have to take this time out to say thank you to all of the men and women who work in Orange County Corrections for their continued efforts over the years in achieving these accomplishments. We could not have done it without them. Corrections embraces contractual services to reduce the cost of personnel services without jeopardizing security, safety, or performance. Our food service contract provides food service for our inmate population and our staff dining. Security guard contract provides services for our corrections main complex entrances and the Juvenile Assessment Center. And we utilize temporary staffing agencies to provide support for our Inmate Records Management Division and uniform supply. Our capital improvement program. The proposed FY26 capital improvement budget is $2.8 million. This includes $1.3 million of new funding requests and $1.5 million in previously allocated funding for existing projects. The proposed new CIP projects. First one is our padded cell renovation. We are requesting $300,000 for a total project cost of $1.6 million. We currently have 9 padded cells that we utilize for our inmate mental health population. You can see a photo on the right-hand side. What we're looking at doing is removing the padding material inside that cell, change out the doors where we have bigger windows so we can see them a lot better, and change the inside to make it more of a suicide prevention cell. Proposed existing CIP projects, the recreation yard and perimeter fencing. We are asking for an increase of $50,000 for a total project cost of $1 million. The perimeter fence and recreation yard updates are needed due to exposure to the elements and the normal wear and tear. And then the other one is the video visitation enclosure. We are asking for a $450,000 increase for a total project cost of $2.3 million. That will enclose and secure the current open-air waiting area at the visitation center. The proposed existing ongoing capital improvement projects, the BRC safety rails. We are asking for $500,000, which is the total project cost. We're looking at removing the chain link fence and replacing it with a new material and a new design. And then the uniform supply mailroom dock, we are asking for $30,000, which is the total project cost as well. And the renovations needed to be completed to resurface and level the dock area. Existing CIP projects, the Booking and Release Triage Center. We are asking for $1.5 million for a total project cost of $3.5 million. We're expanding the intake triage area, implementing new procedures to lower contraband coming into our jail. The existing CIPs contribute currently, and the future ones will contribute to building better through efficiencies, and I'll explain those rationales. Security upgrade, we're utilizing new technology to bring on new cameras, monitors, control panels, and doors. This will assist the corrections mission statement of operating a safe and secure facility for the staff and our inmate population. The campus Wi-Fi, that will provide medical opportunity to have real-time information about the inmate population and have their medical files at their exposure. The one on the right-hand side, that is for Commissioner Scott. It is the state-of-the-art training facility where we are seeking to provide state-of-the-art training to our staff by utilizing simulators to provide real-life scenarios, crisis intervention training, de-escalation techniques. It will provide us an opportunity to create a mock correctional environment where we can train utilizing housing units and hospital rooms in areas that we work, so that way we can provide the best type of training for our staff. This next slide is a slide that includes projects that are under administrative services and the corrections department. As you can see on the lower right-hand side, in the next 5 years, $250.2 million is going to Orange County Corrections to help maintain our 76-acre gated community. And it's broken down into 4 sections. The first one is building renovations and expansion. Once again, Commissioner Scott, $22.5 million is allocated to our training facility. The next is the security projects, and that has a $20.3 million over the next 5 years, of which 17.3 goes to enhancing our security systems throughout the jail. The next one is the campus facility maintenance. That's $157.3 million. And that goes to our HVAC repairs and replacement at $96.6 million. And then the last one, corrections other, you can see it's at $19.3 million, of which $10.5 million is dedicated to the jail management system. That's a software that will help keep our information on our inmate population and all the demographics for them, and just help us to track them a whole lot better. So in summary, we continue to enhance public safety through our capital improvement projects and the utilization of emerging technology. We maintain the highest level of care, custody, and control to all incarcerated individuals. And we further explore recruitment and retention initiatives. As you can see throughout the presentation, corrections is building better through efficiencies by utilizing the capital improvement projects and technology to enhance our level of public safety for the citizens in Orange County. Let me end by simply saying to the board, thank you very much for all of your continued support over the past years, the recent years, and looking forward to working collaboratively as we move forward into the coming years. Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you, Chief. Thank you for the wonderful job you're doing to manage that gated community that I would advise most people to stay out of unless you are invited to be there. And with that, we're going to go to Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Wilson, and then Commissioner Scott.
Hey, Chief, I know I made a big deal about fire, but I really want to thank you because during this entire process with ICE, which took a very different turn when we started going into 2025, you and your team have been so available. I want to thank Danny because you've been keeping us up to date, and I know we've pushed that line with trying to get answers to our constituents and to the calls, and you've always tried to do the right thing by us, and I think you have a little bit more gray hair than you did last year because of that. But I also want to say thank you to you and your team for coming out to our events. Most recently, you had 2 of your correction officers come to our youth event to teach teenagers as corrections as an option when they graduate high school. And then lastly, you yourself and people from your team have come to help us in food drives and community events. And that means a lot. I don't think you guys, I always say you're our quiet heroes that are hidden, but just know that this board is so appreciative of you, and congratulations on negotiating a really great contract for your team. Like I joked, I went to high school with too many of your team. So they are always happy to tell me things, even when I didn't ask, but it's normally good. So just know that you are respected a lot, and even your union folks, good people who really have a love for all the men and women that serve. So thank you very much, and good job, and may God be with you for the rest of this as we continue to go through this. But you've done it. I probably want to say that we have probably been the best jail across the state with as much transparency that's legally possible and sympathy. And I know that you have stood with someone and they have come to me to help find a loved one, and that is extraordinary. So thank you, Chief.
Thank you for those kind words.
Commissioner Wilson.
Ditto. So I was going to say, I don't have any questions. You know why? Because you provide information to us all the time. And that is that communication with our office, whether it's something coming down the pipeline and you think you might want to know this, or it's something that we sought out. There's the access, the availability of information, and to Commissioner Ebay's point, the compassion. And that is something that I think is oftentimes lacking from the conversation when people do consider careers or consider whatever is happening, is that is something that we're seeing from top to bottom within your division, and that comes from the top. That comes as a culture. So thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chiefs, Majors. I appreciate you all, managers. Chief, with the training facility, I know it's a little bit more involved with law enforcement in terms of the certification. So this would be to do more in-service training, not basic standards.
Right, but I would never set the bar too low, sir.
Okay.
This is primarily right now for our annual block training, but it's also an opportunity to bring other organizations, associations like the American Jail Association, the Florida Sheriff's Association, to come to that facility and have a training that has other agencies involved. So we're not going to set the bar low. We're going to set it very high.
And then with staffing, you talked about your efforts to go to different job fairs, and I think you guys have done some stuff outside of the county as well. Are you still utilizing, like I say, I've done 20, 30 years in corrections, and I retire, and I maybe want to come back, but not full-time. Are you still utilizing part-time positions and opportunities for?
Yes, we are. I believe we're about 15 individuals that are currently working as part-time COs.
Awesome. And then my last question. So last year you talked about the efforts you were making as a department and as a leadership team to kind of address concerns as it relates to morale. Can you give us some updates on how good that has been, or any additional things you're doing to make sure that your staff are happy? Because I think happy staff obviously come to work and perform better, but they likewise will recommend you all as an employer and say, hey, man, you need to come work here. They take care of us. So can you give us an update on that?
Absolutely. So I will tell you, we have a cross-functional team that we've put together that just recently, I think it was in March, where we had, was it March or May? May. In May, where we celebrated National Corrections Week, and it was phenomenal. It was for the whole entire week. So that's just one way that we get, but people just loved it. This leadership team, they know the importance of ensuring that we're treating our staff with dignity and respect, and we're pushing that out. We've held leadership training at this level and mid-manager level, and we hired somebody from the outside to help us. And so we're seeing changes there. And I hate to say it, but they say money, money, money. And the money was a big part of it. And I will tell you, I know myself, the DCs, and the majors have open lines of communication with our union leadership team. And those concerns have died down dramatically. They'll give me a call and say, Chief, I got something I want to speak to you about. All right, let's talk. Or I'll give you a call on my way home, and we'll talk and we'll resolve those things. So things are happening, and as I walk through the jail, as I walk from my office to my car, I'll get people that'll walk by me and just simply say, hey, Chief, man, things are looking good back there. And it's things like that that we know we're on the right path.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, officers, for all that you do in our community. Chief, I love that what you say when you say, when we see somebody is on one of their worst days of their life, and our job is to help get them on the path forward to a better day. I love that. And Mayor, you talked once on reducing recidivism, and I just wanted to know from both the mayor and chief, your collective professional expert opinion, have we done any type of a return on investment and ROI study on our recidivism programs? And do you think that given, is this an area that we should plump up in our budget because it has a high ROI in terms of operating expenses and social impact?
So I will tell you that we've looked at our recidivism rate, and different agencies look at recidivism different. I will tell you the deputy chief right now is working with his staff on evaluating. Let me give you an example. A person that gets arrested for dealing drugs, okay? Do you look at recidivism if they get arrested for dealing drugs again? Or do you count it as if they broke into a house? And because it all could relate back to drugs. So we're looking at a model that we would say, let's utilize this moving forward. So we continue to do that. I will tell you, in our construction program, we've utilized that. And what we have seen is a very good investment in that we've seen individuals that have not only sought employment, gained employment, but were promoted within that area. And another difficult part is getting the buy-in or the information back from the inmates once they've left incarceration. So you want to keep a track of them, and we have staff that will reach out to them and say, hey, where are you at? You know, are you employed? Some of them will respond and some of them won't. So it's very difficult, and I'm just being fully transparent with you that that task is really not easy, but we are taking a good look at it.
Thanks, Chief.
Absolutely.
Mayor, do you think that that's a part of the budget that, when you talk about, balance, where you take, you got to give something somewhere else, that's an area that needs more? Are we adequate? Are we above? I don't know.
I think we're, the proof's in the pudding. Over time, our jail population has continued to remain relatively low. And that's because of the public policy that we have made over time by investing in treatment to make certain that those who commit crimes because of either the mental illness, the substance abuse, or the alcoholism or co-occurrence of those issues, we have provided programs through our health services to be able to deal with that. We are even investing in homeless services. So they're not independent, but they are dependent upon one another in terms of the overall success that we're looking to achieve. And so, yes, it has worked. If Chief Quinones and his team simply focused on the incarceration, the punitive part of what it means to incarcerate someone and not look to, I'm going to say, more of the treatment, the training, the social integration that is part of being incarcerated. Most of the people that go to the Orange County Jail are going to transition back into our community. Factually, few of them go on to state or federal prison. They are coming back into our community. And as such, we want to prepare them to become more self-reliant in a self-indulgent world. And so our county has to look holistically at what we're doing and why we're doing it. And so across these departments and divisions, you will hear programmatic pieces that help us to accomplish the goal to reduce recidivism. We want people who may, in life, make poor decisions, make mistakes, to have the opportunity to recover from that and to go back into their communities and take care of their families, and so we don't have to take care of them. And so that's the best outcome that we have. And so proactively now for the last 20 years or so, we have stayed true to that long-term goal, and it is working. So is there an empirical study that has been done? I do recall at one time we commissioned the University of Central Florida and a couple of professors there to evaluate the strategies that we have, and there are some published reports from that evaluation. We can get you copies of those reports. It hasn't been updated now in some time, but because of the findings in those early reports that indicated that we were on the right path, we have simply continued to stay on that path, and we have continued to see our numbers decline when our population in Orange County has increased. And so with population increase, we should have seen the absolute numbers grow, but they didn't. They declined. We should have seen the annual bookings through our jail increase. They did not. They declined over time, and they've remained relatively static even during this time where we are now kind of in this immigration pro-administration. We still see only minor differences in the numbers that the jail sees on a daily basis. So that's my response to you. But Carol Burkett, I'll have her kind of go back and pull the UCF studies and reports that were done. Okay. All right. With that, we are going to break for lunch, and we were supposed to come back at 12:15 for
1:30?
lunch.
Okay. You want to return at 1:30 for health services?
Yeah, we were supposed to come back at 1:30. Okay, so why don't we just, to get back on track, let's go into recess until 1:30, and we'll see you all then. Thank you, Chief. Thank you to the team. 16th, 2025. We're here doing our budget work session, and we're now in the afternoon portion of the meeting. We're going to start with health services. I don't see Dr. Pino here. Does that mean, Mr. Goodrich, you are going to jump in? He has that look that, I don't know. If not, we can move to the next. We'll go to utilities and come back to you all if you're not prepared.
Yeah.
John, you want to go to utilities and come back to
Yeah,
you all?
that's fine.
Okay, all right, come on, then we'll, okay, no, he came in the nick of time, okay. And here's Dr. Raul Pino, who is here. All right.
Those Cubans.
You're not going to draw us into that conversation. But health services, Dr. Raul Pino will be delivering this budget update. With that, Dr. Pino, you are recognized, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry, a little bit short of breath. So, our traditional form of presentation, we are going to do our organization chart, and then our budget, operating budget efficiencies, capital improvement, fees update, and the summary. For the organizational chart, it has not changed much. The only addition to our team is Jessica Rodriguez.
So Dr. Pino, I'm going to jump in here and give you just a moment to catch your breath. You said you had to run in. But he has this whole team of people who are here with him, and he'll be going over his budget. And, so you can breathe easy now, Dr. Pino. Okay. All right. You get a
the Office of the Medical Director, that is headed by Dr. Suber. The Medical Clinic, that is headed by Jessica Rodriguez. The Medical Examiner District 9, who is headed by Dr. Joshua Stephanie. We have the Drug-Free Office, headed by Dr. Thomas Hall. Mosquito Control Program, headed by Steve Harrison. Animal Services, headed by Diane Summers. Correctional Health Services, headed by Monique Mullen, and the Fiscal and Support Office, headed by Claudia Jabruri. Our proposed budget is only changing 9.6% with regard to the year before. In personal services, we are requesting additional $3.9 million for a total of $47.7. For operating budget, we are requesting additionally $3.2 million for $71.4. And in grants, we are expecting about $6.8 million for a total of $31.8 million. Our budget, the proposed budget, is $157 million with $900,000. The change is at 9.6%. Our staffing is at 452. We are not requesting additional positions. Here is this graph that you have seen before, and it shows the Medicare, Medicaid expenses that the county has to contribute to the state, which is driving most of our budget. That's about $2.2 million that we have no control over. Those are dictated by the state. You have seen this graph before, but it kind of illustrates the things that we are facing. As I said before, we are not requesting any new positions. We have a vacancy rate of 6.5%, 29 vacancies when we prepared these slides. It had changed at the time. We have 13 people going through the hiring process. And although we have some vacancies, we are not finding great difficulties in filling our positions. We are not in the same space that we were after COVID-19. So basically, our clinical positions are all filled. Inefficiencies that we have tried to bring to fruit, we are going to concentrate mainly on correctional health services, where we have a lot of expenses related to external healthcare, and we thought there was an opportunity to make some improvement. But I want to give you an overview of what's going on in correctional health services, because by itself is a very complex structure of the services that we provide. As you know, it's a 24/7 operations, so we have individuals there at all times. We operate 5 medical clinics. We see about 22,000 patients a year. 18,000 of those are mental health assessments. We also do over 3,000 dental exams. We have close to 1,000 outside medical consults, and daily we dispense close to 9,000 medications in the jail. In staffing, we have there 11 medical providers. That includes 6 mental health, 42 nurses, 41 LPNs, 14 licensed mental health specialists, 2 dentists and 3 dental assistants. We have 6 pharmacists, and we have 4 case managers. We offer in there pharmacy, x-ray, dialysis services, telepsych health. We have a medication assisted treatment clinic. We also provide physical and occupational therapy. And we do more than this. We have a milk bank for mothers who are breastfeeding. We have initiated a hepatitis C eradication program in the jail recently with no cost to the county. We have right now 12 people in treatment for Hep C in the jail. Last week, we have 130 people with HIV that were receiving care in the jail. And we have initiated a cervical cancer detection program for females in the jail as well, at no cost to the county. This is an idea where the money goes into correctional health, with 67% of the expenses related to outside medical care, and this is where we saw the opportunity for improvement in our costs without compromising quality or the number of services that we provide. I have to emphasize on that all the savings that you are going to see have been done at the same time that we are increasing services and increasing quality of services. So the first program that we want to highlight to you is that we are currently offering health insurance to individuals that come into the jail
without health insurance. We have contracted with a nonprofit organization. They provide the services in the jail. We have enrolled 668 individuals, and we have probably done over 1,000 applications for those. How this is going to help us? Well, firstly, the individual is still with us. Any cost that they incurred after the first of the next month will be paid by the insurance. Second, when they go out to the community, we believe that having access to health care is part of the recovery process, is part of reinserting you in society. That's why also the jail provides, for most cases, 1 month of free medication that the individual can pick up at the county pharmacy in the clinic after they are released. And we hope that they don't come back to us, but if there is some recidivism, the individual will have insurance when it comes to us. Now, this insurance is at no cost to the county or the clients. We also establish a hospitalization review committee. Will they review every day who he is in the hospital? What is the person there for? Have they received all the services that they were for? Do they need to be released? What are the conditions that we need to have in place to bring them back? Because one of the things that we were detecting at the beginning of our analysis of this was that some individuals will stay in the hospital a couple of days more than they need to, because our inefficiencies in picking up, arranging services, and everything that goes with that. But those are thousands of dollars every day that are very passive expenses that we could correct. We also have renegotiated with the hospitals our contracts so that we are receiving a better rate. And we think there is still room for improvement as we are partnership with the hospital, not only in the services that we provide here in the jail, but also in many other services that they provide and that we provide. And for the first time in the last 10 years, our expenses this year are going to be less than the year before. We are outlining this year that if things continue to be the way they are, and we are very close to that, we are going to save $3 million in outside healthcare this year when you compare to last year. We also have renegotiated a new lab services contract that is also helping us in this. And this is that graph that shows for the first time a saving in the last 10 years with regard to the year before on medical expenses. And in part, we, as a society, we have recovered from COVID-19, so we have seen less of the dramatic cases, because a couple of years ago and up to maybe 6 months ago, individuals were coming to us very, very sick with very, very delayed care that we have to take care. We also enroll our pharmacy. We have a pharmacy that kind of split between the clinic and the pharmacy at corrections. And we enroll our pharmacy in the ADA program. That's an assisted medication program for people with HIV. So in 2019, the county decided, when HRSA allowed for money to be spent on people in correction facilities for providing care on HIV, the county decided to reallocate $1 million of the Ryan White, 1.1, into healthcare services to pay for medication for people with HIV in our jail. And that had a tremendous impact. But then, since we have done this, the state will reimburse us for every single medication that we provide to people with HIV in the jail. That was done probably 4 or 5 months ago, 6 months ago, July, when we started, July. And it's going to be almost a year. So we are calculating our savings are going to be $1.1 million in that. And this will allow us to reallocate this money to more HIV services in the community. So this will not come in the sense of having more money in the pocket, but these savings will come in the ability to provide more services with the same amount of money. The medical examiner is also renegotiating a toxicology, well, it's done, it's renegotiated. It will start soon, a new toxicology contract, and that will bring some efficiencies. Normally, on the other contract that we have to wait up to 4 weeks, even more, for tax reports to come back, and sometimes the medical examiner cannot close a case until toxicology report is completed. Now this will bring this time by half, increasing productivity and allowing for this result to be faster. We also, in the drug-free office, we have increased our medication-assisted treatment, and now we have that unit. That's a mobile unit that we purchased with funds from the Opioid Settlement Trust Fund. It's ready to go into the community and provide medication-assisted treatment services where people need it. We haven't been able to start these services because there are some licensing issues with the state, and it's not just for us, it's for anyone who has this type of mobile structure, because the issue is the medication that we are providing is controlled, so they have to go through a lot of processes. And Animal Services is also receiving a mobile unit to provide vaccinations and other services to remove communities that are geographically challenged to get to where we are. You may remember the old van. It's an old school bus. It's quite inadequate for the services that we provide. It's quite old. So it's going to be replaced by a more modern unit that I know we have contracted, but I don't know when it's going to be delivered. It's on the way. For capital improvement projects, we have a lot of things going on. It's a total of about $47.6 million. And you are familiar with one of the, maybe familiar with some of our projects. And we also are asking for $600,000 for correctional health. In correctional health, it's explained here. So the place that we used to house the medical records when was paper is quite large. And the pharmacy needs expansion because the number of individuals that we have seen in the jail to increase, but also because the number of medication that we are providing, and because we want to automate some of the services that we are providing, we need more space. So we are going to switch the medical record place with the pharmacy, but we have to refurbish the medical place record to become a pharmacy, and that's where that money is going to be used. Since you approved $600,000  2 years ago, we acquired a new electronic medical record. It's fully implemented. We don't use paper records anymore in correctional health. We also have the existing projects that you are familiar. Animal Services is $45 million, and the medical examiner is $2 million in this year. The project was a little bit delayed to be able to provide room for Animal Services, which is a larger project, to be funded. And we are all watching you so that we see this facility come to true, which the Animal Services facility. The bid is out. Companies are already bidding in the project. It was extended once. The estimated completion will be in the summer of 2027. It will be about 123,419 square footage facility. It will have capacity for single dogs, 265, and for cats, about 200. Our current facility only can hold 120 in a single capacity. And the total cost of the project, as you know, is $95 million. The good news is that all the review that has come from the construction companies, we are still in this range. We don't need additional resources. And we are also prepared to take some whistles out if we have to accommodate the situation, but I think that we are in good shape. The medical examiner is also expanding their facility. It's District 9. It offers services to Osceola and Orange County. It has more than 1,000 necropsies a year. It houses a significant number of providers, 6 or 7? Medical examiner? 8. Oh, we have, yeah, the new person started. So yes, we have 8 medical examiners, and we are expecting, due to the increased population in the county for the next 25 years, that this facility will be able to provide those services as the county population grows for the next 25 to 30 years. It will be basically duplicating the capacity of the space. Need to say that 20% of the cost will be borne by Osceola County, which is about $6 million, which of those we have 4 already in the bank, 2 more to come. Mosquito control is also very close to open the new facility in the Pine Hills area. It's a beautiful place. We will have an opening for you and all the community to see it. But it's an important step to be able to do the animal services, because where mosquito is located, if the animal services would be housed. So the bid is ready to demolish the mosquito facility so that they can start building the animal services facility. For the fees update, we are requesting, in the medical exam and cremation fees, we are requesting to increase those services. We have presented to you individually about the cost and how much it's worth. We think this could bring $250,000 additional dollars to our budget. These fees are not paid by the individuals, they are paid by funeral homes when they cremate individuals. Could funeral homes pass the expenses to the individual? Could, many won't. But we don't have a way to say if they would or want to do. But those services will be provided. Again, to say this fee schedule has not been updated since 2010 and is the lowest in the region. Here you have the fees by county. We put in a list different than you have seen it before in a table, because this is easier for you to read, but this is where we will land at $60 compared to everyone who's around us. Our current fee is $35. In summary, we continue to work and strive to provide better services to our community. We are very focused on providing services in correctional health because we think that that's a unique opportunity to have an impact in a setting where socioeconomics, criminal justice, and social determinants of health come together, and we have the opportunity to have an impact on those individuals. Of course, we have to face the increasing challenges of healthcare costs. We want to reduce hospitalization. We want to increase services that we provide in-house and decrease the cost that we incur per inmate. That's our presentation. Of course, the department is doing much more than that, but I'm open to any question that you will have. And in advance, I would like to thank you for your support that has always been there.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pino. A couple of questions I have. In slide 10, you talked about correctional health services and the number of people that we see through the 5 clinics. And just looking at the numbers, I think the 18,334 is embedded also in the 22,000 patients that you see, right? Those are not?
No, those are mutually exclusive, I believe. Those
They're
numbers.
mutually
Yes,
exclusive.
they are mutually exclusive.
Okay. All right, so with that, that's still a significant number of patients that you're seeing who have mental health assessments. And is there anything else you could share with us about what we're seeing? This population, are they homeless? Are they low income? They uninsured, et cetera?
So we see a little bit of everything, but lately we have seen an increase of the number of in-house of inmates that are homeless. And the correlation between homelessness and mental health is always an issue for us. Part of the challenges that we are presented with mental health specifically is the low capacity of the state to receive the inmates that are in need of certification for the mental health status. So normally we will see a waiting list to go to the state, 40, 45 individuals. We get that list weekly. It's right now 80, 89, 90. Now, these are individuals that are waiting to be transferred, to be able to restore competency, to be able to come back, to face a judge or whatever the decisions are made. And we don't have all the conditions in place to offer all the services that they need while they wait. So that's a challenge, and it's creating a bottleneck for us to be able to move individuals through the process. That's an issue. Another issue that we are facing right now regarding to healthcare cost is the long-acting injectables. And the benefits are immense and tremendous. And we are starting to receive funds, and we are accessing other funds to be able to provide those services. But that's a challenge that is going to come in front of you next year. If we decide to move into long-acting injectables, that would be a challenge financially. So what is a long-acting injectable? It's a medication that you receive once a month or twice a month, depending on different situation, depending on your diagnostics and your medication, and that's it. And the good thing about mental health is that it really stabilizes the patients. And we have the testimony from a couple of patients inside the jail. And it hurts when you date and say, some of them say to our doctors, I didn't know that I could feel this way back again after receiving these treatments for a month. So those are critical treatments that we may have to have access to. Right now, we are using a diverse range of funding to provide those services, but potentially in the future, probably next year, we may request additional resources to continue to provide those services. But it's significant, the changes that it provides.
So that's fairly high. That's about 45% then of all of the ones that you see presenting with some type of mental health concern.
Absolutely.
Okay, and there was another question I had that you talked about the increase in fees. I believe you said that there was about, with the medical examiner fees, we would potentially see about $250,000 of revenue projected, $250,000.
Yes, sir.
And that seems to be a fairly good number for us. And
in part, that's why we are not needing additional resources. We are finding ways to fill the gaps in our budget.
Okay, those are my questions. We're going to go to the board. Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, and then Commissioner Scott. So Commissioner Uribe.
Dr. Pino, it's always great to see you. You're like the little silent guy that comes in and out even when you come here. So, but what you do is volumes in the community. I want to take a moment to tell you that in my Taft community, they rave about how great medical services are to people who have no insurance. Over the weekend, I was at a birthday party in my community, and this patient was diabetic, high blood pressure, and I wish I could remember some of the physicians that see them, but treated with the utmost dignity, have helped them get their A1C under control. And I remember him saying, you'd think when you go to somewhere where it's so inexpensive or almost free that they treat you like a number and not like a person. And he says, that's not Orange County. And that's a reflection of your leadership. And clearly, you really do minimize the impact that you and this county does for overdose. And those numbers that are coming out that we just recently saw, to see up to a 51% reduction in overdose deaths is incredible. Dr. Hall's not here, is he?
Yes.
Oh, hey, he was hiding. He and I serve on the Project Overdose Board, and we have access. It's funny. I gave Narcan to my accountant yesterday. Like, everyone should have Narcan available to them, and we're big proponents of that. We just, yeah, I'll give you a box.
I meant like you actually, I'm like your accountant.
No.
I had
Okay. Well, we recently had a leadership conference, and in our conference, we taught about 50 residents how to give Narcan if they see someone overdosing. And by the way, I gave some to Louis Jacks. I gave him 2 cases.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So, and I have it all the time. And I think that knowing that we get that through that great resource, all of us on the commission should give them out at community meetings. And it's so funny. It's no longer a young thing, because I would say that 90% of my audience was over 50, and they had a story. And so we distributed cases. We gave them to HOAs and everything. And it's no longer you have to go to Publix and buy it. And you all have so much to do with that. But more than that is just realizing that's a human being. and we do it with dignity, and we try to save their life, and hopefully, and just the teaching of all of that. But everything that you guys are doing, I am so proud to tell people that we have outpatient, recovery and those things. It just goes to your leadership. And whenever I talk to someone in your team, and that's why I don't think you have a position process, because they absolutely love working for someone who's so open-minded, who tries to find a yes, in a world where we live of somebody knows. And I just want to commend you for that, because while we don't get to see you and honor you, trust me, we're getting it. And it's so positive. And just thank you for all that, even vaccinations, even everything from now birth records. And you and I had conversations because I didn't want people to not be able to get them financially. Just always trying to find a way to help residents, and to know that that confidence exists here has to do with you and your team and your leadership. So thank you. And animal services, that's a touchy one, and we have a lot of great people in our boards who also, Erica Higgins and Rosina McVicker and all that, who are so proud to work alongside you and your team. Thank you. And I stopped by to see some of your guys over off of Conroy, and they were surprised to see us. And I just, popped in to say hi and thank you. And they're good people. So thank you. Thank you for that.
With regard to overdoses, also, we have seen a significant decrease in opioid overdose, but we have seen a small increase in methamphetamines. So that's something that we have to watch. It may have to do with suppressing the opioids that are coming from the outside world, Mexico, China, and other places, and people looking for internal production of some drugs. That could be an issue. We also have placed Narcan at the lobby for free in correctional health. In corrections, we were surprised. I went out very quick. And you are going to see some vending machines that will be dispensing opioid for free in our community in places where it's needed.
Yeah, I think it's great, and I think that it's great that we're talking about it.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. And like I said, it's not an age or a gender or a race. It is anybody nowadays. I met a 70-year-old man who was going through outpatient because of a back surgery. He got hooked. And over the weekend, I met a neurosurgeon who had back surgery and got addicted also. So it is no longer financial anything.
No, it's easy. It's just to get it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are probably falling behind at this point. So we started out 30 minutes behind. So let's try to pick up the pace. Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Simrad and Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
All right, it's okay. You can put me on the 3-minute clock. That's where I got my start in this place, so no problem. I want to thank you also. I don't want to belabor it, but please don't take out any of the bells and whistles. We have waited long and hard for an animal shelter that provides a welcoming environment for adoptions. It will save us in the long run. And I really believe in that team and what they're doing, and I want you to know that anytime that you need support publicly, that I will be there, because it's something that I feel so strongly about. Then I wanted to also quickly ask about the mobile services, if there's any capability or plan for dental services as part of the effort statewide to dumb down our population. We're no longer going to have fluoride. So I'm worried about decay, especially in infants and vulnerable populations. Will there be anything that we can potentially do to try to prevent some of that?
So we don't provide dental services, oral health services to the community at large, because that's something that the health department does. And we try not to step on anyone's toes. But the ability to do it, we could have it. It's not a big deal. But the health department does have a mobile unit that has 2 seats that could be deployed anytime that is needed. So if you're having an event with advanced time, we can coordinate with them.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Pino, thank you so much for everything that you do. One, for your mobile services, could you please consider the area of Bithlo? There's not any type of transportation that's out there. Many people don't have cars, and getting pet services in that area would be wonderful. Congratulations on saving some money in your budget. That was great to see. And I want to extend my advocacy in your budget for, we're getting an increased constituent reach out regarding people who are trying to keep their pet, but because they get a vet bill, they are actually having to surrender their pet. They're coming up on hard economic times, or simply just not being able to feed the pet and having to surrender it. And you know, that's really hard for a family this is a family member that they're surrendering, and I would like to advocate for you to get some increased funding to help families maybe pay some of those vet bills so that the animal can stay in the possession of the family, as well as to get some additional services for the increased number of dogs that your staff is trying to manage. So I would like to advocate for that in this budget.
Truly, the needs is out there. Even the dog that I adopted from the shelter, the family surrendered because she got divorced and she couldn't feed the pet anymore. So it happens. Now, we are not seeing the same volumes and quantities that we saw right after COVID-19, but the numbers continue to increase, and you're absolutely right. People are facing some struggles to pay for vet services, which are very expensive, and food.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pino, and to all your team. They're amazing. Animal shelter, everyone, the examiner, everyone. Thank you so much. But I have a question, and it's just because I didn't, I think you explained it, but I didn't understand. Can you again repeat that when you said in the slide number 30 that the people do not pay that fee, right? But the funeral home does. Why the funeral home is the one paying?
Because the funeral home is the one coming for asking for the authorization to provide the cremation services. The cremation services are provided by the funeral home.
Okay, but then they will charge the people, no?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not
okay.
necessarily.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was it. Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner Scott, I just want to double check. I saw you at one point.
I turned it off, Mayor, just to be anxious time. I can get with Dr. Pino later on.
Okay. All right, thank you to Dr. Pino and the team. Thank you all for your presence. We'll see you soon. All right, and now utilities is coming up. Mr. Ed Torres.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller. Today I will be presenting the utilities budget for fiscal year 2026. And for the record, utilities was ready to cover for Dr. Pino, so just in case.
All right.
As I go through the presentation, I will cover our organizational structure, the proposed budget, our operating efficiencies included in the budget, the CIP, our rates, and then I would summarize the presentation at the end of the section. As you know, the Utilities Department is a can't-fail business that provides water, wastewater, reclaimed water, and solid waste disposal, collection, and recycling services. We have an excellent team of employees that are dedicated to providing these critical services in a cost-effective and an environmentally responsible manner. Here you can see our organizational structure with our management team with solid waste management and alternative water supply, water production and water reclamation, engineering and field services, customer service, and fiscal support. And all of us working with innovation, efficiency, and resilience in mind. Now, we are a service delivery organization and the largest utility in the Central Florida region with multiple facilities and infrastructure serving a substantial amount of people, and with the county, with the landfill, as you know, serving the entire county. And each year, we aim to provide an outstanding level of service to all of that population served, whether residents, businesses, or visitors. So let's go through the budget. As you know, the Utilities Department is financially self-sufficient and supported by the revenues that are generated from our rates and fees charged for the services provided. The total operating budget is around $398 million, and between personnel services and the operating budgets, we have an overall increase of 12.2%. Now, I want you to keep in mind that without the new franchise holder contract for solid waste, that increase would have been only 4.9%. That's why I have that highlighted in yellow in the screen there. The increase in personnel services is being driven by increases in salary, retirement, and overtime. And the operating budget increases are mostly due to payments to franchise holders, the contractual services that we have, biosolids hauling, provisions for landfill closure, and then the electricity charges that seem to be increasing every year. Then the non-operating budget includes debt service, the general fund transfer, and connection fees. And those connection fees are noted in there as well in the non-operating budget. And the staffing, around 1,000 staff members in the department, and we're requesting 4 new positions that I will discuss in the next slide. I mentioned the sustained growth in our service area, and again, we're proposing 4 new positions. We're asking for a meter reader, as we have had more than 9,000 meters installed since 2022. And we're having a hard time keeping up with those meter readings. An environmental technician inspector for the industrial pretreatment program, the oil and grease prevention program, the surcharge program, as those tasks associated with these programs are currently beyond our ability to manage them. And then we're asking for a project manager to work on the landfill planning, helping identify new facilities and to implement a plan to meet the county's needs long-term for the next 30 years. And lastly, a senior operations specialist, and that's for the H2O pipeline program that you're familiar with, to teach the Orange County Public Schools students to prepare them for the water and wastewater licensure, with Orange County Public Schools actually contributing $50,000 per year toward the cost of that position. So great partnership with Orange County Public Schools. We're very happy with that. Now, as I go through the rest of the budget, please keep in mind that everything that I'm presenting is based on the following foundational aspects. Growth, we're getting more customers that we're serving, regulatory requirements, and not only the new requirements, but projected requirements that we follow very closely. Alternative water supply and solid waste management, where we need to plan long-term and where we need to be very disciplined, right? And lastly, the sustained inflation and, quite frankly, the uncertainty that we're seeing, which has been pervasive, and combined with these other items are putting upward pressure in our rates and our necessity for borrowing. So now I would like to highlight some of the operational efficiencies that are reflected in the budget. And I'm going to start with the call center merger. And this is something that I've been wanting to do since I got here. But traditionally, we operated 2 separate call centers. We had one for water and wastewater and a separate one for solid waste operations, with the water and wastewater call center having a much, much better level of service and more people too. So we're merging the call centers to gain efficiencies, and specifically, we want to make sure that we enhance that first call resolution, that we expand call handling capacity, and that we optimize that service delivery. But at the end of the day, the main goals are really improving that level of services for our customers and getting some cost savings or cost avoidance as a result of that. So this will be a great improvement for our customers as we implement that merger. The next thing I'm going to discuss is the advanced metering infrastructure. And we have evaluated the different AMI technologies that are available on the market. And we have really gained some valuable insights into how the systems operate and the benefits that they bring to our customers and our organization both. AMI is just not nice to have, it's actually quickly becoming an industry standard where that's what is being done. And there is a specific public benefit as to AMI because it can give customers real-time, precise information about their consumption, leaks, and other issues that may save customers money, but at the same time may help us save water, which is something that is a main priority for us. We have prepared a detailed deployment approach, and we're starting with new development. That's a no-brainer, right? As new developments are being built, we're installing smart meters on those. Then we're moving into commercial meters because those are the higher usage, higher volume usage. And then with our retrofits, we change between 9,000 to 10,000 meters per year. And it only makes sense that we put the smart meters as we're doing those retrofits. So that's the plan, and each year should be inching forward to a full change out of those AMI meters. Now, we are also leveraging technology. We're using smart water management, installing sensors in the distribution system, using SCADA system and data analytics to help us make informed decisions that can improve efficiency and the resource allocation that we have throughout the department. We're using advanced treatment technologies like advanced oxidation to enhance water treatment efficiency, while at the same time, we're minimizing the chemical usage through our water plants and water reclamation facilities. And in energy recovery and efficiency, and here I'm talking beyond the renewable energy projects that you're familiar with, besides solar, we're also leveraging energy-efficient pumping systems and aeration systems to reduce the energy needs and cut our operational costs. In reuse, in the larger scheme of reuse, not only for water, but also for solid waste recycling. You know, in water, we use reclaimed water for irrigation, industrial use, and groundwater recharge to help conserve freshwater resources. But similarly, in our recycling, we are creating that economic opportunity and that circular economy as we reuse and recycle, right? We're implementing a continual process for optimization, basically looking at design standardization, design workflows where we can repeat the amount of work that we do and the way we do it, automating tasks, and identifying and eliminating bottlenecks to improve efficiency. And the next one, I'm very proud to let you know that we're one out of 2 utilities in the entire state of Florida that have been approved and certified to test for the forever chemicals, the PFAS testing. And I know you will ask me, so I'm going to tell you now, the other utility is Tampa Water is the other utility that was approved for it. And this is quite an undertaking. I just want to let you know that we're not measuring parts per million or parts per billion. Our staff at the lab is actually measuring parts per trillion. Very, very sensitive to get that right. But as I'm talking about all of these initiatives, they are actually noticed by our customers who have ranked us the highest rated water utility in Florida. And this is based on customer satisfaction in several areas as outlined by J.D. Power. And looking ahead, we have collectively devised a defined strategic plan for the next 5 years. So there's no ambiguity as to what we're doing, and with all of us rowing in the same direction. Now, in solid waste management, I wanted to highlight 2 specific items that we're very proud of, and our staff have worked very hard on these. Our educational efforts and contract changes and process improvements have really made us go from, in 2020, having 95% of the collected recyclables being rejected, to now in 2025, completely turning that around to 95% of the recyclables actually being accepted. So that contamination has gone down substantially, and these materials are being recycled. So very happy about that significant turnaround in that front. Also, in University Highlands, same staff had targeted neighborhood education and outreach efforts, and that resulted in improvements on how the residents are actually setting the material out for collection. And you can see the before and after pictures in the University Highlands area where these fraternities houses are near UCF. Big change, and that project was actually awarded the Civic Education and Public Information NACO Award for this year, 2025. So big kudos to the Solid Waste Division, Solid Waste Management Division, a lot of effort there and significant changes. So now I will go over our CIP budget and some of our major projects that we have in the budget. Our CIP for 2026 is $298 million. And those $298 million are divided amongst the facilities that you see there between treatment plants and piping and pumps to solid waste management. And of course, we have miscellaneous projects throughout, with the 5-year CIP actually being $1.5 billion for the department. Now, the important takeaway here is that this is really representing a robust reinvestment in infrastructure. That is a big deal, especially after we had the conversations yesterday on other utilities that do not have that reinvestment. But as I mentioned before, this is also putting pressure on our rates and our ability to, or our need for borrowing for those capital projects. Now, I'm going to go through the different areas of CIPs. In the treatment plant and facility improvements, we have allocated $30 million, mostly for water quality enhancements. And then in water reclamation or wastewater plants, we have allocated $68 million for mostly advanced wastewater treatment improvements, and then treatment plant expansions at our Eastern Water Reclamation Facility and at Hamlin. In renewal and replacement, we have allocated $55 million for next year, and you can see the different programs that are under renewal and replacement. And in the septic to sewer program, we have allocated $20 million for that program. You know that we have one of the most successful programs in the state for septic to sewer conversions, and we have been awarded $77 million or so for different projects in this area, mostly for the Wekiva Springs and Pine Hills projects. Unfortunately, I don't anticipate, none of us anticipate getting the same amount of funding in the coming years, but at the end of the day, we're making a significant improvement in water quality by changing those septic tanks to central sewer. Big difference in water quality through that area. In transmission improvements, we have allocated $58 million for next year, and some of these projects are roadway related, where we work very closely with Public Works, and others are transmission infrastructure that are to serve that new growth in our service area. And you can see the projects that we have there. Some of those are under design, some of them are under construction. Now, in alternative water supply, I wanted to let you know a little bit more about this. You know that Orange County is within the Central Florida Water Initiative, where water supply is actually constrained, and where 5 counties and 3 water management districts are actually working together and coordinating. And when I say alternative water supply, I'm just not talking about drinking water options. I'm talking about drinking water options beyond the limited fresh water that we have. So basically, the cheap groundwater that we're used to using, that is accounted for, and now we have to look into other options. Locally, Orange County utilities have been planning and investing in major alternative water supply for decades. And this year, we have funding for portions of the Cypress Lake and Taylor Creek Alternative Water Supply Project. And we're always exploring additional alternatives as technologies and regulations change over the years. I also wanted to give you a quick highlight on one of our integrated water supply projects. You know that the Public Works Department quickly devised a robust flood attenuation project for Orla Vista, providing for the 100-year, 72-hour storm event. And that creates a lot of attenuation volume in advance of a major storm, but Mayor Demings actually challenged us to do better than that. And so we're actually doing that. We're going beyond flood control and incorporating some sustainability and resilience to the project that Public Works have built. We're using that excess surface water to provide flood control and also providing alternative reuse supply. We are treating that excess storm water and to reclaim water standards and developing 2.5 to 5 million gallons per day of reclaimed water. And that reclaimed water can be used if we can move it to another part of the service area, because it could be raining in one area and completely drying in another one. We could store that water if we can use it at the time, or we can recharge the aquifer instead of just throwing it away. That's a win-win any way you slice it, right? Then that project is $12.5 million because of the multiple benefits that it has. It's fully funded, again, 100% funded, not 50%, 100% funded by grants due to the multiple benefits. And I call it the triple bottom line because we have improved flood protection, the drawdown of the Orla Vista ponds. Instead of 4 days, we actually do it in a day quicker, so in 3 days. We have improved water quality in the Shingle Creek Basin by reducing the amount of total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and total suspended solids within the basin. And lastly, we're creating that alternative water supply that we so much need for long-term planning. And finally, in solid waste management, we have $44 million allocated, mostly for the Cell 11 construction, which is ongoing, and the closure of some other cells that are ready for closure. We're also building a new fuel station. You may recall that last year we designed it. This year we're actually building that fuel station. So now I would like to go over the rates for the services that we provide. I mentioned earlier that our utilities is financially self-sufficient based on those revenues received for the services that we provide. And the water utility system receives its operating revenue mainly through monthly customer billing for water, wastewater, and reclaimed water services. The solid waste system received the majority of operating its operating revenue through the tipping fees charged at the landfill and the transfer stations. You're aware of the mandatory refuse program, which received the operating revenue through the MSBU charged through the property taxes. And I also wanted to point out that the 2026 budget includes a $48.3 million non-operating capital charges revenue, which again is restricted for that growth, right, for capacity projects. Now, let's go over the rates, and I'm going to start with the water and wastewater rates. Prior to us feeling the impacts of the significant cost increases that we're seeing since 2022, we worked with you, with the board, to approve a multiple-year rate plan that at the time was sufficient to fund our programs for several years. In May of 22, if you may recall, the board approved a 5-year plan that began in 2024 for water and wastewater rates to achieve that parity between residential and commercial. You didn't want the residential rates actually subsidizing the commercial rates. So that plan included a 3% increase in residential water rates and no increase on the wastewater rates, and then increases in commercial rates to achieve that parity that I mentioned. So next year, 2026, will be the third year of that 5-year rate plan that you already approved, right? Also, in February of this year, you may recall that you approved our new reclaimed water rates. And you know that reclaimed water is a critical part of our county's water resource planning, and it's also vital to conserve reclaimed water just like we conserve water. That's part of the long-term planning for us, for our future demands. We're also budgeting a 3% increase in other system rates, and the budget has a provision for bond issuance to continue that CIP program that we have. And we're continuing to look at options to overcome those ongoing cost increases, and we'll be coming back to the board in the future with proposals to maintain a healthy balance between our costs and our revenues. And all of that was water and wastewater. On the solid waste system, we're entering on the third year of our three-year rate plan that was approved by the board, which included tipping fees being increased 12% per year. And that would provide the necessary funding that we need to continue expanding the landfill and closing the cells. So again, the board has already approved all of these rates into next year, 2026. And then last month, you tentatively approved the $400 per household MSBU rate for the county's residential garbage and recycling collection program. And you know that was as a result of the new hauling contract that starts at the end of this calendar year. And then this rate will come back to the board in the first public hearing for final approval. So with that said, the next two slides are going to compare our water and wastewater bills for an average residential home to the cost of other utilities. And this slide in particular is showing the cost of water for 7,000 gallons, both the current rate and the 3% increase that has already been approved by the board. And you can see that 2026 rates still keep us in the lower tier of those comparison group. And we're comparing against the current rates, but every other utility out there is doing the same thing that we're doing, going through their budget, and they likely would have increases. And I also ask you to keep in mind that many of the cities have surcharges that they charge a higher fee to unincorporated county residents that are outside the city limits. So they may see even higher rates than the ones that I'm showing here. This is the wastewater bill comparison, and this shows the effect of that 5-year rate plan that the board approved, where there is no increase, zero, for the residential wastewater rates, so that commercial rates can actually catch up to them. And that will be a welcome relief to our residents in this inflationary environment. And again, just like with water, we're comparing to the current rates, and everyone is going to their budget, likely having increases. Then in solid waste, we're looking at the tipping fee here compared to other county systems in the area. And as you can see, even with the 12% increase, we remain very competitive towards the middle of the comparison group there. And just like with water and wastewater, solid waste management systems will have their budget reviews, and they'll be increasing their fees as well. And in summary, this budget includes adequate funding to provide a high level of reliable services for a growing number of residents, businesses and guests with operational efficiency and innovation throughout. Our utility reinvests heavily in infrastructure to keep up with and be ahead of regulatory issues, and to support water supply and solid waste management in our county. The budget also reflects adjustments to accommodate those ongoing large cost increases. And lastly, it reflects the revenues from the rate adjustments that the board has already approved, and that would allow us to fund the immediate needs while we're planning for future revenue enhancements to meet the increasing funding needs for both operations and the CIP. And that concludes my presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. We have all of the staff that actually does the work here, and we'll take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. First, congratulations to you and the team for being one of the best utilities in Florida, if not the best. That's a great honor. We're going to open it up for our commissioners. First, we'll start with Commissioner Moore, followed by Commissioner Wilson.
Mr. Torres, could you go back to the page with the rates studies? I had a question for you. I actually had the opportunity to go to the meetings when Oviedo had to raise their rates, and what it seemed at the time was that they hadn't done a rate study in a long period of time, and they had some large capital needs, and now you can see it kind of pushed them up to being the most expensive. Is that usually what happens if you don't keep up with the rate increases? When you finally do, then you end up, really high because you didn't properly maintain your system. You didn't plan for big capital expenditures. I was trying to understand the difference between Lake Mary at $13.57 and Oviedo at $43.73.
So without getting into their specifics at each one of the cities, there's two things that I mentioned in passing, discipline and reinvestment. If you don't have the discipline that this board has to, have small increases every year to keep up with inflation, they're never going to be ahead. And if you don't reinvest, we get into the situation that we talked about yesterday in the meeting that we had about another utility that wasn't reinvesting, right? So when you get into that mode, it's impossible to get caught up, and then you see these utilities that don't have increases for 3, 5, 7 years, and then they have double-digit increases, which are difficult to manage.
Yes, I mean, that was the concern that I have. Well, this is my last week on Orange County Water, and I've appreciated the 29 years. And so thank you for really running a superior department, and appreciate all your folks helping me with septic to sewer. It's been quite a journey, but it's a successful one, and I thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so just for clarification, because I want to make sure everyone knows that nothing bad is happening to Commissioner Moore. She's just moving down the street. She just goes into municipal water. I was like, oh, that sounded a little doom and gloom, but it's an okay news story besides the whole utility switch. It's actually a lovely home. So maybe you all should switch your website to bestutility.com, because I'm starting to think that that is a documented thing. We've seen the awards, and I know I feel that way, and I'm always incredibly grateful for the amount of work that you all put in at every level. I have a annual request to try to figure out, and I know this is a big picture thing, and I know it's really hard in a year like this when we were looking at hauler rates, but how to get something to people who want to decrease their amount of landfill garbage. I know there was some rumblings out there about potential compost programs. I think backyard compost programs can oftentimes, be an issue, especially in a more urbanized environment. I know there are services out there, but I just want to try to figure out, I think we all have the neighbor that only puts out their garbage once every few weeks. And then we have the one that's got the 3 cans. And I'm like, wait, those families are the same size. It's not equitable that we're all paying the same. And so I'm not the brilliant department that you all are, but I feel like there's got to be a way to get to that, and I don't know what it is, but I would be so supportive, because we know that the rate at which we're filling these landfill, it's just not, we can't do this. We've got to close that loop. And our recycle rate, incredible for anyone who's listening to this, because I have residents in Winter Garden and other jurisdictions that have actually just stopped recycling. Hey, Orange County's doing it. we will help your municipality do it. We're working on that. And don't give up on this idea. Because if we don't figure out how to reduce, reuse, recycle, then we're just going to run out of room. We're going to be pushed out by our garbage. So I think it's really important. Don't get me wrong, nothing replaces just giving up plastic, but having a robust recycling program is something to be proud of. Having innovative thinking. I love that every single one of these budget efficiencies also hit sustainability goals. Incredible. So then my last thing is I have a request. I would love to learn more about or take a field trip to the Orla Vista project because I want that to be a model. I think I've said all the time that it troubles me that we're not seeing every drop of water, but whether it's running off your rooftop or sitting on the side of the road, as a resource, right? We are not far out from water wars. I actually have the honor of representing this board at the water co-op that actually discusses these future plans, and it's something that is incredible to see the engineering and the technical expertise going into figuring out what's going to happen in these next 30 years. But part of that has to be how we're treating every single drop that comes out of the sky. So I would love to learn more about that. And, you know, I love a field trip. So.
Anytime.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you. Thank you for everything that you do. And again, thank you yesterday for Wedgefield. The people, we got a lot of emails. So thank you for how you managed that and your recommendation. I just had a question about tipping fees on garbage and whether or not you could think it could be feasible to have an increased tipping fee in like the tourism corridor because they have such increased volume. And also, you know, just leading off of a conversation from earlier of finding a way to drive more revenue for our community through taxation on tourists. So do you think that that is something that could be considered?
So if you think about it, the fees are based just on that, on volume. So the people that are, or the customers that are disposing more are going to be paying more. So it's somewhat already set up that way, where the biggest users, largest users of space at the landfill, if you will be paying more because it's based on that volume. Can we charge a different rate to them for the same service? I'm not sure about that, but that's something that, you know, we could sit down with solid waste management and explore perhaps. But it seems to me that we have something that is already volumetric based on what's going to the landfill, and we're paying, everyone pays the same based on that volume.
Okay, I'm just trying to explore additional options just to, you know, it's easier to pass a few cents extra onto tourists than it is to, you know, fund lots of infrastructure for our local community. My other question, or my other statement was, is that I too, with Commissioner Wilson, would support like the composting programs and things like that. So if there's ever an opportunity to consider it, I think that from a fiscal perspective, it's more sustainable to get that out of the landfill than to leave it there. So I would support that too. Thank you.
So I'll address that question really quick. In the interest of time, I didn't want to get into it, but we do have a pilot for composting that we're looking at in this coming fiscal year. Just a small pilot just to see how things work out. So we'll see how that goes. David Gregory and Kevin Simmons are working on that.
While he comes, thank you. Thank you, Ed, for everything you do and your whole team and always being accessible for us for meetings and meeting with the residents, you know, in all this, at least the East area and also District 5 area. So thank you so much for everything and the presentation today.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Torres.
You. Thank you.
We're good. We're good. Yeah.
All right. What was your response?
Public Works, Mr. Conkle. Mayor's busy. We're going to let you keep going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner, Mayor, other commissioners, Comptroller. Good afternoon. I'm here to present the fiscal year 2025-2026 Public Works budget. Oops.
All right, we have you down, I think, for an hour. That doesn't mean that you got to take the whole hour. All right, thanks.
I wish I had a 2-minute presentation, Mayor, but I think I have just a little bit more. But I will try to meet those goals. So you've seen this slide before. We're following the same outline. And this is, I'll jump right into our organizational chart. Of course, we have our 8 divisions and our 2 deputy directors. One side of the house is taking care of the field operations mainly, and the other side takes care of permitting and plan prep and plan review. Brett Blackadar is on that field operations side, which includes fiscal operational support with Ralphetta Aker, our roads and drainage division, of course, with Eduardo Avellaneda, and stormwater management, Mike Drozik, and traffic engineering, Humberto Castillero is our manager there. On the other side of the house, we have Susan Newsack, who's the deputy director, overseeing engineering division for Raymond Williams, highway construction, Ken Leeming, Dale Mudrak in our development engineering division, and Brian Sanders, our recently acquired transportation planning division. Now, I will take just a few minutes, Mayor, to discuss some of our organizational changes over the year. And I heard a little bit of this morning in Kurt's presentation. But we have, and then I'll do a quick by the numbers for Public Works. I'm sure over time you've heard or seen our logo and our mantra, One Public Works. One Public Works working together and One Public Works working better together. Our vision includes that mantra, One Public Works working together to improve the safety and quality of life for our community. I will say that every decision that we make at Public Works includes a safety component. We are committed to our Vision Zero program. Likewise, we take the quality of life component very seriously as well. We ask that question with all of our projects. And we use a goal to what is it that we're doing, and is this improving the quality of life for the citizens of Orange County? And how we achieve that goal is through collaboration. So we, over the last couple of years, we've worked internally to improve the collaboration inside Public Works from division to division. We've improved, and with much success, our collaboration with other departments. Ed Torres, I almost thought he was doing a Public Works presentation today, but we work so closely together with Ed and his group, it's amazing. But there's other places as well, Parks and Rec, PEDS, Planning, Zoning, Convention Center, just to name a few. So we work with all the other departments, and I think that's important for that focus on quality of life improvements for the citizens, as well as other municipalities and agencies. We have direct communications with South Florida and St. John's Water Management Districts, as well as many of the cities and municipalities, City of Orlando specifically, we've been doing a lot of work with lately. A quick review of Public Works by the numbers. Our staff have attended over 150 community meetings this last year. We have 5,952 lane miles of pavement, 688 signals, over 2,000 ponds, reviewed over 8,000, almost 9,000 permits, and have constructed over 10 miles of sidewalk. So moving on to our budget, I'll start with some of the revenues. If you look closely, you'll see that in the lower left corner, about 25% of our revenue comes from impact fees and gas taxes, which you would think so with Public Works. However, as Kurt mentioned this morning, a little over half of our revenue comes from the state shared sales tax. So we are heavily dependent on that funding source for our operations and our capital projects. Likewise, we have some funding in the iDrive CRA and as well as in the county's capital projects funds. With our budget, we have a standardized changes for the personnel services of $3.7 million for our staff. Our operating budget sees a modest $4.7 million increase, with a total budget for us being $190.8 million for our operations side, and that's just a 4.6% increase over last year. Our staffing is staying status quo at 577 positions. The distribution of the fundings that we have for our operating side should come as no surprise. You look on the lower left, you see that roads and drainage gets about 48% of our funding. They have about 40% of our staff, and they also have a lot of various operations that they are in charge of. Likewise, if you look through the chart, you'll see that roads and drainage, traffic engineering, and stormwater management are field operations divisions. They all have the most staff combined. They take about 2/3 of our operation money. The last 1/3 goes for those general and administrative office functions that we have. Now I'll look into some of the operating budget efficiencies that I can share with you over this last year. First and foremost, staffing, starting with staffing. This last year on March 26th, we had a job fair, and it was very successful. We had made 50 contingent offers, of which 32 of those resulted in full-time positions. So we had a nice turnout and a nice success with our job fair. Likewise, we're looking for other alternative ways to bring staff to Public Works through a temporary agency for early onboarding. You may have heard Orange County Utilities does something similar, so we're looking to do that as well as we are looking forward to the upcoming First Step Staffing Program to bring some new staff on board to Public Works. We recognize that it's not only about getting new staffing, but also retaining existing staff, so we are also looking at enhancing some of our supervisory training, particularly for those field operations folks that are brand new to supervisory positions. That skill is not always intuitive, and sometimes you need a little bit of training to move that along, as well as other leadership training inside our division. Also, for retaining staff, we have enhanced our recognition activities. We have small breakout groups that have ice cream socials. We have breakfasts. We have a huge all-hands Public Works Day. I know Byron and the mayor were able to come by this last year, and it was a great success. It seemed like our staff really enjoyed the Public Works Day. And we understand that recognition of that nature is important to keeping the staff that you have. So with all those activities, we've been able to reduce our vacancy rate to just about 15%. Another thing that we did this last year was bring on a heavy equipment simulator. Last budget year, we had that included in our budget and have started training with that. This is an opportunity for us to allow internal staff to get some hands-on time with various types of equipment through the simulator. What that does is it allows for career advancement. The way to move from an engineer operator 1 to an equipment operator 1 to an equipment operator 2 is through becoming more proficient in various pieces of equipment. And by utilizing the simulator, it provides a method of career advancement for some of our field staff. Also, this is an item that's been funded over the last 2 years. It's asset management software. This program allows for work orders, man hours, equipment use to be tracked on a single platform. It also allows for using mobile devices to download photos and reports in the field. That's really important to some of our field staff as we have a multitude of existing spreadsheets and reports that are done on paper, and that will be changing this year as this program is looking to be fully implemented by October 1. Additionally, we are looking to add a pavement management component. Our resurfacing program is huge, and by utilizing iWork for that, we may be able to have some efficiencies and bring some alternate methods into our pavement management program. Likewise, we have a project management software, Origo. This provides for tracking of our major programs with our roadway projects and our larger capital projects. It tracks all activities and tasks for our major projects, and it includes coordination with real estate management. So real estate management is utilizing the same software for tracking their activities, and this will give us seamless coordination with real estate management. It will also help us out with processing, tracking, and payment of our invoices and moving more towards a true paperless process. Again, this one is looking for implementation in October of this year. A big accomplishment last year was our Vision Zero action plan, and you may recall that This plan was put together through a Safe Streets for All grant for funding for the planning stage, along with other agencies and MetroPlan here in Central Florida. This board reviewed and approved our program, our action plan back in August of 2024, and it identified 24 high injury network corridors. The present day costs that was developed for doing all those activities inside those 24 high injury network corridors is approximately $250 million. That is a huge task, of course, cannot be done in a single year. So we were looking at a 10-year implementation program, and that would require approximately $25 million annually to move forward with that program. I will say that since we have finished this planning stage of the grant, we are now moving into implementation, and we have submitted an implementation grant for $25 million to the federal government, and we are hopeful that we will get some, if not all, of that grant. Here, just for a quick look of some of the things that we've been doing on the Vision Zero program. In the upper left, you can see a crosswalk with a protected median island. These are all easier and quicker implementation activities. On the lower left, you'll see a speed table or speed hump, along with a speed radar sign. And then on the far right, you see a lane narrowing or a chicane, which is intended to slow traffic down on some of our higher speed networks. This particular location is on Clariconacoe out in West Orange County, where we've had a lot of high speed issues. And then a bit of an update on our real-time flood time forecasting, excuse me. You may recall that we had brought this to the board in years past, and just as a reminder, the real-time flood forecasting allows for us to predict or project the amount of rain and impacts from a storm based on the actual storm track, as well as the duration, up to 72 hours in advance of a storm arrival. This helps us plan for emergency response, staffing and locations of equipment, and working with the EOC, as well as other divisions. We had last year announced that we had a federal grant in hand. There was a delay in receiving notice from the federal government about the grant coming forward. However, this last month in June, we did get notification from FHWA that the grant will be moving forward. So we are looking forward to that as well. Which brings me to, again, our stormwater utility fee study. Staying in the realm of stormwater, at the May 6th meeting, our staff presented the phase 1 of the stormwater utility fee study, and there was concurrence from the board members to move into phase 2 of the study, which would include community outreach, developing more detailed project lists, finalizing the impervious area analysis, and developing the credit policy. A work session will be scheduled later this year to go over the phase 2 study. However, out of that phase 1 study, it was determined that there's about $912 million in long-term unfunded needs for capital projects in stormwater. We had looked at a number of different levels of service and methods or means of providing that backlogged project, and the general determination was that we would go forward with a phased implementation, which would take about 25 years to complete. At our current levels of funding, we are barely meeting the level of service D, which is meeting critical needs only as those come forward. For us to be able to move forward with that level of service B, 25-year implementation period, we would have to have a $44 million annual funds added to this program. And the last item in this section is our capital improvement dashboard. The dashboard identifies all of the public works projects. It identifies them by location, about type, by commission district, and can be used to sort or group projects either by district or by type. We had taken this to all of the commissioner aides earlier this year, and they were very helpful in helping us work out some of the bugs in the program. So we do appreciate those efforts from the commissioners and their aides. That was very helpful. and we have since worked those things through and now have released this dashboard in May, so that it's available to all the citizens of Orange County so that they can look and review and gather some information on the Public Works capital projects. Now for our capital improvement program. We are requesting $274 million for our capital improvement projects this fiscal year. As you know, the Transmac Commission was approved through a charter amendment by the county voters in November of last year. Based on the requirements of the charter amendment, we submitted our draft proposed expenditures to the Transmac in January. They held 3 public meetings, February 13th, March 3rd, and March 13th. And then they approved or recommended for approval for all the projects that were on the proposed expenditure list at that March 13 meeting. This slide shows our projects and programs in various groups or categories. It jumps out right away that the largest single area is our roadway major projects category, about 58%. All the other projects and types are pretty self-explanatory, but I am going to start with our resurfacing program. So again, Mayor, I'll take just a short minute to compare road resurfacing with the roof on your house. There's amazingly a lot of similarities. Our roads are made of asphalt, and if you have a shingle tile roof, it's an asphalt product as well, and most houses have that shingle tile roof. The life expectancy for a roof is around 15 years. The life expectancy for our roads is around 15 years. Water intrusion is the big deal, all right? If your roof starts to leak, that can be big problems. It can mean a ceiling failure or some other mold intrusion or something else that goes on. Water intrusion in a roadway is a big deal. A happy base is a dry base. You know, we do not like water under our pavement. We do not like water in the base material. It just creates failures and can just cost a lot more money to repair. Just like your roof. If your roof has huge leaks, that can cost a lot more money to repair. So how can you tell if your roof is bad? Well, sometimes you can see it because you see spots on your ceiling. Sometimes you don't. Likewise, you look at a pavement and you say, how can you tell a pavement is bad? Sometimes you have pictures like you see up there on the left. And just as a note, this is not a road in Orange County. We do not have roads that look like this in Orange County. They are in much better condition, but we had to show something, so I didn't want you to worry. But you do get potholes, and that may be an indicator of a road starting to have some failure issues, or you may not, right? So how do you tell? And that's where this PCI comes into play. It's called Pavement Condition Index, and it's a scoring system that you can use for the asphalt paving condition. There are some visual things that you can do and look at a pavement to determine the score, but generally 70 is less than 70 is unsatisfactory, 70 is fair. Our current average score is 78, and about 80% of our roads are at 70 or better. So most of our roads are in fair or better condition. So what do we do to repair roads? One of the basic operations is to do milling and resurfacing, and that's the majority of our program. It's about $250,000 a lane mile. It eliminates extensive cracking, replaces the base that may have oxidized or had other issues with it, and of course it protects that base, which is most important. Another process that we have is cold in place recycling. That's where you grind the asphalt and a piece of the base together and you create a new base. However, that's about $400,000 a lane mile to repair. And then there's full depth reconstruction, and that is when all the tiles on your roof are gone and there is no hope, right? That's where you're going to come back and you're going to essentially build a brand new road. And based on what happens with your other drainage or your curbing or everything else, that can be $750,000 or more for a lane mile. So it is important for us to make sure that we are protecting one of our largest assets in Orange County, and that is our roadway system. So looking at over the last 10 years of our resurfacing program, And you can see that we talk about the 5,912 miles or so of lane miles in Orange County. And just as a reminder, that's about a 2-lane road from here to San Francisco. So it is not a short way. There is a lot of road surface here in Orange County. But the last time we were able to meet that 15-year cycle that we talked about was in fiscal year 17. So 9 years ago was the last time that we actually had about 387, 395 lane miles resurfaced. You can tell on this graph that costs have gone up, but likewise our budgets have increased, but those costs have gone up to the point where over this last year we're increasing our budget, or proposing to increase our budget by $9 million, and you can see that gets us just about 10 more miles. So we are barely keeping up with the mileage that we had, but we are continuing to fall behind in resurfacing our roads. This is a huge challenge. And looking at where we were last year and where we are proposing to go this year, we are somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 million short to be able to hit that 15-year cycle goal. So moving over to our largest program that I mentioned, that's our major roadways. I'll be listing some notable and larger projects, not necessarily every project that we have in our program, as to where they are and what funding they'll be receiving. So this year we have $96.7 million for projects that are either in construction phase or looking to go to construction phase next fiscal year. Some of the projects like Econ Trail is currently underway. All-American Kennedy is out to bid. FICAE is out to bid. New Independence is looking to start this year, and of course Reams Road is slated for construction later next fiscal year. Looking at where we are with design phase, some of the major projects that we are putting some funding in for design includes Orange Avenue down in South Orange County, McCulloch Road, Avalon Road, that's 545, and Trade Show Boulevard. And then for the right-of-way component, projects that will be having right-of-way funding include, and are not limited to, Taft Vineland Road. This is a project we're looking to do next year, later with the DOT in their fiscal year. And then, of course, we had talked about Richard Carty Parkway one time about completing right-of-way acquisition, as well as there's Reams Road right-of-way being acquired as we speak. Our total budget for the roadway major projects is $159.9 million. Including some of our smaller, but not less important, but maybe equally as important programs. The first one I'll talk about is the traffic signals and traffic calming projects, as well as our bike pedestrian projects. I've sort of combined some of these groups together to provide information because funding crosses different department divisions. So I couldn't necessarily just talk about roads and drainage or just traffic or just stormwater. But our Pine Hill Safety Project is under construction now for traffic signals. Traffic engineering, of course, has new signals that they are installing and are scheduled to install over this next fiscal year. We have our traffic calming program that we implement with county funds, as well as the automated school zone camera program. This is a new program that's coming on board, and we have included funding to start that program, as well as we have some Vision Zero projects, like I showed you before, that are specifically identified with Vision Zero funding. Don't want to forget our drainage improvements, nor do we want to exclude them. That's very important. This is $19.6 million. That's over roads and drainage and stormwater management. It includes projects such as our Rio Pinar outfall drainage rehab. Includes the master watershed plan updates, the watershed master plan updates, our stormwater utility fee study, and then we have stormwater pump station upgrades. One is in Bonnie Brook area, one is Long Lake area. That we're looking to do some upgrades to those master pump stations. And then we have a program that probably touches just about everyone in Orange County, is our sidewalk, intersections, and ADA projects, along with our median tree and bridge program. over this last year, or over this next year. We're looking to construct 10 miles of new sidewalk with our countywide sidewalk program. That is in addition to stuff that we do inside the ATSP. And then also we have anticipate over 1,000 ADA ramps to be located and constructed in compliance with ADA requirements this next year. Buck Road Bridge is under construction, is in very need of replacement, as well as Bates Road Bridge. And then we have the median tree program that we should be finishing up this year. And then last but not least is our accelerated transportation safety program I just mentioned. We have 13 miles of our lighting, over 14 projects, 6 miles of sidewalks, over 13 projects. And then we have a handful of design and construction activities going on with the safety component of the ATSP. Includes access management, directional medians, as well as a roundabout design east side of the county, over on Seidel, and then over by Lake Hart. This program, this ATSP, of course, has $12.5 million this year in Orange County money, and there is funding that does go forward with the ATSP for links, but we're not showing that here. So you saw this slide earlier today with Kurt. Thank you, Kurt, for providing this information. It shows a number of different things, but really what I just wanted to reinforce and reemphasize is as you look in fiscal year 27, 28, 29, and 30, you can see the black line, if you will, levels off at around $320 million and then drops in fiscal year 30. So funding coming forward is very limited. And this slide also says it does not include unfunded or unmet CIP funding in our program. So my next slide is to start to discuss those projects that that are not funded through completion in our program. The projects are in different various phases. So there's projects that have their right-of-way or will acquire their right-of-way, in the next 5-year budget, but they are unfunded for construction, and that includes Richard Crotty Parkway Phase 1A, Kennedy Boulevard East, and Texas Avenue. And then we have projects that are complete with design or will be complete with design, but we do not have funding for right-of-way nor construction identified in our current budget. And that includes projects such as Richard Crotty Parkway 1B and 2 further east, Schofield Road and Woodbury Road. And then the largest list that I have is projects that have completed design or are in the phases of getting design complete, but do not have funding identified in future years. Study complete, but do not have funding in future years for design, right-of-way, and construction. And we can see the list here includes Lake Underhill West, Tiny Road, Edgewater Drive, Valencia, Hiawassee, PED Safety Study, Pecan Trail South, Hancock, Lone Palm Road, and Lake Pickett Road. So with that, I will move into my summary, and starting with some of the highlights from our operating budget. We were able to provide an improved project outreach with our CIP dashboard, not only to the commissioners and other county staff, but then to the citizens of Orange County. In our staffing endeavors, we are successful in reducing our vacancy rates, and we understand and acknowledge that training and recognition opportunities are a key component with keeping staff, and so we are doing those activities over the next fiscal year. And then on the technology side, I mentioned our asset management software and project management software implementation, hopefully bringing some efficiencies to those field operations, as well as reducing some of the tedious and time-consuming paperwork that we used to use with our paper-based activities. On the Vision Zero side, I talked a little bit about our action plan, including 24 quarters that have various safety improvements. While we are looking for hopefully some grant funding next year, we do see an annual need of around $24 million. Our resurfacing program continues to have shortfalls, and future expenses will be going up. There's no denying that. We are hoping that with software and our pavement management system and utilizing some alternative pavement preservation options, we may be able to reduce some of that demand, but we still see an annual need of $45 million. Likewise, on our CIP, there are various projects that are in various phases, and future funding is not available right now. However, I do want to say that recalling our focus, we are committed to improving the quality of life for all the residents of Orange County, and we believe that with the operations activities that we have in play and the existing resources that we have and the funding that we have on our operations side, that we will continue to work towards that goal, and that is, improving the quality of lives for the citizens of Orange County. And Mayor, that concludes my presentation.
All right, you're well under the hour at this point. Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Simrad, and then Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Simrad, and Commissioner Moore, and Commissioner Wilson.
Sorry, I thought it was Commissioner Uribe first. Thank you, Mayor. I had just one question, and it's a comment that came in from the public to us that said they had been familiar with projects and were reviewing the budget basically, and that Orange County uses a certain type of soil cement that is much more expensive than other products that are on the market, and it cracks sooner. It's more expensive than lime rock, more difficult to install. There's one source of it basically, or one seller in Orange County, and so it makes the competition on it hard because it then becomes an expensive product. And it was just a recommendation to look at what other areas are using it, because I guess according to him, he thinks that we may be one of the only counties in the state that uses that product.
So this is a long-standing process within Orange County. One of the challenges that we have is, particularly on the east side, we have higher groundwater elevations. Lime rock and high groundwater, as I mentioned, a dry base is a happy base, but lime rock does not do well in areas of high groundwater. So how do you remedy that? You remedy that by installing under drain alongside the roadway at an additional expense, or you elevate the road. So you're either bringing more fill and material to elevate the road, or you're installing under drains along those roadways to hopefully take care of the groundwater issues and preserve your base and not have those base failures. We certainly will and can evaluate other alternate materials. You can use an asphalt base as well. You can use a concrete base as well. Those typically have been more expensive than soil cement. But I am aware of, and I'm sure my staff is as well, that there is a limited supplier of soil cement base. And that's a challenge with any of our major road projects. But we try to balance out those costs associated with groundwater, under drain, areas that have groundwater issues, and then the potential for base failure with lime rock.
And then do we do individual project assessment, for example, like, oh, this project was in the east, so we need to use this type of soil cement, versus one that is in another place where we can say an alternative, less expensive substance could be used?
So from time to time, we have looked and evaluated using lime rock on more so the west side of Orange County, where you have, in many instances, you have separation from groundwater, where you have some higher elevations. And we have used lime rock. It is on a limited basis. But your suggestion is well pointed, Commissioner, in that if I believe that we can and will do those evaluations as part of our design for our roadways. And another, as an aside, seems like in the Horizon West area with a lot of newer projects, these are smaller roads. They have a less need for a thicker section. They have used crushed concrete as a base. So there's an option that I know we've used quite a bit in some of the residential and lower volume areas, particularly in Horizon West. That's one of the newer, where some of the newer communities have been built. So that's an option that we've done there as well.
Thank you.
All right. Inside the subdivision, yes. On local, yes, Commissioner, on local roads, low volume, not, not on 535 or any of those other roads.
All right, we have Commissioner Moore and then Commissioner Wilson.
I guess it's good afternoon.
It is.
I have to give first a shout out to Maricela because I'm sorry of all your public works departments. She has the best customer service, so thank you, Maricela. So, she really does. She's amazing. So thank you for all you do. I have just a quick question. I understand the deficits, and of course this board is dealing with that conversation and special meetings right now to contemplate whether we're going to have to go to the voters again. I guess what I need to ask, this is a small issue. When we see we're on a schedule for a resurfacing with Aveneda's department, and we want to use our CIP dollars to fund any enhancements, safety enhancements, whether it's speed feedback signs, raised crosswalks, whatever it happens to be. I was wondering how we go about that. You can have a separate meeting with me. And then the timing of it becomes a bit challenging with the budget year for us as well.
Right.
Because I don't ever want to leave any money in that account. I want it out in the community. And some of the things I've had to use the funding on weren't the best. I would really rather be using it for safety improvements.
Right.
So we can get together later, but that's just something I see going on in the future that I'd like to do a better job.
Yeah. So but in the very first slide where I talked about our internal collaboration inside our divisions, those types of things have come up through traffic engineering and roads and drainage. The Rio Grande project that was done recently was a huge collaborated effort between traffic engineering and roads and drainage, where that road diet and inclusion of the bicycle lanes was done as part of a resurfacing project. So with the resurfacing project coming up, we were able to do those other activities because we were able to plan that in advance.
Good, and then, there could be some collaboration with municipalities as well when we have functionally classified roads and the jurisdictions are mixed.
Yes, there's a little bit more challenge with some of the municipalities and just coordinating efforts, but we do reach out and know most of the partners in the various cities.
Well, send me an email later just so I can make a couple particular ones successful, and we won't take time here. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I know it is a lot. Your division spends so much time with my office, so thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean, I feel like all hours of the day and night, I'm like, and so it's really an incredible partnership. Thank you for that. Looking at the cost of the resurfacing and the exponential amount of resurfacing required every single time we widen a road, every time we add a road, every time we add a new subdivision that needs a new 4-lane road going out to it, they always come in, the studies come in when we are in that process of evaluating a design. And typically, because you're looking at what we need in the future, there's this, 4-lane, huge, asphalt-intensive design. Understanding that right now we do have a challenge in the maintenance portion of this and in the resurfacing portion of this. Can we rewind the clock on, well, we can't rewind the clock. Can we start looking at these designs and really make there be a new standard for the amount of pavement we're putting down to start out with? And I say that that I negotiated down Tiny Road as part of our design conversations because it's residential and not every neighborhood needs a Young Parkway running through its front yard. In fact, I think if I could rewind, I would ask for most places like that to not have those sprawling roads. But we're continuing to see the evidence of the exponential costs, not just for the road maintenance and resurfacing, but what it's also doing to stormwater and how much land it's gobbling up. So has there been any conversations about those design elements in the bigger picture?
Yeah, of course, we for our larger projects, we do studies and RCAs with Transportation Planning and Brian Sanders' group, and likewise, as developments come forward, either through DRC or other areas, we look for the opportunity to acquire or partner with properties for either roadway and or retention pond, because if there is a widening, both of those are needed. And we have looked at, various typical sections that do reduce some of the asphalt footprint. There was, a standard 12-foot lane. Now it's a standard 11-foot lane. Well,
I mean, it really aligns itself also with Vision Zero, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about a convergence of policy positions that we've been so incredibly bold to take. And so, even knowing that that aligns itself with our safety goals.
Right. Well, there's, yes, and I guess it does reduce some of the asphalt footprint, but there are things that we look at in regards to narrowing the lanes for the crossing and doing some bulb outs at intersections, or modifying the intersection radiuses to reduce the walking distance from one pavement and sidewalk to the other. And then we do provide some other areas that we're eliminating some asphalt with either median treatments or something of that nature. On Oak Ridge Road, and it was one of the ones we recently completed where, we took out that common fifth lane and put in elevated grassed medians, removed the asphalt from that typical section, narrowed the lanes, provided that safety median location for pedestrians.
Fantastic.
Those are things
And
that we're
then,
able to
that's
do.
less to have to resurface in 15
Right.
years. And I think that's something that I don't know if I understood sort of that lifespan issue in the broader sense, that it really does align itself with some of the design intent, that we've been looking at, and the walkability and livability of these areas.
Well, yes, and again, as we're looking at future projects coming out of Public Works, there are capacity-related projects. There are areas that are deficient in capacity, but then there's particularly with Transmac this last or their first go-around, there was a huge focus on moving more towards safety-related projects on the capital program, and looking at less and less of capacity improvement. So that realization is coming forward. That is part of the the Vision Zero, looking for what we can do to provide those safe those safe pathways for all users, not just vehicles, but all users, and again, looking to reduce the footprint of asphalt where we can.
Yeah, it feels like a good goal to set for multiple reasons. I had another question, and actually this kind of goes back to the public comments this morning, and I know we had Brett's on deck here. We've had a lot of conversations about stormwater and the way it moves around the county, and the way that we understood it was moving or being stored and retained, and what we were requiring. I went to my first Big Sand Lake Advisory Board meeting like in 2018 as a private citizen, and heard their concerns back then that the development activity in that area seemed to have been influential in what was looking like very different water levels. And when I first got here, I was really excited to dig in and try to understand better how we're treating stormwater and what we're doing to try to make sure that these basins that are, this is a surface water, right, and an asset, it's not man-made, but it's connected to some extent with other man-made or with other surface waters through man-made canals, and that there has been a lot of man-made influence in the levels. I think we got some more information in this last 6-8 months that I do believe puts us in a position to evaluate what they're struggling with as part of our overall retention issue in Orange County. And I think there's an assumption made that because it's Big Sand Lake and they've got an MSBU, why wouldn't they just take care of that? But the function of that was really for water quality. That was set up with EPD as part of their lakes program, not for stormwater retention. And so understanding sort of what they've been providing for that area in holding on to water for developments that didn't necessarily have to retain on site as much is there an opportunity for us to provide them with some support and in moving forward what they now have a pretty solidified plan to alleviate some of that?
Yep, thank you, Commissioner. Absolutely, and we've, since we went to the meeting with you at the end of May, Grace from our staff has done an amazing amount of research. In fact, we have a briefing with you on Tuesday set up. And so we'll be going through that, and we did a lot of research. And we've been, I talked to Dr. Rampy and John Jennings about half an hour out after the meeting this morning, and we've got another meeting set up with them later next week. So we're trying to share a lot of information. The history of Big Sand Lake, there certainly was impacts from development, but also at the same time, we've also done other mitigation, put in drain walls, we've worked with the DOT to lower it. So we'll explain that to you, but one of the things that we definitely told them is that we would help them with their permanent pump station proposal, help them possibly manage it, help them with the permitting side, so we would provide that technical support. As of funding, traditionally we have not funded projects unless they have habitable structural funding, or structural flooding, which has not been the case out there. So it would be a little unusual, but we certainly can continue to have those conversations, and we're trying to offer the support we can within the limited budget. Of course, we've had conversations about the stormwater fee.
Yeah.
If that were to happen, we could have those conversations too.
I was going to say, I feel like at this point, sort of that we are getting a bigger picture, that there may be plenty of opportunities, and I really am grateful for the time that you all spent in bringing everybody out to their advisory board meeting. I know that the community has a lot of frustration, so it's hard to sit through those sometimes, but the reality of it is, I think there are solutions, and I'm really grateful for the assistance in trying to find what those are without continuing to add to their burden. The problem is, even though they don't have habitable intrusion of water right now, they've really suffered with other investments that have been impacted, as well as water quality issues, because every time, of course, the water tops over their yards and their pools, we get pool chemicals and for fertilizer and whatever else is there back in the lake. So continue to keep your eyes on it for us, and I look forward to that briefing and moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe. I guess the first thing I want to say is thank you. So last night we had a long board meeting, and I wasn't sure if I was going to make it to Orla Vista. So they had their monthly meeting, and I got there, and they were, I would just say, well pleased with Sharon and your team, just in terms of answering the questions. Likewise, just your staff, you, Brett, everyone. I think some of the meetings in my district go to like 9:30 sometimes, and you all are there every time I call you. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. You had a job fair back in March. At that time, you had over 100 vacancies. What was the result of that specific event?
Right. So we ended up making 50 qualified offers. They're at the job fair, working with human resources, and they were able to do some initial reviews and analysis of the evaluation, I should say, of the experience. And then out of that 50 offers, it was a little over 50, I think it was 52, we ended up with 32 full-time positions. So okay. 32 out of about 50.
Do you plan on having another job fair, at least within this calendar year, of the same type?
I believe so. I got to look at roads and drainage. They're the ones that typically put those on. We are looking at. We do something else that we call it a job blitz. And what we'll do is, from time to time we will get and have 15 or 20 EO2 applications that are residing in human resources. So we will look to hire out of that, 15 applications, 5, 6, or 7 staff, right? So it's a mini job fair. What we do is, we take all those applications in, and then we schedule the individual interviews just like we normally do, but we do those over like a day or two. So then we're not having a big job fair where everyone comes in, but there's applications that are submitted through the regular HR process, and we'll bring in, like I said, 12, 15 applicants and look to make, 7 or 8, maybe 10 hires if we were lucky in that regard. So we've done that in the past as well, and I know that Stormwater Management just did one of those job blitzes about a month ago, and I think they had 7 offers that were made. So we do that as well. But definitely we see the value in the job fairs in bringing staff on board.
The city of Orlando contracts with I want to say First Step Staffing, I could be wrong, but they contract with a staffing agency. And so in that agency, individuals are hired to support the work of Public Works and or Solid Waste. Granted, those are two different divisions, but they support that work, and visibly what you'll see, I'm sure they'll do more than that, but visibly what you'll see is maybe someone on the back of a garbage truck. We don't do that here because our contractors, but folks picking up trash on ATV. And so I guess my question would be, have you had any conversations with the city, or do you plan on having conversations with the city to provide opportunities for people who may have criminal backgrounds that may not necessarily meet the threshold from a background standpoint, but, you know, is capable and competent to be able to do the job?
So we are first in line, Commissioner, for the First Step program. I know we've been having discussions with HR. They were bringing it on board. I think there was either some paperwork going on in being able to bring that staff on board. And I know that we Public Works have been looking forward to, you know, being able to utilize that First Step staffing to bring some folks on board through that company. So I know, you know, Ralphetta and our HR team, our roads and drainage team, have been waiting to be able to utilize that.
So that means I need to call Ralphetta?
You can,
okay.
But I can tell you, Commissioner, because I just asked about this a day ago in case it was brought up here at the commission. We are ready to move forward with hiring. It's a matter of getting the process and the paperwork to move forward.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Commissioner may remember the board, and very fortunate to have that. The board approved that arrangement, the contract with First Step, that First Step program about a month or two or so ago, and so we're getting that rolling now and with other opportunities. So we've identified a number of opportunities. So it is now, as you heard, it is now making its way throughout the organization with the anticipation of getting some hires very quickly.
I got to read that again because I thought that my understanding of that was specific to individuals who are engaged in social services, not just an average person coming from the street applying for a job. But I know it's kind of could be potentially one and the same. So I got you, Byron. Thank you. Last question. You talked about some of your unfunded capital projects or number of projects that you are seeking funding, or whether it's from here or moving things around. Can you tell me specifically what, if anything, you guys are trying to do specific to the Texas Ave unfunded project? Like, I know the Holden expansion, that took away a little bit of pressure from that road years ago, but specific to that project, like, can you give me any more details on that?
Well, I can. We were in the process of acquiring the right-of-way, and we got to where we had one or two last parcels of right-of-way acquisition. So we said, let's finish up the right-of-way acquisition, have that complete, so that if and when the funding comes forward, we can identify that project to move forward. One of the items that we've been looking at with Texas Avenue specifically has been the amount of traffic. Right? You said that once the Holden Avenue extension connection got made, traffic has reduced on Texas. So we are contemplating, is there a better design or a better way to go about completing that project? Actually, reducing some of the asphalt footprint that Commissioner Wilson asked about in that area, and looking at potentially doing some heavier landscape in the median or on the curbside as part of that project. So it's currently, unfunded through the next set of fiscal years, but that is a project that we wanted to, try to do that quick reevaluation as to what do we need, what is the right fit for that project.
And I have a follow-up. It's more of an advice question from you to me and my colleagues here. So, we have some certainties that we can plan for and some uncertainties we don't know when it comes to funding from any given source, state, federal, or taxing particular authority. Like, you guys are experts, you're rock stars in what it is that you do. We likewise have, our county lobbyists, the people we contract with, the people that work for us. Beyond that, as we go to different conferences, Florida Association of Counties, the like, what should we as commissioners have our antennas up before? Like, if I see something to kind of flag for you and your team that you might not ordinarily see, because you don't know what you don't know, and there may be a funding opportunity that's well suited for you all, but you can't apply for it if it wasn't brought to you. And so in that context of our everyday travels, what would you say should we be on the lookout to be able to help you meet the need of the people?
Well, yeah, of course, there's a large number of roadway initiatives that are out there, Safe Streets for All and some others that we have been able to apply for and are applying for. I am drawing a blank, Commissioner, on some of the other areas. We have Julie.
Joe, you can get back to me.
Yeah,
you come back to me.
But I will say this: if you see something that looks anywhere relatable to Public Works, you can send it to myself, Brett, and Susan, and we will look into it or have some look into it, or we will share it with the right folks.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. We got to play catch up again here. All right. Thanks, Joe.
All right, you're welcome.
Thanks to the team. We're going to move forward. Community and Family Services. Ms. Veneria Thomas is going to lead off with that presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be before you today to present our proposals for the Community and Family Services budget. As you'll recall, I was before you last year, and I introduced to you the strategic plan that our department had been working on, and one of the outcomes of that plan was our new theme to our department's operation, which is where joy lives, hope grows, and help happens. It takes a very special team of people to be able to make that dream a reality, and we have them here with us today. So in a moment, we're going to start by reintroducing our team to you, but we want you to know that we are a very committed group to public service. So as we start, here's our agenda for this portion of your meeting today. Refreshing ourselves on the department's organization, looking at our high-level proposed budget for the next fiscal year, focusing on a particular budget efficiency that we are looking to implement, then moving on to the highlights as we want to pinpoint for you, and wrapping up with the capital improvement program as well as our summary. Organizationally, you're aware that we are operated out of 10 different divisions, and the oversight of those divisions, aside from myself, I'm ably supported by 2 deputy directors who divide the workload of coordinating with our divisions. And I'd like to ask Ms. Levon to stand up, and Ms. Levon Williams, Esquire, and her team members. So would you please, we've got the Citizens Resource and Outreach, Yvette Reyes, who is the manager. We've got Community Action with John Cohn. We've got Parks and Recreation, Kyle Kent, interim manager, as well as the Regional History Center, Ms. Azella Santana, the newest addition to our team. And next we have Dr. Tracy Salem, who's our Deputy Director over the following parts of our operation: the Citizens Commission for Children, the Cooperative Extension, Kevin Cam, the Fiscal and Operational Support, which is Ms. Yolanda Brown, who's to be commended for doing the lion's share of putting together our presentation for you today. Our Head Start Manager, Ms. Sonia Hill, who's represented by her senior team members today, and the Mental Health and Homelessness Division, Ms. Lisa Claire Graham, and the Youth and Family Services Division, Dr. Barbara Williams. And joining them are senior members of their team as well. They all work very, very hard, and we're proud of what we've been able to accomplish. And as an aside, most of them, us, are pretty new to the roles, just joined on board within the last 2 years. So moving on to highlight our proposed FY 25-26 budget, I'd like to share this organization or pie chart with you. At the very top and center, you can see that we do receive some other funds, as we refer to them, which are primarily donations to the Great Oaks Village and tree replacement funds. Those comprise less than 1% of our budget. Moving around to the blue area of the chart, that is our general fund, and it is more than half of what we utilize to operate our programs and services, which are highlighted in blue on the chart next to that section of the pie chart. The Parks and Recreation Division is funded primarily through the Parks Fund and impact fees, total of $67 million, or 29% of our overall budget. And then last but by no means least are our federal and state grant resources, which also fund very important programs such as Head Start, USDA, the Community Services Block Grant, the Low Income Heating and Energy Assistance Program, Emergency Shelter, and our SINS-FINS Child and Family Welfare and Counseling programs. Now, it's no secret to all of you that when it comes to our state and federal funding, we are having to rethink our expectations as we have historically experienced them. And I'd like to highlight for just a few of our programs what I mean by that. The Community Action Program, which operates the low-income home energy assistance work that we do, as well as the Community Services Block Grant Survival Services type funding that we afford people who really need that type of assistance, are in question for the next fiscal year. We're waiting to hear whether or not we will be receiving that funding. Those programs are funded through the end of this fiscal year, which would be, for this program's purposes, October 1st. Next, there is the Cooperative Extensions Program, where we have nutritionists that specialize in working within our schools and communities to educate children and families about the food supports. The Cooperative Extension has received $300,000 for more than 20 years to support this team of staff. However, we were notified very recently that we should not expect to receive any future funding for this program, the basis of which is USDA or SNAP educational funding. There is also, of course, the Head Start program. We were all in a panic as to whether we were going to be able to continue that program at all. We have been notified that we will be funded at the same level as we have been. However, we should not at this point expect a cost of living increase for that program. And so, as the time goes on and the funds are eroded by inflation, we will either need to make adjustments through adding additional general fund to what you already contribute, or we'll have to make program reductions to provide fewer services, or some combination of the two. Also, we very recently learned, as in this week, it was officially, interpretation was issued, that we will no longer be able to serve undocumented residents of our community. And we're very concerned about that, of course, because we do currently serve undocumented families. So we're still trying to assess fully what that will mean in terms of the numbers involved and the adjustments that can be made to serve those families in other ways by other parts of the network. But we will be briefing you within this next couple or so weeks to update you as we find out more and as that situation shifts and evolves. Truthfully, that may not be the full extent of what we can expect regarding changes to that program, as well as some of our other grant-funded programs. Let's take another perspective on the proposed FY26 proposed budget. You'll see basically it is a status quo budget that's pretty much of inflationary increases. We have no staffing increases that we proposed. We worked very hard to follow the mayor and the county administrator's direction to attempt to do better with existing resources, or even less if we could manage it. And so we have not proposed adding any staff. The dollar change in our budget proposed is $8.5 million for a total of $229 million. Let's move on to talk about one of our efficiencies that we're proposing for the coming year. We're very excited about the work that we've done in recent years to further improve our customer service, and guided by our strategic plan as well as our goal to be more efficient, as the mayor has requested and highlighted in his State of the County address recently. We've been looking at ways that we can better serve our customers. We are proposing to introduce the usage of a customer relationship management, or CRM, system, as it's called in the industry. We've coined the name Magellan for this project, which we'd like to introduce on a pilot basis. We want to focus on just 2 of our divisions, but we hope over time we'll be able to expand that to all of the divisions that are customer-facing, which is pretty much all of them in our department. We have a very large footprint in terms of the numbers and types of people that we contact and serve. As you can see from what I've outlined on the slide, the proposed cost for that initial project is $1.46 million. The good news is that through efficiencies, we have identified ways in scrubbing our budget, reassessing how we're utilizing staff, et cetera, to come up with that money without requesting it from you, in addition to what we already have in the department. So this
Yay is on that one.
Yeah. Mr. Brooks said you had me when you said you had the money. So in any event, we're very happy about that, and we're excited about the prospects for this project because our customers can reach out to us in one aspect of the work that we do or the services we provide, but we determined their eligibility for other programs and services, and that can happen seamlessly and almost automatically. And it gives us sort of a centralized perspective on their needs. It helps us with the gathering of data, the reporting for grants, and our own accountability. And another example of how we view this ultimately to work when we can get it fully implemented is, to serve clients such as Sally. And Sally is a real client of ours who came to us. She's studying to be a medical assistant, currently works as a cashier with 2 children in tow, but she's had a traumatic domestic violence incident that is causing her to need help that she has not necessarily needed before. Over the course of a period of a few months, she came to us repeatedly for different types of service, each time having to reapply, retell her story. We weren't necessarily able to coordinate with each other as well as we would have liked, and we know that that is something that's got to get better. There are the tools to help us improve dramatically in that regard. So we want to give this opportunity a try, and we hope very much that her future experience, future Sally's, won't have to go through what this one did in order to get services for which she is eligible. And we hope that will also learn of other services that maybe she didn't apply for but is eligible for, and that would be of additional assistance to her. So in summary on that project, we do have the funding for it. We view it as something that's going to give us a broader perspective on our customers' needs. It will break down some of the operational silos, not only within our department, but within our contracted agencies as well. And that's why we propose to begin the project with 2 of our divisions that extensively use contracted services, and that those are the Citizens Commission for Children and the Mental Health and Homelessness Division. Be mindful that we are not proposing to reduce staff by introducing this tool. We propose that staff will be much more efficiently utilized and spend more in-depth time on the types of things that they really should be doing as they work with our clients. Less paperwork, et cetera. We think that we have an optimistic view of this. So we're working with ISS to work through the procurement process, and we very much hope that we will be able to implement this during the next fiscal year. Let's move on and talk about our operating budget highlights. I'd like to start, it's not only our customers that we're trying to provide better service, but it's also to each of you. I'd like to reintroduce you to our Community and Family Services Resource Guide, which was developed with you in mind. You are our only clients for this, aside from 311. We have organized this by the categories of our departmental theme. We've organized our divisions and the services they offer by whether we feel they are primarily joy-oriented, hope-oriented, or help-oriented. Of course, most of them do all 3. But it's a way for you and your staffs to be able to respond directly to constituents who contact your offices for information and support regarding services needed. Of course, you always can call us and we will jump at the opportunity to assist. But this is in response to requests that many of you have made. We have checked the box file associated with this system, and we are seeing that your staffs are using the system, and we appreciate that very much. So next, let's move on and talk about some additional operating budget highlights, and we'll start with our Children's Services funding, which is managed by the Citizens Commission for Children. This is a image of the expenditures for that, the pattern of expenditures for that particular program, and it shows from the program's inception in 2019 through the end of the last fiscal year. Now, at the inception of this program, we did have some challenges because of the pandemic and the great resignation that resulted from the pandemic. So and plus just general startup. We had some difficulty expending all of what had been allocated for that year, which is $20 million. That's the darker yellow line going across. So we had to make up ground, and we have more than done so. As you can see, by the end of fiscal year 24, we were indeed expending some of the dollars that we had not been able to spend in the earlier years, and we expect that trend to continue until there are no more rollover dollars available for that purpose. So let's take a look at a few other highlights related to this fund. Some of our outcomes associated with that investment. These are just a few. We've got over 1,000 youth who've been able to have paid internships, millions of meals served to children and families, thousands of students more ready for school than they would have been otherwise because of those investments. And it takes excellent partners to pull that off, as well as other outcomes that I haven't got time to go over with you. So here is a pretty extensive list of the numerous partners that we utilize to help provide those services. In total, they are awarded 110 contracts, and what we get for that are 150 programs. Those that were highlighted in yellow as you peruse them are our newer and mostly smaller programs. Next, what do we have new in store for the coming fiscal year? Well, we hope to expand upon the innovation programming that we have introduced to this community so that all mission districts will have service directly within their districts. Same is true for life skills training, so we have that to look forward to. In addition, we're adding a couple of new credible messengers to those that we already have in place. So we're excited to be able to do that. This is through Citizen Safety Task Force funding of $2 million. And we are also going to be issuing youth violence oriented grants, which will target grassroots organizations with a very simplified application process, and we hope to fund at least 10 or up to 10 mini grants that will range from $5,000 to $10,000. The effect of these efforts, as well as others that are ongoing, is serving, we hope, about 3,500 youth. Moving on to our mental health and homelessness division, they are also very busy, and we're proud of the work that they do for the community. Our total departmental budget for mental health and homeless services for the fiscal year 26 is $44.2 million. And this is a list of the partner agencies who make that work happen. That division relies almost exclusively on nonprofit organizations to provide the direct services. So let's turn our attention to a few of the outcomes for a few of the providers, starting with Samaritan Resource Center. For fiscal year 23-24, you can see that they had a big focus on hygiene services, which are extremely important for folks in this population, case management, mental health support, and support to chronically homeless people to be able to get them into stable housing. And you've got some numbers associated with some of those successes. Moving on to the Coalition for the Homeless, we've got diversion outcomes indicated here. People that were diverted from having to enter shelter or who were helped to secure housing by receiving move-in assistance, relocation aid, or rental assistance. So we are very hopeful that we can continue these impressive outcomes. We next look at outcomes for children and adults in the mental health arena. We've listed a few of the programs that we fund through various agencies. Breakthrough, many of you may have heard of before. It helps to avoid re-hospitalizations. Multisystemic therapy targeted at young people and trying to help them and others deal with negative interactions, avoiding those with law enforcement and helping them remain in their homes. Mobile crisis intervention and the Anchor program that Aspire manages, which helps people to gain employment or to gain entitlements so that they have the income to better support themselves. We're particularly proud that for the crisis intervention training program for the last year, we've been able to expand it by 266 first responders being trained in the last year, as well as providing an increase in the availability of access to those trainings. Very important elements of our mental health network. So how much does all this cost us? I mentioned earlier that $44.2 million. Might be interested in how that shapes up in terms of the fund sources. General fund is $39.4 million of that amount, and that includes $10 million for the GAPS system of care, which was conducted a few years back and is still ongoing, as well as additional $10 million that we received last year for a special emphasis on services for people who are homeless. The remaining funding that we are able to utilize is ARPA funding, $4.8 million. That will be winding down, but trust us, we're making good use of it and we'll spend every penny. Total county-wide investment in funding for homelessness, $56 million. I think you've heard a little bit about that in prior briefings. As we look to the next year, we are wanting to launch a couple of new initiatives targeting youth. One is in partnership with Bain House, where we want to provide some supportive housing on site with a special focus on youth that are aging out of the foster care system and hopefully avoid any future homelessness for them. We also want to establish a micro-home village that would house up to 60 young people and is a very exciting prospect. Continuing on, we're looking to expand our existing services and the quality and consistency by training our providers through a curriculum that we are developing at a cost of about $200,000, and also increasing supportive housing for people with disabilities, $1.2 million set aside for that. So, of course, part of serving the homeless community is increasing the availability of shelter. We have not nearly enough capacity in our Orange County area. And so we are conducting at least one site assessment, but we intend to do others as well. We're looking at a number and a variety of options, and we are excited to let you know that in September, on the 16th in particular, we will be prepared to go into a fair amount of detail with you to give you more insight into what our analysis, evaluations, research, assessments, et cetera, are revealing to us so that we can get further feedback. And we're going to pre-brief you prior to that work session at your BCC meeting on the 16th. So let's talk about the Regional History Center. Here we are looking at a program that costs about $4.4 million. That's what's budgeted. And $3.8 million of that is general fund. However, it is reimbursed through the Tourist Development Tax Fund. The remainder, $550,000, is raised by the Historical Society. We're very excited about some new exhibits, and we list just 6 of them here. One is the Animation Land project, which will be a big draw, we think, for many, especially our younger population and those who are very excited about animation, which is popular in our area, given our theme parks. And the Audubon Society's 125th anniversary, that'll be a cool exhibit. The Significance of Baked Cornbread, I am looking forward to that one. It's an interesting name, and it honors the life and work of Altermise Bentley and her vital contributions as an educator, historian, writer, dedicated to preserving Black heritage, and obviously an amazing baked cornbread cook. Anyway, next would be the Orlando Sentinel's 150th anniversary coming up, and the Makers of Memory African American Craft Artists of Central Florida exhibit. So now those are examples of what you have to look forward to in the coming year. And speaking of looking forward, our capital program is $29.9 million. That's what we're proposed for the budget for 2026. Almost all of that is parks and recreation related. However, we do have our new senior service center coming online, and we are thrilled. That is going to be a section of the Multicultural Center building that you're all very familiar with. And the focus will be just slightly different than our other two senior centers that are operated by Parks and Recreation. This we intend to be a service center, so we will have flexible and diverse programming that aims to address the physical, emotional, and well-being needs of seniors while encouraging their active participation in the community. So we'll have all kinds of activities going on for them, but we'll also be looking at providing them things like counseling, networking opportunities, some therapeutic types of opportunities, arts and crafts, etc. So that project, the fiscal year 26 expenditure is budgeted at $2 million. The overall project cost is $6 million, $1 million of which was contributed in HUD funds gotten by our legislative delegation. So with that, I know that you just cannot wait to hear more about the Parks and Recreation Division's plans, their progress on projects for this fiscal year, and for them to tell you what to expect for the next fiscal year. And we have the pleasure of having our interim parks manager with us here today to lay that out for you, Mr. Kyle Kent. And then I will come back and then just wrap us up. Kyle, gather up all my stuff.
Thank you, Director Thomas. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, Administrator Brooks. My portion of the presentation will give you a brief overview of Parks and Recreation's current inventory, those programs and events which takes place on all of those properties, touch on about 4 recently completed CIP projects. We have 15 current CIP projects we'll briefly touch on, and then a few proposed CIP projects. Parks inventory. Currently, we maintain over 113 parks and trails. These include regional parks, those parks that are over 150 plus acres, all the way down to our smaller neighborhood parks and pocket parks. They also include specialty parks like boat ramps and trails. Actually, we opened Bentonshire Park just last week, so that makes our total 114 now. That park inventory is spread across over 13,000 acres. Those are passive acres, more nature-based. And then we also have 1,800 acres developed into picnicking, sports facilities, recreation complexes, and areas for pursuing an active lifestyle. We also maintain 55 miles of mainline trails. Those are those paved trails and concrete trails for pedestrians and bicyclists and rollerbladers and such. We average about 3.8 million visitors across our properties each quarter. And it's on all these properties that we're able to provide opportunities for gathering and growth for the community. Currently, around the county, there are 500 elementary age children engaged in our summer camp program. During the school year, we have 14 locations where we offer a free after-school program. Your support helps us maintain over 88 specialty turf athletic fields throughout the county. It's these areas where youth and adults learn skills. They develop their soccer abilities and their football abilities. We also partner with 13 agencies to make sure that we've got instruction and recreational play available to school-age children. An additional 125 or so private sport organizations rent our facilities to train and play on. Very high demand for those areas. We don't leave adults out. We have lots of opportunities for adults. Pickleball, of course, is a big deal these days, but we do host multiple softball leagues for adults, adult basketball in our gymnasiums. We have an inline hockey rink available. We have 2 tennis facilities, and then we also have a disc golf course, very popular, in which they've held some international tournaments on there at Barnett Park. Of course, Renaissance Senior Center and Mark Street's Senior Center are outstanding in their own rights, great destinations for senior recreation. And then we love hosting special events, over 30 each year. Those range from movies in the parks to musical events like the Mayor's Jazz Festival, Bluegrass Festival at Fort Christmas, Pioneer Days at Cypress Grove, and then holiday events. Upcoming will be the 47th Annual Cracker Christmas Festival out at Fort Christmas. Those are our favorites, I think. Also popular, always available, always very popular, are the memberships that we afford to the community. We have 6 gymnasiums, and each one of those gymnasiums has fitness facilities in them, resistance machines and free weights and treadmills, things like that. The 2 senior centers also have facilities like that, and then we're adding Bithlo. So with an adult paid membership, you can access any of those facilities throughout the county, making it easy for folks to get fit at a place close to their home or place close to their workplace. And then best of all, we offer free youth memberships for any school-age child. And that affords them the opportunity to come in after school and gather with their friends in the gymnasiums, kind of a safe environment that we can monitor. And then we also have additional time on the weekends for them and throughout the summer. We have over 4,600 youth members right now. So to touch on some of our recently completed CIP projects, Bentonshire Neighborhood Park was opened just last week. I read some social media reviews, and we're already hitting our 5 stars on those, so that's a good thing to hear. Bithlo Community Center expansion, a large additional room to the center out there will afford us some opportunities to expand some fitness classes and obviously some more capacity for our youth programs there. Blanchard Park now features a new restroom building on the east side of the park near our picnic pavilion. There's some associated parking improvements that are ongoing there as well. Part of our program to increase our efficiencies is to replace some outdated and inefficient sport field lightings progressively over the years. So the last project we completed was West Orange Park. That's for the 4 soccer fields out there. Shingle Creek Trail, an ongoing project, multiple phases. We completed phase 3 just in May, and that runs from Town Loop Boulevard down to the Orange County Osceola line. Now I'd like to touch on 15 projects that we currently have underway. Most of these are in design. There's a few already in construction phase. So the Barber Park Recreation Center, this will be our 7th gymnasium for the county. This is in design right now. Very excited about that. We're able to do that because we shifted and added some fields with your support several years ago on the east end of the park. Barber Park Skate Park improvements actually will begin this Monday. We're replacing some outdated equipment there with a new state-of-the-art poured concrete skate park. Downey Park is slated to have some similar improvements. That project is in design, will probably be spread over 2 phases, but that is likewise going to replace some existing equipment that's outdated with a new concrete poured facility. Horizons West Regional Park, phases 1A and 1B. Phase 1A is under construction right now. Very exciting project. Currently, that includes a dynamic new playground, restroom facility, a large picnic pavilion, and the associated parking in that red area that you see. Phase 1B is in design. That will add a splash park or splash pad and a kayak launch out into the lake. Horizons West Trail will eventually tie into the West Orange Trail through some connector phases. Phase 1A is from Tiny Road to Stony Brook Parkway, and that's nearing design completion now. The Lake Apopka Loop Connector Trail is under construction right now. That will tie in the West Orange Trail from the trailhead at Claricona Park, run along McCormick to the west, and then on up into Magnolia Park, where the Lake Apopka Loop Trailhead is. Lake Eleanor Community Park is finalizing design now. That will feature sport fields, picnic pavilion, playgrounds, and associated parking. And the Little Econ Greenway Trail Gap. We do have a gap in connection from the Little Econ Greenway to the Katy Way, which is on the west side of 436. So our first work along that is this one section beginning at Forsyth and heading west. That has recently finished design. And then if you'll recall, about 3 years ago, we opened the Eco Education Center at the lakeside of Magnolia Park. Part of that plan for sustainability and efficiencies out there included some solar panel installation on the roof. That is currently being bid out for construction. Shingle Creek Trail, I mentioned it's in several phases that we're working on that. Phase 1, segments 2 and 3 are the yellow portion there. That is being prepared for bidding right now, and what that will do is open that restricted area you see in the photo to bicyclists and pedestrians so they can enjoy that natural environment along Shingle Creek. And we have Silverleaf Neighborhood Park. This is a recently completed master plan. Our master plans and designs are based on community input, which you attend and help us make sure that we're addressing the community's desires. This plan called out for popular walking paths, playgrounds, pavilions, and in this case, some pickleball. Timber Bridge Preserve is a natural area along the Little Econ River on the east side of Orange County. This project is in the permitting phase. It will include some low-impact nature trails and rest areas along that trail. Waterley Neighborhood Park North, again, was completed, we're in design right now, but that design was based upon the community input, features those popular things such as the walking paths, in this case, a basketball court, pavilion, and playgrounds. Waterley Neighborhood Park South, similarly is in design and features many of those same elements, and in this case, pickleball. Watermark Park. This is the last of the 15 to review with you. This has been awarded for construction, and then at the end of this month, on June 30th, we will have the groundbreaking for that, and hopefully you can attend that. So touch on the proposed CIP projects for this next fiscal year. It is time to update the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The existing master plan was the span from 2016 to 2026. We're due to update it every 7 to 10 years. So it's time that we begin our community and stakeholder outreach programs. I mentioned that we have a new restroom and parking areas on the east side of Blanchard Park. We're requesting funding to add new amenities to that area as well, some outdoor fitness areas, some gathering right there, right along the Little Econ Greenway. Downey Park, one of our oldest ball field facilities in the county. We'd like to, again, work on the efficiencies there with a LED field lighting improvement on those 5 fields. And perhaps the least glamorous of everything we do is take care of about 7 million square feet of asphalt, roadways, and parking throughout the Parks Division. We request funding to address needs at Kelly Park, East Orlando District, and Fort Christmas, as well as Orla Vista, their roads and parking there. Thank you for allowing me to present this. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Director Thomas.
Thank you very much, Kyle. As you can see, our Parks and Recreation Division has been very busy, but also very fruitful and productive, as has the rest of our department. I wish that we'd had time to share more with you about the work that all of our divisions are doing. We only had time to highlight a few, but I assure you we are very dedicated to the work that we have mapped out for ourselves And just in summary, we maintained pretty much a status quo budget, but we created some efficiencies that will allow us to embark upon an exciting new pilot project, customer relationship management system, Magellan, that we hope will bode well for future expansion and maybe even incorporating other departments' functions as well, because it has amazing capabilities. We also are working hard on implementing the strategic plan that we developed last year. And we have assigned owners to our various goals. We're creating timelines and implementation plans. And I, for one, am excited that this is not something that's just going to sit on the shelf. Therefore, will be continuing to collect and manage and monitor data, implementing a new system to help us do that as well, and working hard on our customer service and service delivery overall. So, where joy lives, hope grows, and help happens. We're very excited to be entrusted with this work for our community, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Right, I'll start off. How much money were you able to save? Or
Well, we knew what we needed, and so we dug deep and found the 1.4. Are you referring to for the Magellan project or different?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So-
Yeah, 1.46 million.
Okay. All
Yes.
right, good. That's
Yes.
great. When are we projecting the opening date for the new senior service center at the multicultural
I
center?
know that it's early next year, but the date, do we have a date? Okay.
Spring of 2026. Okay. That's close enough. All right, we'll open it up. Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Uribe, Commissioner Simrad, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, Commissioner Moore, in that order. Commissioner Wilson.
Okay, so I know you all are tasked with budget constraints, and we've got time constraints, so I'm going to try to talk fast and squeeze it all in. I think of utilities as being like our circulatory system, and public works as our skeletal, and you all are the heart, and it's incredible to hear the depth and breadth of which you touch people every day. So thank you so much it's so hard to, I've worked with each of these groups separately, but to see you in one place reminds me of how incredibly important your entire department is. So thank you so much for everything that you do. We are really operating in difficult times. And it worries me when I hear that that your division was tasked with looking for places to cut. Because, to hear that from the county and then the state and then the federal government, it's our most vulnerable population. It's our high quality of life investments. So I know that the pilot program you're saying is planned for as far as monetarily, and I'm scared to ask this question, but is there somewhere else that now you're feeling some pain because of that? And I believe in, by the way, the importance of consolidating an intake, right? That's a consolidated intake. It would be a great thing. I just want to make sure I understand if there was a sacrifice.
I would answer that question, no. I would characterize our direction a little bit differently. I was not asked to identify reductions. I was asked to live within my current means. And so we just looked at different ways we might be able to accomplish certain of our operations and goals and dug a little bit deeper. We also do have
system to try to receive services.
Yeah, I understand what you
I believe
mean.
the big guy is weighing in on how important this conversation is.
Consider that our budget is $229 million, and so the 1.4 in the overall scope of what we expend is something
Yeah,
that we can
absorb
eke
it.
out.
Right,
Yes.
and I understand that. I just want to make sure that you hear my support for, even hearing that it's because there may be some positions that are open, I'm like, that means somebody else is doing the job of 2 or 3, because that's how we know offices work. So I just want to make sure you hear the support from me that if there's something I can provide as far as, I don't know what, but I will come and volunteer at the Head Start. I've said this before, when the federal government lost its mind, that I would love to come do that from 9 to 12, 1, whatever, and then I'll come over here because it's that important. And, I mean, I'm not qualified yet, but I bet I could get trained. And then just a really quick conversation about, I thought the example of Sally was a really good one and very important for people to understand how difficult it can be for somebody who's especially undergoing potentially illegal entanglement because of domestic violence and a divorce or custody issues. And so I was wondering, without getting into the weeds, I know I'm going to run out of time, what is a 360-degree visibility that was described on that slide?
Yeah, what we intend to communicate there is that we have the ability to look at her more completely. She comes in for one service, but she really needs 5, and she may or may not necessarily be aware of that. And neither might we, other parts of our system, because we've been relatively siloed. So she comes in for a crisis program, and we give her money that helps her get through the next month or 2, but we don't necessarily think to sign her up for a training program or connect her with our domestic violence program counselors.
And how does that differ from case management?
Well, there is case management that we do perform, but we don't have necessarily we have to connect them to other parts of our operation kind of manually. And this way she can input her information, or we can on her behalf, in one place, and we get a fuller view of the needs. We also know if she's gone to one of our partners instead of us, or someone else in the community. Anybody who's linked in that system, it notifies us. And so we get sometimes people going to different parts of the system and having different things told to them and different experiences. Nobody's talking to each other.
It makes me think of, have you ever done the cost of poverty experience?
Mm-hmm.
For anybody that's done that, it was so illuminating in that getting things done in a day when you're trying to put your life back together like that is a full-time job. And it's a full-time job for somebody who has transportation. Forget about it when we try to figure that part out.
Right. So they go to one agency, Samaritan, but if they need services from other agencies that are linked to our system, then we can more easily recognize that, make the connection, and she doesn't necessarily have to apply again, and it's just going to be a lot smoother. So we are collecting data that gives us a more complete picture of what she's utilizing as well as her needs.
But not supplanting a human contact.
Not at all. In fact, I mentioned that we're not planning to reduce staff. They can still use our existing processes and come in and just talk with somebody and be served that way.
Well, I'm hopeful for...
And we're not laying off anybody or even thinking along those lines. As you mentioned,
for those outcomes. Offline, after this, if we could maybe talk about, I know that the Harbor House is working on their Family Justice Center, and it's something that I feel like aligns just exactly where this is going.
Similar systems actually are being utilized currently by many nonprofits. So Habitat is an example for humanity. I believe Career Source has a CRM system. There are a number of them that are making the investment. iDignity has one.
So thank you so much. We'll catch up more later, but I really appreciate it. And thank you so much also for all the briefings that you're able to provide my staff. I'm like Commissioner Scott, that if I get it on a spreadsheet, I'm like, I'm good to go. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ben, I'm glad you kind of answered the way you did, because the directive was not necessarily to cut, but take a look at your existing programs and services. And every good government does that from time to time. You better look within. We have a limited amount of funding, and it's a matter of priorities. That's why we're having this budget work session, because we have limited funding, and you have to make some priorities of how you're going to spend those dollars. And if you don't do that yourself, then yeah, you're going to have some other somebody else is going to do it for you, either through the political process to help you reprioritize, or through these Doge processes that we'll go through. And so we better learn to do that more as a way of doing business. And so for my style of leadership, every organization that I've ever managed to run, we've gone through this process.
But you don't have to explain it to me. I come in below everybody and probably a quarter of yours.
So that's all I'm saying is I do. The way you framed the question to Van was one that I think may not have fully understood what the direction was. That's why I'm telling you what the direction was. And that's what I'm charged with doing, and I'm going to always manage in that way. All right, so thanks. Commissioner Uribe.
First of all, there's a big giant missing in your group right now, okay? And we miss him a lot. And Kyle, you guys will never be confused on if you're Matt Sudemeyer or not. Yeah, I mean, I would be remiss if we didn't really, a lot of these projects that led the way that were outside of the box were led by Matt. And I always joke, because when I got elected, he would get nervous talking to me because he didn't know what I was going to come up with next. But he took the challenge on, from making Pioneer Days more inclusive to most recently, and Kyle, I wish you guys would have taken credit for this, was we turned a very underserved area in Taft and have turned it into a park. And it has revitalized this community, and we have just come up with an official name and all of these things. And those are the things that matter. Those are tangible things that people can say. But I also want to commend the two troublemakers right there who always like to match. Yes, you too, yeah. Because I'm very passionate about, I think all of us are very passionate, and we've come to you with seriously challenges, and they have found a way and have fought almost like the people we were fighting for were their friends. And that's very different, because you put your heart into it. And recently we had a teacher, employee teacher with benefits, who hit a hard spot, and once she got delayed with her apartment, couldn't get above water, and they found the miracle to make it happen. I want to go back to one of the, you're talking about these services that are being cut and so forth. And I hope your team, as creative as they are, we can start to really maximize a lot of these organizations that we fund to help fill in that gap. Mm-hmm. Because when you said we can no longer help people, certain folks, people, I think of the children, okay? That's where immediately I go to. It's the kids who they don't know, And so I hope that as you guys are reevaluating all the organizations that do different services we might be able to find, because what we don't want to see is children to get behind because of lack of food, lack of health, and lack of education. Like we know, like all of us who have read to children, and it's so wonderful. If anybody's ever feeling down, just go read to VPK kids, because they tell you they love you. That's how loving they are.
Yes,
they just
do.
love you. And,
get big
and
hugs.
I'm really tall, and they hug my legs, and that kind of stuff. And it's so beautiful. So I hope that you take on this challenge, because all of you guys have the heart for it. So it's never the lack of heart. Is that we become creative outside of the box to make sure that we can still, to some extent, be able to support families that are going through difficult times, because we're getting it now. And what scares me a lot too is that I'm seeing a growing need with seniors who have a set, amount of funding, and property taxes and mobile home fees, and everything's going up. And whenever I hear and meet a senior that says, I only have $20 left, And it is the growing group of constituents that come to our food drives are our seniors now. And they were the minimalist, and now they're the biggest. And that is very startling. So I thank you guys for all you do. I'm going to stop here, but I have to commend your team because they've never said no. They always find a way. We keep pushing forward, but they really try to empower Orange County and the resources they have to make us better.
Thank you,
got
Commissioner.
it. And your husband's not bad either.
No, it's
Oh,
not.
he's that together.
Yeah, no, I fully recognize, I count on and depend on them, and that's why I wanted to acknowledge them all at the outset, because they're the ones that make it all happen. So thank you for acknowledging that.
All right, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Venn. I want to reiterate what I said during our budget briefing, just that if I was looking at any department for going up in terms of budget and being able to justify it, it would be your department. The reason why, and even now more concerning, is that the big, beautiful bill that passed, I'm concerned, has very big, horrible, ugly outcomes, and I'm afraid that your services will be in more need than what they have been in the past, and that you're functioning within a constrained budget already. And I do want to say that there's a flavor about your presentation that feels like, oh, there's all these different services and all these different safety nets that are going to catch people. But what I'm missing from your presentation is that yes, there is an abundance of programs, but no, there is not unlimited capacity. And I think you have capacity constraints. And so I'm concerned at seeing your budget come in just where it is. That would be, an area that I would really want to put some additional love into in terms of dollars. So I will reiterate what I said in our briefing. And
Thank you for reiterating that. And there are a few areas within, maybe I didn't emphasize them enough, that we are looking at where we can do some capacity building or where that is needed. I think maybe at some future point, perhaps in briefing with you, we can structure something that lets you know where we see gaps in the availability of services or our ability to provide them.
thank you. And Mayor, I'm going to tiptoe out onto an edge and just say that when we have an organization that's getting $100 million to fund marketing for private businesses like Visit Orlando, although I understand the importance of marketing, I think that we need to support legislation that reduces that $100 million so that we can get more dollars to VEN. I'm hoping we advocate for that in the future. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
Thank you, Ms. Hello? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. V, for the presentation of all your support. Always available when I need you, and also the whole team. I mean, I'm not going to mention the names because then, others I will forget, but all of you, I love you. I like what you do. I love it, and thank you for always being available for the community more than anything. But I have two questions. Okay. Well, first, not a question, but thank you, because I wanted you to say, that staff is not reducing, that you're not reducing staff, and it's because, especially for this department, we need the human.
We can't afford
right
to do
there.
that.
Exactly. So thank you. And then the other one, in regards to the Magellan pilot program, do we have something similar right now or no?
We do not.
No?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So, okay. So when do we think that will start? For the next fiscal year?
Oh, gosh, I'm hopeful that it will start in the next fiscal year.
Okay.
We need to navigate our procurement process.
Okay.
There are options to expedite it, but we do want to exercise due judgment and process. So.
Okay. Thank you. And then my last question, and this is more not question, but I have to put it here. And Mr. Kent, this is something that, well, my residents in Avalon are very upset, and I know we have talked about this before when, Matt was here, and it's the Morgan Park that sends, you cannot believe it, 203. The developers mention it, and then Linda Stewart pushed it in 2010, and then Commissioner Thompson, and now I'm here, and I'm gonna be out next year, and still nothing is happening. And then the residents are very upset and so, but we're gonna get together. I just wanted to put it out because the residents are looking at me like, you have to mention the park. So we're gonna get together, we're gonna meet and see how we can push this with the developers, because I don't know where it is. I know it's some kind of thing going on with real estate, but it's time to put something down there, okay? Because we need it. So thank you, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Moore.
Hello there.
Hello.
Thank you so much for the monthly briefings. I think you're hearing a theme that all of us feel more connected to what's going on in your department. That's been very helpful. This management system, that's the Magellan, right? Is that the name of it?
Yes, it is.
Isn't it all similar to the concept that we use for our unsheltered population? It sounds somewhat similar.
I'm not sure when you say.
Well, the HIN, so we get.
Oh, for the homeless network?
Yeah.
It's similar in that it is a central repository for some of the data that we collect from individuals who access that network. But this is intended to be much broader and collect from many more sources so that we are able to tie our divisional work together, break down those silos that currently exist in the system.
And it sounds like a good way to do that and save time and efficiencies with that. So does that tie into your strategic plan?
Very much
goals?
so.
And that was really, my next question was, where do you see the department going after the strategic plan is fully implemented?
Well, I think that we're going to have a whole new attitude and a new way of cooperating with each other. Our customers will have easier access to our services. The morale of our employees is going to be even higher, and their training and excellence will be further improved. We will hopefully become accredited as an entire department instead of pieces of our department being those that are accredited, but we will have sought and attained that expertise and status as a department. And I think we will be the model nationally for the provision of social services, and we'll be doing it in a unified way that has the data and outcomes to back it up. We hope to demonstrate some results that perhaps have not been seen before locally in terms of how we're affecting people's lives. And people don't necessarily appreciate fully, but perhaps you all do, the range of services that we provide. We're thought of as focused totally on low-income individuals, and that is our priority. But, through our Parks and Rec, through our cooperative extension, through our Regional History Center, numerous ways, our CCC programs, many of them are not income qualified. We touch people of all walks of life, all income levels, whether it's, them using our pickleball courts or finding a room for the night. It's very varied, and that's why, from my perspective, we may be the most, or certainly one of the most customer-facing, resident-facing operations that the county has. Because we do that in real life.
That's very exciting. And I appreciate your leadership and your team's leadership on that. And just on a fun shout out, you're talking, it wasn't about services all to our neediest residents, but quality of life. Parks and Rec helped with a bridge rededication on the West
Yes.
Orange Trail in Apopka, which for me was about revitalizing downtown
It
and
absolutely
providing
was.
more and safe opportunities for citizens of any income level. And then Cedric Moffett, I have to give a shout out to him. He's been speaking at all my people group meetings and wowing them with his energy, enthusiasm for trails. And I can't thank you enough for your leadership.
He's an amazing, somewhat hidden asset, but he is amazing. He has a true passion
Yeah.
for development of our trail system, and that's one reason that it's so spectacular and getting better every year.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vin.
Thank you.
The dream team in the back. I guess my first question, with LAHEAP going forward, where do you, what do you see our ability to either do a version of that program? I know we're doing some stuff through the state, but what does that mean for the future of that program? I know there have been a lot of changes at the federal level. So what happens with that program in the next fiscal year and beyond?
I pray that it will continue, but right now we have no guarantees. We're working hard to lobby for the continuation, and we are currently reviewing what is referred to as an umbrella agreement with the state. Those dollars are federal, but they are administered and funneled to us through the state. So we are preparing the agreements, but we're just going to have to see whether those are actually going to be funded. I think that we will want our delegation, federal delegation, to help push for the reauthorization of those funding streams for us, and perhaps need to look at whether there are other ways to shore up our system locally. There are others to a much smaller extent that provide energy assistance to people who have difficulty paying their bills. I believe, I hope I'm not misspeaking, that United Way is one example of that. I know the city of Orlando has done a little bit of work in that area when they have funding. Perhaps we'll need to do some mobilizing within our local community to see who is able and willing to step up, and how might they prioritize who gets the services, because they are going to become more scarce. It's one of our most popular programs, and it represents more than $5 million. It very much helps individuals, and it's difficult, particularly at this time of year. For instance, my air conditioning went out over the weekend, and I was so miserable. It was, I'm like, well, how do people live without this here in Florida? So it's serious business. You know, you have no lights, you can't cook, you're hot. It's life-threatening.
And then I stepped out, but I was listening to Commissioner Uribe's comments about, being innovative, being intentional about what we do with our youth and our seniors. And I think that you all have done a phenomenal job with that, a phenomenal job when it comes to those services. I remember one scenario with a senior in Tangelo specifically that you, Carla, and a number of you all worked to kind of find a resolution for, who was on a fixed income. When we talk about outside the box, or maybe revisiting the wheel, reinventing the wheel, I'm 43, but well over 25 or so years ago, and I don't know, Kyle, you may come up for a part of this, we had the OC Club, and I know that they had a nonprofit. And so looking at the ability to create a nonprofit that helps inform some of the work, because there'll be dollars that are available that we can't take advantage of simply because of how we are structured, whereas there are other organizations like the City of Orlando, like OCPS through the OCPS Foundation, are able to then, get those funds, and through some type of agreement, some finance, we're able to take those funds and fund work at our level that we otherwise wouldn't be able to. So really thinking about that. On page 71, for parks, the master plan, can you give a little more detail? Like what will that include in terms of the master plan? Like what is the goal when it is all done ideally, like the two?
The goal of that basically is to look forward at the growth of the county and decide where we need to focus both funds and programming and properties. Okay. So it guides our direction for the next 10 years. We've been working off the existing one. Things change, communities change, demographics change, so it's a matter of looking at that again, looking at opportunities that we have, and then planning out that next 10 years.
Okay. Just a thought to share with you. This is July, so my June Ola Vista meeting, they shared with me that many, many years ago there was a conversation or there was a master plan or a committee specific to Ola Vista Park to make some improvements there. So when the opportunity presents itself, I would love for you or a team member to come and talk with that group to get that feedback so they can understand what the future will look like as it relates to their specific area,
sure,
but also what happened when that process, because I think there were 2 members in the committee or in the public that said, hey, we served on this, we did all this work, and then nothing happened or they moved, and I wasn't able to answer that question. So
okay.
I'll reach out to you with the dates, and then whatever's appropriate
Absolutely.
for you to come, I would appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Your team.
Sir.
And then I guess my final thought, not necessarily a question, if you have something to add to it. So I look at the sheriff's office recently, they did a senior prom, and they did it at the Wayne Dench YMCA, and it was well attended. We had folks from Orla Vista, and then they did like a senior, I don't know what it was, but they were all dressed up like in, I think it was black and red. They had a theme color. They did like a senior dance night at the Smith Center. And so I would love to see what else we can do for seniors, like in-house. I know we have a number of partners that we do things through, but what can we do so that, yeah, you're doing something with seniors, but you ain't doing it better than Orange County. So looking at how we can engage our seniors, because I think there are opportunities there where you have seniors who want to get involved, young people who need guidance, need to hear that wisdom, and sometimes we're not able to make that connection. We have a lot of people providing a lot of service to the young men and the young women, and they're mentors, 20s or 30s, but we don't see a lot of those who are in their 50s or 60s, even if it's just reading a book or telling a story, to be able to engage with young people so they understand where their history comes from. And so to what degree we can look at opportunities to pair programs with our seniors, whether they're maybe in a nursing facility or just a part of an association like the Chit Chat Club in Tangelo, so they can engage our young people and give them a little bit more of their history from a community standpoint, but also teach what respect is, what patience is, what is sit down and be still, baby, it's going to be all right, teaching things like that. So would love to see more when it comes to the seniors as well.
Well, I appreciate you highlighting that, and it might be worthwhile sometime to come visit with you and share with you more fully the things that we actually do sponsor for seniors. I hear you. We can always step it up, but there's probably more than you realize that we actually are already doing. For instance, we do host senior proms. I attended one at Maxey Center. I think that was earlier this year, where it's as you described. They have a lot of energy. They love dancing. We make sure there's good food. We get sponsors who prepare gift bags, and they give them take-home souvenirs and tchotchkes, and it was a great time. They had me up there doing things for them when I came in. It's like the Head Start kids. They just embrace you, honey. How you doing? They were giving me some of their items because they didn't want me to be empty-handed. Just very warm and welcome. Commissioner, I will say that I think you've hit on the nexus of what we intend to be the case for the new Senior Service Center. We're not quite so focused on their recreational health as we are their emotional health, helping them to foster the service that they can provide to the community in sort of a coordinated, organized way. And of course, we have the Office on Aging within Community Action Division. Their whole lives are serving seniors and helping to motivate them and connect them and connect the organizations that serve them. So there's quite a lot that they do, and we added a staff person with the last budget. So they're now a mighty team of 3, and they'll outrun you with the energy that they put into the work.
Well, thank you, Vin, and thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
All right, I guess before we close out this session, let me just ask Ms. Clara Graham to come up and just give us a quick update, because I think in terms of what we're doing with homelessness and the actual implementation of some of the funding that was discussed, there are some things that's going to happen in the very immediate future. So it's better to have her kind of tell you that.
Yeah. So, hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you for letting me speak. So, yeah, we're working on many, many projects at the time. And please keep in mind, too, that we have a presentation planned on September 16, because many things between now and September 16 will actually still change. Not just the numbers that we're collecting right now of the projects that we have started, which, for example, are our bridge housing opportunity for families. Those are 30 hotel rooms on the east side of the county. And we only started about 2 months ago, and we already have 5 families permanently housed. So that is actually, in that short amount of time, is really good. It might not sound like a lot, but to find affordable housing, you know, in times like this for 5 families, with quite a few kids, by the way, too, was quite impressive. And we are in the process of expanding this project already to add 10 rooms for individual adults, you know, like male and females. So also our program called 3 Bridges opened up about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. We're currently, you know, working also with the Sheriff's Office, because those are the 10 rooms for senior citizens, well, senior citizens 50 and up. I didn't make the criteria, I'm sorry. So, and we're in the process of planning a tour with the Sheriff's Office, because this is a law enforcement tool for diversion. And so they're very excited. And we currently have, I want to say, I don't know as of today, but I think we have about 6 or 7 rooms filled already. And 1 or 2 have already been moved to permanent housing, which is even more difficult to do, because this is a very vulnerable group, you know, that usually it takes a very long time to find housing. So our contractor is doing amazing work. We're also working on a few projects. Nothing has been finalized yet, because we're doing a lot of pre-work. We're still working on the overnight bus. So we have gotten some proposals, so we're working on that for the west side. And also with HSN on a few FEMA trailers, but we have to do some site assessments, unfortunately, because we need some more power lines. So that is ongoing. We're hoping that by the end of this year, we can start one of them. And yeah, there is a lot ongoing. We have one item going to the board, which would add up to 70 beds for a very vulnerable group on August the 5th. That is going to the board. And that is a contract with the managing entity here in Orange County. So we're working on that. And I'm looking to Heather, that's it right now, right? I mean, there's many other things that we're actually simultaneously working on, but I don't really want to, you know, say too much, because we're still researching, we're still working with our community partners, but we've been extremely busy. So, and we're about to get ready to implement the case management training. So that's, yes.
And if you can just touch on a couple of things. I know recently through some federal directives, I think there was correspondence sent to HSN regarding their HUD grant programs that permanent supportive housing may be in jeopardy. And I think that from sitting in on a workshop in Philadelphia over the weekend, there were some federal officials there who were talking from the perspective of the current administration. And they were concerned, at least the perspective of the current administration, was that they're not really looking to fund programs that would necessarily create permanent supportive housing, okay, but more transitional housing. In other words, giving people a helping hand to get them housed if they're unhoused, but they must work, they must do some other things in order to, if they're capable of doing that, in order to receive the funds. And when they hear permanent for individuals who are capable of working, that is what they really want to end. And there are some programmatic pieces that are being rolled out through federal grant programs that's kind of institutionalizing this particular change. And last week I sat on the virtual meeting that HSN had here with Martha R., and she was kind of explaining some of the potential loss in revenue because of not making this modification in the vernacular that we use to jive with the vision for the federal government. So if you can maybe talk a little bit about what you know from that perspective, and for undocumented persons, okay? Because there's a change there. If you're undocumented, the administration is unwilling, it appears, to provide funding to house persons who are here unlawfully. And so those are things that are being written that are going to, I think, change some of how we execute some of our grants or our programs.
Yeah, so the tone has definitely changed, and we're feeling that now. Now, certainly, I don't know all the intricate details, you know, of what Martha is discussing with HUD, but there are definitely some changes coming. It definitely not, you know, with federal money, undocumented immigrants cannot be assisted. So we're, with our ARPA dollars that we are still managing, right, until next year, we have conversations with our vendors. I mean, most of our community members, you know, they require documentation in order to get in, but there's still some services, obviously, that don't. But when it comes to our federal dollars, we're very careful on how we, you know, while we'll still, I mean, we're just in a very bad predicament, but we have to comply with the rules of the federal funding. Now, when it comes to the cuts, and yes, you're right, you know, I think the tone has changed in regards to the permanent. So what we're really trying to emphasize is making people that are able to self-sufficient again. I mean, we're enrolling more and more and more people in Valencia's AST Accelerated Skills Program. And that is for the clients that are able to do so. In my opinion, having worked in social services for a very long time, there will be some individuals, and they will always require some sort of assistance because they're just not, they're not capable and able to completely be self-sufficient. And so the more emphasis we put on making people that have the capabilities self-sufficient again, quicker, you know, more timely, the better it is, and the more we can actually focus on individuals that need more help, that have a higher degree of chronicity, you know, that maybe have some mental illness that are co-occurring, some substance abuse issues. But I can just confer, yeah, I mean, the tone has definitely changed. We have had meetings with our vendors where we actually expressed, listen, we need to change our approach. but also simultaneously not neglecting to see, to follow ethics, obviously, and to see what a treatment plan really requires for a person. So we just need to change our approach and make the best of what we have. I mean, it's going to be difficult next year, I think, when some of the ARPA funds are going to run out, but we're really trying the best that we can to work with what we have. But it's going to be difficult, I'm sure.
Yes. Okay. We have some questions. Commissioner Scott, you had a follow-up question?
I have no follow-up question. I got flowers, and I think y'all need to hear this. So on the 4th of July, probably about 5 o'clock, or the 4th of July weekend, I called Lisa, and we spent the better part of 3 hours. I'm not joking, 3 hours, 10 phone calls. There's probably more than that, and that was just day one. And so we were helping someone that had lost their car, lost their job, lost their place to stay, and she's calling people, I'm calling people, I'm driving here. Like, we're trying to make this work. And so she could have easily said, not answered her phone, really. She could have said, hey, because of the holidays, circle back with me on Monday, because I had called the coalition, I went through the Salvation Army, went through so many providers, and so just job well done. Like, thank you. Because as a leader, you can do a lot of things and delegate a lot of things, and you could have did anything with your time. And I think you were with your family or something. I heard people in the background. So the fact that you thought it important enough to help a stranger, thank you. Job well done. You are definitely the type of leader that I know we have in the audience and in this organization, but I just want to make sure that live on TV, I tell you, thank you in front of my colleagues, your colleagues, and just job well done.
Well, you're welcome. He's actually on the right track, believe it or not. I called you the other day because he's going to go to the AST program. So he is in a shelter right now, but he's going to go to Valencia, and he's extremely excited. We interviewed him, and we're working with him. So thank you for getting us in touch with him. And so he was very excited. So hopefully everything is going to work out for him.
Very good. Commissioner Wilson, and then.
I'll wave it off just because I know we have stuff coming up, so thank you.
Commissioner Simrad.
Mayor, I had a quick question on if we can invest in county-owned transitional housing to help people and to get them into permanent housing. I know we give some money to businesses, corporations to do it. Can we take an approach to do that?
That'll be part of, I think, the update in September. So you're going to hear about some of what we're kind of planning in that perspective.
Yeah, and we will make sure, obviously, that all of you are receiving a thorough briefing because it's quite comprehensive. Like, yes. We're working on the presentation right now.
Okay, thank you all very much. We ran a little over. We're going to go to, I think, the final presentation of the day from the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Director. Ms. Tanya Wilson is coming forward. She'll be leading off with that conversation. You all are welcome to stay if you want to listen to your colleagues in the next.
All right, so we're going to jump right in the interest of time for the benefit of the public. For the record, Tanya Wilson, the PEDS Director. I've been in this position for a little shy over a year. So I am the most recent director of all directors here within Orange County. So just in terms of the outline of the presentation, I walk you through the organizational chart, really highlight some of the major changes that we've had since I first presented last year when we did the previous fiscal year's budget, then walk you through the proposed budget for fiscal year 26. We'll share some of the operating budget efficiencies. We understood the assignment, the challenge that was given was to find ways to reduce any excess and to find more efficiencies throughout our operations. Then we'll be sharing the capital improvement program and then wrap up with a summary. So starting off with the organizational chart, Mayor and Commissioners, you'll recall last year when I presented, there were two distinct vacancies within PEDS. We had no deputy directors. I thank the Mayor and Commissioners for your support in the appointment of or two deputies. We have Deputy Scott Scraben and Deputy Jason Reynolds. And I'll ask the individuals if they're here, just to raise their hands for the benefit of the public so you know who these individuals are. Two quality individuals, if I might add, and I thank the mayor and commissioners for their support in appointing these two individuals. Also want to highlight within PEDS the other division managers, and if you would just stand for the benefit of the public so individuals know who you are. For building safety, we have Alan Plant. Under planning, we have Alberto Vargas. Zoning, we have Jennifer Moreau. Fiscal operations, we have Franklin Santos. Franklin, unfortunately, is under the weather, so he's not here with us this afternoon, but of course you all are familiar with him. He was recently appointed into that position. Under environmental protection, we have Renee Parker. Housing and community development, we have Mitchell Glasser. And neighborhood services, of course, because of our recent appointment of one of our deputies, Jason Reynolds, that position is currently vacant. So here you have the 7 divisions of PEDS. We are 600 personnel strong. Someone mentioned before, if utilities is a circulatory system, community and families is the heart. I'd like to invite you to think that PEDS would be the engine that drives the entire train with what you see on a Tuesday afternoon here at the BCC. So it's always been all hands on deck. I witnessed that for the last year of being in this position, and certainly we couldn't accomplish these great things that you see happening in action form on a Tuesday afternoon without the incredible talent that we have within our department. I've worked internationally in planning, I've worked here within the United States, and I would be remiss in not saying that these are some of the most talented individuals that I've had the opportunity to work with, and certainly very honored to lead. So one of the things that we have worked on diligently over the last year is the creation of our strategic management plan. A very timely document in terms of where we are with Orange County and the many challenges that we face, and also opportunities that are there. I'd like to say that our strategic management plan is vision-inspired. It is mission-driven and certainly performance-based. When we worked with the team when I first came on board, one of the things that we did was to issue a survey to ask our staff members, what are some of the challenges that you've seen within PEDS? What are some of the opportunities? We also polled the mayor and commissioners. We asked several of you, if you could give us feedback, what do you think we could do better within PEDS? We were daring enough to lean in and ask the community as well, what are some of the challenges that you see that we need to face as a department and address? And as a result, we created that strategic management plan. And here's the mission statement that was put together by our management team. And I want to read this for the benefit of the public so you understand our blueprint, our guiding posts, and our focus moving forward as a department. So it reads, the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Department, PEDS, we exist to serve the public and enhance Orange County, Florida's community by fostering sustainable growth, protecting the environment, and improving the quality of life for current and future generations. We take that wholeheartedly as our guiding post and as our true north, and the conviction that we move forward with as we provide the services and provide, I would say, customer service excellence to the public. So we're stepping into our fiscal year 26 budget. Total operating budget for PEDS is $262.7 million. And then I'll show you in terms of the pie chart how that's divvied up across PEDS. So for the largest area, 33% of our budget, that's dedicated to the Housing Trust Fund. That's a total of $87.3 million. That's followed by our grants fund, mainly entitlement funds, grants. A lot of that is pass-through money that you'll see for things like rehab, down payment assistance, rental assistance, and aid to private organizations. Followed by the general fund portion, 20%, that's $51.2 million. Building safety, that's our enterprise funds, that's $34.8 million, and that's comprised of 13% of our budget. And then the smallest portion would be in the other category, that's 7%. That's the $18.8 million, that's mainly our MSTU and MSBU funds, things for lake maintenance and special revenue funds. Mayor and Commissioners, I would invite you to look at the pie portions that are shaded in blue and green. What catches the eye is that this is the largest component of our budget as a department. And if you do the quick math, it's about 60% of our budget that's dedicated to affordable housing initiatives and green initiatives. And I think this is important to highlight to the public. It does stand as a testament of this county's commitment to advancing affordable housing programs and supporting environmental stewardship. It also tells you that in terms of the focus of our department, it's all hands on deck in helping to advance these initiatives throughout Orange County. So you've seen our mission statement, you see how the dollars are dedicated, but what cannot be lost for the members of the public is that this department is committed to sustainable development and is committed to bringing quality of life to our residents through affordable housing and protecting and preserving the environment through the important initiatives that we work on. Looking at a glance, this is just a comparison and looking at fiscal year 25, comparing that to fiscal year 26, so we have an understanding of how the dollars will change. We're anticipating an 8.9% increase in our operating budget, and that's mainly in areas related to grants increases. Some of that is rollover money from our Housing Trust Fund. We're also requesting an additional staff member, and that's within the zoning division. Based on our recent approvals or recent adoption of Vision 2050 and Orange Code, we do anticipate that there's going to be additional work generated in that zoning section. So in making sure that we're keeping pace with these higher demands that are anticipated, we're recommending that one new position be created within that division. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move on in the presentation. Just to unpack for you, in terms of that 8% increase, where exactly that's going. We have a $9.1 million increase in the grants area, as mentioned before. This mainly in Section 8, looking to anticipate certain rental increases. $4 million increase in the Housing Trust Fund, 3.6 increase in other categories like Windermere Water and Navigational Control District. So that gives you an idea in terms of that 8%, what we're anticipating. Again, mainly within the grants funds area, and then also that one position. You recognize this face from our zoning division. So we have one Planner 3 position that's being recommended. As mentioned before, we're expecting an uptick in terms of those special exception and variances, those applications. So we are preparing to make sure that we're in lockstep with the new demands that are anticipated to come ahead based on Vision 2050 and Orange Code. This was one of the topics that we spent quite a bit of time last year when I first did the budget presentation. Several commissioners said, you know, we've had a sluggish rate in terms of our vacancy numbers here in PEDS. That number was stubborn for many years, so I took that as my marching orders. And as we looked at the strategic management plan, one of the areas that we emphasize in one of our 5 priority areas is really that talent acquisition and management piece. So the vacancy issue was a high priority for me and the team moving into that first year. So you'll see for fiscal year 24, we had overall vacancy numbers from 14% moving down to 9%. Mainly the 2 areas that we typically see the highest volumes of vacancies have been in the building safety and neighborhood services area. I'm so happy to report we have been intentional about working on bringing down those numbers. And I wanted to highlight in areas like neighborhood services where we've ramped up our efforts. We've seen more hirings of code officers in our areas within neighborhood services. We were able to cut that vacancy in half. So we moved from a 26% chronic vacancy down to 13%, and it's not enough. We will continue to work on those numbers to bring it and to minimize it as much as we can with both the hiring, the acquisition, and the retention of staff. So someone may be asking, how did you do that? So I just wanted to share just a quick highlight here in terms of our intentionality in bringing down those numbers for the vacancies. So our recruitment efforts certainly hasn't been singular. We've had a lot of partnerships with Human Resources. So shout out to Human Resources for the keen partnership and support that they've provided over these many months. So we've had a major hiring event that was highly successful in being able to hire new staff within neighborhood services. We focus on doing salary analysis, really looking at the comparables with other jurisdictions. You know, are we keeping pace with the market in terms of how we're paying our people? We've had hiring incentives built into some of our key positions, like our code officer positions, looking at incentives to bring folks on board and to attract them to apply for these positions. Social media activity, you'll see a lot more of PEDS online, particularly in the hiring area. We have a position for a PIO that's been working feverishly to make sure we push these positions out across the web to make sure that folks are aware whenever these opportunities come about. In looking at the minimum requirements, we recognize that some of these positions needed to be recalibrated. There were positions oftentimes that were asking for more advanced degrees when quite, in fact, they could have been just a high school diploma requirement to be able to bring folks on board and give them an opportunity. So we've tweaked some of those positions to make sure that they were consistent too with others in the market. And then lastly, just the reclassification of some positions allowed for internal promotions, in the areas that we have, particularly within building, seeing that there were opportunities for folks there with the senior permit analyst positions to be able to be advanced whenever there was years of experience or certifications gained. So with that, we're very happy about the trend that we're seeing, the downward trend in the vacancies within PEDS. Now we'll take a look at our operating budget efficiencies. So the challenge again from OMB was identifying those ways that we could do more of delivering our services with less, and do more in terms of maximizing our efficiencies and less in terms of waste. So in adopting this strategic management plan, we see this as an opportunity to provide a guide that will influence our decision-making, an opportunity to reduce those silos and memorialize the department's fiscal and operational priorities. I mentioned before that this is really something that was generated out of having those assessments with our staff, having assessments with elected officials, looking at the business community and at the residents and asking, how can we do things differently? There were certain common themes that were observed in the responses received, and based on those themes observed, these 5 areas stood out as a focus area for PEDS. And I'll share those with you very quickly. I'm looking at talent acquisition and management. We recognized we needed to have a universal strategy across the 7 divisions to be able to hire the brightest and best into our department. And it's not just good enough to hire the brightest and best, but how do you keep them here? How do you retain them? So we've outlined those strategies within the plan. Process improvement is another area that we often get critiqued on. 2 things that challenge the development community is time and money. And building in those efficiencies will allow for folks to reduce the time spent in that development review portal, and then also be able to reduce the expenditures in those areas. So we're focused now on that process improvement and what we can do through the use of technology to make better strides in that area. And again, innovation and technology is one of our top 5. Are we keeping pace with the industry and what others are doing to be able to advance our projects and stay ahead of the competition that's there with other jurisdictions? Communication is a big priority for us as well. Often hear that we need to be more transparent in telling our story and transparent in how we're using the taxpayers' dollars. So we're more intentional about that in terms of our top focus areas. And then lastly, but not least, that relationship building opportunity, particularly when you are so heavily reliant on grant funds and entitlement funds. It's making sure that we have those right relationships with our federal partners and our state partners, our local businesses and our residents here, and absolutely those right relationships across departments here within the county. So these are our top 5 focus areas outlined in our strategic management plan that we wanted to share with you as we look to work more efficiently as a department moving forward. In the way of talent acquisition and management, we recognize that the brand that we emit to the public has a lot to do with the types of talent that we attract. So I wanted to showcase this accreditation initiative that's being rolled out in our Building Safety Division. That's the International Accreditation Services. There are only 2 counties in the entire state that have this accreditation. So I'm so happy and so proud of our Building Safety Division that they have the audacity to say, yes, we can and yes, we will develop this system to raise the brand of building safety, the brand of Orange County. So what does it afford us in getting this accreditation? It demonstrates that building safety has implemented the best practices for public safety. It also allows for independent verification and to demonstrate competency and that we've met the national averages or the national recognized standards in building safety. It allows us to be able to raise performance standards by proactively establishing goals for public safety, enhancing customer service, improvements in budgeting, professional development, and other related functions. And overarchingly, it allows us to solidify the brand of excellence in safety, and again, with the goal to attract top talent. We're expected to have this accreditation in place very soon. Actually, this fall, before the end of the year, we should have that system in place. I've asked, why don't you have more departments with this type of accreditation across the state? If it's a good thing and it raises safety, it requires more work. It requires you having more trainings with your team. It requires you having more accountability with the public. It requires goal setting, but we have said yes. We have said yes to this higher level. It's not okay to just be good in terms of our safety standards. We're striving to be great, and I think this accreditation allows us to be able to achieve that. So again, the assignment was clear and we understood the assignment. So for the benefit of OMB, we built in this slide just to give an at a glance as to what we were able to do as a department to identify those savings. So we highlighted 4 important bullets here that really showcases how we were able to cut back in areas of our budget without compromising the quality of service and our delivery. So first one that I wanted to share, under EPD lake chargebacks, we were able to, I heard a yes, we were able to identify a reduction of $130,000 for chemical usage for lake treatments. This one I really applaud our EPD manager for taking the challenge on. When we looked through our systems and observed the data over the years, we realized that in some of these areas we had overestimated. We had overestimated the cost of some of these chemicals and the usage. So when we recalibrated it to make sure that it was in sync with actual usage, we were able to identify a savings of $130,000. So I commend our EPD staff, Renee Parker, for her innovation in making sure that we stayed true to make sure that there was a balance between the budgeted number and actual expenditure. The next one is the Fertilizer Education Campaign Program. Again, we're able to find savings there of over $60,000. Vision 2050 and Orange Code, we're so happy to stop the bleed there. Over many years of planning and work for this fiscal year 26 budget, we're able to pull that back because the exercise has been completed in creating that document and delivering that to our community. We were able then to shrink or budgeted amount for any consultant service. So you'll see a savings there of $148,000. Under the vehicle utilization, of course, again, $259,000 reduction. Just understanding that we can utilize what we have and not waste the public funds on just necessarily having new equipment or new vehicles every year. That one, we're just living within our means. So you'll see a reduction there of $259,000. So overall on this slide, you have at least $600,000 in annual savings that PEDS was able to identify from our fiscal year 26 budget this year. In looking at development services, I think several departments mentioned this before, that the residential market has been somewhat sluggish in the last 5 years since 2020. So despite the sluggish residential market, we have not stopped in terms of the volume and rapidity of the services that we've delivered through that development services portal. So just wanted to highlight some of the figures that we're seeing so we understand that demand is still high, even with the market looking like it's being sluggish in that area. So we've seen over 4,400 new residential units created within the last year. 1.8 million in new construction, 1.8 billion in new construction, over 79,000 building permits pushed out through those activities, 283,000 inspections performed. And some of the important things that we've added in just to make sure that we're keeping pace with the market demands and being able to deliver services very efficiently. We've had a challenge that will turn around permits in review within 14 days for residential permits. We've offered next day inspections, And then also something that we are very excited to bring online for the fall is really exploring the use of artificial intelligence in being able to provide better customer service to the public. So that's something that we are exploring now, how we're able to have callbacks and how we're able to have that AI usage be integrated with the work that we do in providing customer service. So once that's fully flushed out, we'll be happy to share it with the Mayor and Commission as to how we'll be able to execute that. And again, in the way of technology and innovation, we mentioned that this was one of the 5 priorities that we've outlined in our strategic management plan. Just wanted to highlight our fast-track online permitting tool that we have here in PEDS. So we have seen a volume of over 33,175 phone calls through our customer portal, over 1,764 chat sessions that we've been able to host. One of the improvements, and I give staff credit for this in the development service space, is making sure that we've been able to provide language access to our growing diverse population here in Orange County. So we've diversified that where now we have speakers, Spanish speakers, and also Creole speakers, recognizing that not everyone is in that online space of technology and computers. On the ground, when you come in, you'll see smiling faces that are multilingual and able to support the needs of our customer base here. I'd like to say that PEDS has been customer-centric focused, just to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our elderly and our younger population. Whoever it is that we are catering to is making sure that we understand those needs, we're pushing out those surveys, and we're being responsive in delivering excellence in our customer service. The focus on process improvement, again, looking at updating our standard operating procedures. This is what we heard from the feedback in the surveys, making sure that our staff is properly trained, and again, exploring AI technology to assist us in the work that we do in delivering customer service. As we focus on the topic of communication, one of our 5 priorities, and I said it before, there is importance and a burden placed on us to make sure that for all these dollars that we are stewards in managing, that we're providing very clear, timely, and transparent information to the public. So we have a new Housing for All website that was launched back in May 2025, this year, and it provides then for that greater transparency and accountability for those dollars that are being pushed out through our housing division. And it really showcases the accomplishments that we've had, the projects that have been built. I invite the members of the public to take a look at that portal. This is your dollars being advanced and being spent to allow for that creation of affordable housing throughout the county. There's also an interactive map, so you're able to see what's happening within each of the districts, the council districts, if you have a desire to see what activities are happening within your area. So I invite the members of the public to take a look at that new housing website that's being created to be able to track those projects. So as we talk about budget efficiencies, we wanted to highlight the CDBG-DR funding source that we've gotten from the federal government. I think this is a great example of how you're able to leverage your local dollars with federal dollars or other funding sources to be able to make an impact. This is really for hurricane relief. So we've used those dollars we had back in March of this year, the Orange County Recovers program that was launched out of that CDBG-DR Hurricane Ian Fund. And we've had over 250 applications that have been received to date, 60 homes that are going through damage assessment. The construction is expected to begin within late July and August, so that's happening within a few weeks. That construction will commence on those recovery projects. And then we're looking at additional targeted outreach efforts that are planned to be able to push the information out for those programs. So again, as we're thinking of efficiencies, a part of the mission is not just spending general fund on these needs, but finding ways to expand or reach by leveraging our local dollars with the federal funds that are also there. And in Hurricane Milton, this one we're really happy to report that we received our award letter from the federal government. Many of you would have heard that last week we received confirmation that we will be receiving those dollars, $33 million from the federal government for Hurricane Milton relief. A similar funding source, CDBG DR dollars. That was approved by this board back in June of this year. And we have a grant agreement that has been recently executed, so we'll be able to move forward with that program we're anticipating by this fall. Thinking now in terms of efficiencies in the way of set-aside dollars, the importance of being able to have a funding stream so we can advance these environmental initiatives and be able to support the work of acquisition and preservation of our open space areas. So we wanted to highlight the Green Place Land Acquisition Program. Those funds were dedicated by this board, $100 million towards Green Place acquisition. The parcels assessed so far, we're excited to report that over 1,644 parcels have been assessed. We've purchased over 2,220 acres. That represents $51.8 million, and that's since 2021. Fiscal year 26 estimate, we anticipate having an additional 827 acres acquired. So what do we have in the pipeline now? We have 8 parcels that are pending closing. That's a total of 1,206 acres for a budget impact of $18.6 million. We're requesting $500,000 for additional sensitive lands or potential partnerships that's in the pipeline right now with St. John River Water Management District. There will be an additional $337,000 committed there. And the great news, it's a mixed blessing. So our staff has been very bullish in going at these acquisitions and making sure that those Green Place dollars have been spent. But with every good thing, it has an ending. So the good news is we anticipate being able to complete that $100 million challenge by next year. So the question that lingers for us is what next? We're committed to continue the work of acquisition, and I put a plug in for the EPD staff. We're suited and ready to be able to carry on the mission, but we look for the support of the commissioners to be able to advance and expand this great initiative for Green Place. Neighborhood improvements. Looking at neighborhood improvements, I mentioned before that one of our 5 priorities is that relationship building. It's making sure that we are not just presenting an arm of enforcement through code enforcement and other initiatives, but also an arm of partnership, improving the curb appeal, making sure that we're pouring those grant dollars back into raising up and improving our neighborhoods. So we've been doing a lot more on the outreach side, or outreach efforts. We've had things like our community conference. We've had things like our Citizens Academy, where we're training the residents in terms of how to be able to help and partner in community improvement initiatives. So we have a beautification grant, as you all know, maximum $15,000. Get the word out to your communities. We don't want to have any dollars left on the table. The resources there to help with things like signage and landscaping and solar systems. So we have that in our toolbox as a resource that's available to our communities. In the way of consumer protection, a lot of people don't recognize, but we do have that as one of our areas within PEDS, where we teach our residents about fraud protection and how to, really cover themselves in the market and make sure that they're not violated or taken advantage of. So there's education that's provided through the Consumer Protection Office. Pine Hills Neighborhood Improvement District, we're excited to share that we have that septic to sewer conversion project that's going there. That's going to impact about 93 businesses, very significant in the way of improvements, infrastructure improvements. And we're hoping to do more in areas like Pine Hills, where we see that this can activate and unlock commercial activity and economic development there. The street tree management plan is something that we have right now in the thinking box, but excited to share that it's coming up in fiscal year 26. So we talk about green places and being preserved in the rural areas, but I've often asked, what about the urban spaces? So we are thinking of bringing the mentality of the green place to the urban space by creating a street tree management plan that would identify those areas throughout the county's major corridors that are vacant in foliage and coverage. We know from studies that whenever there is green space and shade, it can impact the economy at the tune of 30% increases in business activity when we see more reforestation of our urban areas. So that's something that we're working on internally to be able to flush out and develop that concept. And then lastly, in the way of neighborhood improvements, looking for technology upgrades as we look at technology and innovation in areas like neighborhood services and code enforcement, where we have an antiquated system and we recognize that we should be able to bring that data and house it within a better platform. So we'll have those upgrades in LDMS. We're hoping to bring that on board by the end of the year. Now we'll take a look at our capital improvement program. It's small but impactful in the way of capital improvements that are anticipated for fiscal year 26. So a total impact of $12.9 million. We actually have 2 projects that are anticipated within that capital improvement area. We have under EPD, the dedicated funds there, $2.6 million for Conservation Trust Fund land management activities. You'll see the fire burning to the top right. So this helps with maintaining our forested areas with controlled burns and activities that we have there. There's $5.7 million for water quality improvement projects, both design and construction. $1.3 million for Green Place property enhancements and improvements and maintenance. And then the second capital improvement project that we wanted to highlight is coming through the planning division. It's $3.2 million that's dedicated for the iDrive illuminated signs, and this is more on the electrical side in terms of that impact. So just wanted to share with the mayor and commissioners in terms of the projects that's listed under EPD for capital improvement. We have Eagles Roost design and construction, dedicated budget of $660,000, and that's going to be in District 4. We have the Long Branch design and construction, and that's a total of $400,000, and that's going to be in District 5. There's still a cash flow program or cash flow amount of $100,000 that's already in the pipeline. So some of these are already underway to show you the commitment to advance and to continue to work on those projects. And then the third one in District 4, that's the Crosby Island Marsh Preserve design and construction. Another area of focus, of course, through EPD is that water quality improvements under the water science area. And I'll just quickly go through these in the interest of time just to share where those are located. For Lake Weston, this one is located in District 2, and that's for a proposed budget of $40,000. And this, of course, is stormwater improvements. They're all related to stormwater improvements, reducing nutrients, content within our water bodies, making sure that we improve the water quality throughout the county. So Lake Buchanan sediment inactivation, that's $150,000. That one is located in District 6. We have the Wakaiva BMAP Pond, that's located in District 6 as well. That one is already underway in terms of the design. And in the construction portion, we anticipate bringing that online in fiscal year 26, located in District 2. We have the Shingle Creek BMAP, #1 pond, and that's construction dollars that we have committed to that project, located in District 3. And then the Little Wakaiva area we have in District 2. That one, of course, is another construction project. And again, these are dedicated to water quality improvement programs. In looking at the Pine Lily Preserve, I just wanted to share a little bit of information about this project under our capital improvement program. Just a little description for the benefit of the public, so you'll have an understanding of what this project entails. This is for a pedestrian bridge that will allow safe crossing of the Long Branch tributary and will enhance the user experience for our Green Place property. Additionally, there's a feature that will connect the Florida National Scenic Trail sections of this property. So small but impactful and important capital improvement initiative for Pine Lily Preserve. And then we have the iDrive illuminated signage project that I mentioned before, a total of 93 signs, and this one is located in District 6 for an impact of $3.2 million. And then we'll wrap up with a summary of what you've heard before, just so you have an idea of where we are going as a department and the impacts that we continue to commit to make to our community here in Orange County. We mentioned before the launching of our strategic management plan with a shared vision that provides for the commitment for professional development and the commitment to customer service delivery. We talked about our talent acquisition plans and making sure that we have sufficient staffing to meet the demands for the road ahead, recognizing that we've adopted Vision 2050 in Orange Code. We're asking for one additional position within our zoning division. We shared the excitement of the accreditation for building division under that AIS category to be able to build a brand for a building safety division and really encourage our staff to exercise the highest level of safety protocol within that division. Talks about the operating budget and anticipation of increase, that 8% increase that we anticipate through our grants funding, affordable housing trust fund in that area. Also, our focus and commitment, with our commitment towards affordable housing and our environmental stewardship efforts and the work that we've had in development services area. We will continue to be committed in advancing these priorities through the work that we do within PEDS. And then lastly, we shared the CIP budget that highlights our commitment for water quality, their investments in the green place maintenance, and then lastly, the iDrive illuminated signs, 93 signs that will be illuminated through electrification in fiscal year 26. And that concludes my overview of the PEDS budget. We're happy to respond to any questions that the mayor and commissioners may have at this time.
All right, we do have questions or comments. We'll start with Commissioner Wilson, followed by Commissioner Moore, and then Commissioner Simrad, and then Commissioner Gomez-Cadero.
You can tell I'm starting to wear them down, right? Like I was coming in second and third on the button hit, and now I'm back to the top. So thank you so much for the information and the update. Once again, I feel like I get a chance to spend time individually with the divisions, and so I'm really grateful for all of the work and for you being in that role. I was wondering about, since we are sort of at this point where we're looking at understanding the expenditures are squeezed and we're tightening, I continue to, and I'm sorry, Renee, I may like invoke you in this one, but I may wonder if there's an opportunity for us on the side of environmental violations to be able to recoup potential, and I know it's not going to save us, but at the very least be more than what most people perceive as a slap on the wrist for pretty substantial environmental violations. And I think right now the things that bubble up, we hear, cost of doing business, they just write the check and move on. And then the rest of us pay the consequences for the next 100 years of not having whatever that was, right? So, and this could be a zoning question also. I think there's a lot of opportunities within sort of the way that we're evaluating our heritage trees right now and some of those shoreline violations. Is there an opportunity for us to take another look at those fees as trying to make sure that we're able to do the enforcement action required, right? They should at the bare minimum provide some deterrent and fund potentially the mechanism.
So actually, in terms of the exercise that we were given by our county administrator, we've actually been asked to look at our fees internally across the entire department. So we're definitely exercising that and going through and making sure that our fees are not old and antiquated and not keeping up with our service demands. So it is being worked on, and we hope to have that completed within the fall.
I look forward to it. I would love to have a quick update or talk about it, because I do think that there's, and especially in my district where you see really large differences sort of in trying to deter, right? When we're talking about a multi-million-dollar project and the effects of a violation versus someone's potential DIY. And so just trying to get my kind of basis of that and understanding. I would look forward to the conversation.
Coming soon.
Thank you.
I think I'm next. For the sake of time, you mind?
Oh, yeah, no. Commissioner Moore.
It's okay. Okay, thank you, Tanya, for your report. The first two questions are in regard to the chart where you had some things in my district and I wasn't aware of the project. And if we want to save time, it was the Wekiva B map, the $600,000 pond in the Little Wekiva. Somebody can brief me later for sake of time, so I hear more about that. And then my one question was on your operating budget efficiencies. You talked about the service levels remain high. There were over 4,400 new residential units and the value was $1.8 billion. Was that for the last budget year or was it over a longer period of time?
So that's an annual number. So that was within the last year.
In
So
the
we're
last
showing
year,
you
so
the
we saw
volume.
4,400
volume of
homes.
activity.
And do, off the top of your head, do you have any idea which part of town were they mostly in?
That's a good question for my building safety manager. He would know that off the top of his head.
Well, I could guess. It's probably this way.
Yes,
over
Alan
here.
Platt knows, so I'm going to give him an opportunity to tell you which side of town we saw the most activity coming out of.
Good afternoon. Yes, and I'm sure you could. It would be in the Horizon West area.
Well, that was my guess. But
Yeah, I
just-
figured it would be.
Because obviously, when we see the projects coming through, we see a lot of District 1. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for your work, and that's all I had. Get with me about my projects or EPD, Ken, later.
Absolutely. We'll
All right,
schedule a
thank you.
meeting.
All right, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have three quick questions. One is that, well, thank you for your presentation. Green Place Properties, in order to protect that financial investment of taxpayers, does it now all require a supermajority vote for any type of anything other than conservation per Charter Amendment 8?
So supermajority vote in terms of what? If something is acquired?
No, on our Green Place Properties, if we were, Charter Amendment 8 was the one that was in response to statewide, the use of,
Bill,
trying to
got it.
rezone.
So yes, you're correct. So if someone came into like real estate management and asked to impact a Green Place property, if it was even entertained that we would support that and we brought that to the board, it would require that supermajority vote.
Great, and all of those potential projects, they would always trigger coming before this board?
If someone came in and said, we want to utilize acreage off of a Green Place property, and I think it even applies to parks and recreation properties as well, yes.
Good, that's great to hear.
We would need to bring it back to you all, and you would have to all vote as a supermajority to support that.
Great, thank you. And then in terms of the fees, is it possible for us to do fees on unpermitted business, like unpermitted borrow pits?
Is it possible to do
Can we,
fees
can
on-
we establish some type of fee structure as a revenue source for unpermitted business?
That's a policy decision. So if that's something that the board wants to bring forward for addition to our fee schedule, that's,
Yeah.
because it doesn't currently
Yeah,
exist, so.
We'll have to follow up to understand, so if something's unpermitted and it's then identified as that, well, there's a whole process, but let us do some follow with the commissioner. I'm not sure I 100% understand exactly the question, so let's do some follow-up between legal and PEDS.
Great, and it's in
Understand.
reference to the unpermitted borrow pit in East Orange County that's been open for almost a decade that we can't get shut down. That's caused groundwater contamination now. And then lastly is that could we set up a fee structure model where prior to allowing all rezones, they must be brought into compliance with existing fines and fees?
So that's something that's being reviewed. It's underway right now.
Okay.
Looking at how we assess that.
Thank you.
That's being worked on.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. So, Ms. Tanya, thank you so much for the presentation. I just don't want to, leave today without saying thank you to you and to all the team because you all make my life easier. Every day, I think that I bother all of you. Well, not bother, but talk to all of you or one of you every day. I have to call one of your team to resolve anything, and they always available. Thank you, and I like your mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I
ma'am.
have question, but I'm going to schedule a meeting with you later, and then we're going to discuss it over there, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
Thank you.
All right, I think that was the last one on this one. However, earlier this morning during public comment, Dr. Jim Moyer, who I think has been here pretty much all day, he raised an issue regarding, of course, they're authorized under state statute and essentially form the functions as a soil and water supervisors under the authority of the state. But he raised a question about potential support, funding, et cetera, for what the supervisors of of the Soil and Water Board for within our jurisdiction where they need some support. I know that staff has done some research and looked into that, but I didn't want, since he's been here all day, I didn't want to conclude without kind of responding to him. He wasn't part of the formal presentation, but since he's here, we want to kind of give an update there.
Thank you, Mayor. Indeed, as none of the requests did ask PEDS to review the submittal of the request for consideration of if they would include it in their budget, if it rose to that level and provided services that would justify including in the budget. And so I know Renee Parker did that assessment. And so, Ms. Wilson, I don't know if you want to address those conclusions or call on Ms. Parker to briefly convey to the board. I know the board did receive the memo or CC'd on the memorandum dated June 19th, which provided that assessment of the items. So I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Wilson.
I can confirm that we did receive the request from the Soil and Water Conservation District. I think there was a request for $75,000 was asked for funding assistance. The staff did take a look at that, and we found that there were several areas of overlap and duplication with what EPD currently provides. There is a desire to provide an in-kind type of support. I'll allow Renee to be able to come forward and explain in terms of that education, technical assistance, what we can provide in partnership with that district. Renee.
Thank you, Tanya. Hello, board. And the in-kind support, after we evaluated Supervisor Dr. Moyer's budget, is in-kind support for meeting space, some legal assistance. We are evaluating and working with UF-IFAS to try to find some office space as well as access to our computer and computer technologies and ISS space, as well as some administrative and operational support regarding email addressing and then assistance with the biggest part of the budget is their desire to get more opportunities for people to know about what type of board they are. And part of that involvement is getting them back on an Orange County live stream. So we worked very closely with Orange TV, and they have agreed to start live streaming their board meetings as of October 1st with some certain conditions. I will be speaking at their board meeting on August 5th to understand the nuances of that agreement, but that's the biggest support. In this board, I see the desire to be more futuristic and forward-looking. Dr. Moyer has worked very aggressively, not in a good sense, trying to rebuild relationships. And his desire to work with the Ag Advisory Board is exceptional. So that's the assessment right now as they work to rebuild their board. I think this is the first time in a while that the board is fully functioning, and they have their 5 members. So we're excited to see the opportunities and what projects that they'll work on.
All right. Commissioner Wilson, any questions on this one?
Yeah, I do. Sorry. We've been following up. We got a chance to meet with Dr. Moyer. I just want to make sure I understand. So with the sort of in-kind support of making sure that we are helping structure their meetings, advertising. Will that include being on the county calendar? Can we provide additional, I don't know, either through agenda development or print service, some way for us to let people be noticed of their meeting dates besides the televised portion of that? How does that look?
I think Supervisor Moyer has discussed discussed with county administration up on the 5th floor that they would be posting their meetings on county calendar as well as their agendas.
I don't even know how to get something on the county calendar. So, I mean, if you told them, there's lots of times that things that we know are happening, we find out because we turn on Orange TV.
Yeah. If there's a breakdown in that, we certainly can do that.
Okay.
But they are not an Orange County board per se, and so it's typically not put on county calendar, but at the direction of this board and administration, we can do that.
And I see a purpose and I see an important connection that I would hate for us to miss right now, and the time is right for that, knowing that it is a voluntary board. They're here serving a capacity that we're seeing cuts from everywhere, right? So understanding that there's a potential advantage to having a more structured partnership, I'm very supportive of it.
Okay, Commissioner Scott?
Tanya, if Jason Reynolds, your new deputy director, could come forward and just provide a brief update on code enforcement. I know we did discuss that in the last budget hearing in terms of staffing. So, Jason, if you could just share whatever you think is pertinent to the public as it relates to maybe the hiring successes you guys have or anything from code compliance.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jason Reynolds, Deputy Director. Sorry, I have to get used to that title. Tanya covered that in her presentation, but from the code side specifically, there are 5 vacancies in the code compliance section. Remember, over the years, that number has been 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times as many. There's a senior inspector position, which is interviews are scheduled for that next week. There's a lead position who will work with that senior, which will have to be hired after that position. And then in regards to the code inspectors, these are the day-to-day folks in the field. There are 3 vacancies. We have identified people to fill 2 of those positions, and that paperwork is being processed. And then we're scheduling another interview to interview 1 more person. So very presumably by the end of summer, we should have all of the code inspector positions filled in the division. And that's, again, thanks to the hiring event, support from Ms. Wilson, HR, and some of you all who have been getting the word about these positions.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay. All right. So I think at this point, thank you, Ms. Wilson, to the team. You all have hung in there with us as we have crossed the 6 p.m. hour. So that means that we've been here all day. And we have a full day tomorrow. In the morning, we will start at 9 a.m. And we will have presentations from several of our constitutional officers. And I think we're leading off in the morning with the Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Karen Castor Dental, who will be coming forward. This will be her first opportunity to come forward on behalf of her agency and advocate for a budget. And so with that, if there's no further action, then we stand adjourned just at 6:01 p.m. Thank you all very much.